All the people of this world know is to worship. Worship the emperor, that is. He blesses the earth to be bountiful, and the heavens bestow him with praise and worship too, so all will worship. However, one man refuses to worship any further, as he attacks the emperor's castle guards, who are also manic about worshiping, but they are easily dealt with. This man is a part of a group that was chosen exclusively by the emperor, the Special Task Force, Special Forces for short. There is only one reason why this group exists. That is to protect their one and only emperor, Leon Cavalon. That is the entire purpose in life. Yet he refuses to bow down any longer and sullies the once white passageway to the castle with blood. This is the commander of the Special Forces previously mentioned, Yan. Even in their dead forms, the guards are not let go of their souls, as all they were trained to do is worship the emperor. So slowly, they gather together and mutilate each other, in order to grow into something grotesque. Yan can't believe that even their souls are sullied by the emperor's will, as even in death, these soldiers who can no longer be considered human rise again and again. The amalgamation attacks Yan, who immediately starts defending himself, as didn't do all of this for nothing. Inside of the castle, which is empty and large, a fairy appears next to the emperor, with its eyes very worried at the commotion outside. The emperor, Leon Cavalon, tells her not to worry, as it is nothing of consequence. As Yan comes inside, Leon notes that he did not expect him, who had the most loyalty out of everyone, to revolt like this. The commander of his own special forces, who would have thought? Leon asks him how long has it been since he was made the commander, as he still remembers the days when he was but a simple recruit. He started as a slave in the Special Forces training hall, the Pit of Solitude, and rose up as a commander with only his bare hands. Is he unsatisfied by something now? Yan suddenly pulls out one of the spear bits he had in his leg and stabs it right in his ear, which hits a bug that he had shoved up right in his head. He had everything? That is not true at all. He actually lost everything, as he doesn't have a single memory of his loved ones or anything else. His entire life was given to him, and for what? As he speaks, Leon eats the fairy and pierces him with his flying sword, something which he could barely notice at this point. Leon notes that he does not know how he noticed the bug, but it's truly a shame, as he was one of the toys he liked playing around with very much. As Yan loses consciousness, he thinks that all that he did to get here was in vain, but that's when a figure of a woman appears in front of him, which tells him to wake up, as he will regain what he lost. Suddenly, Yan wakes up in a dimly lit cave, with him wondering how he still breathes, as he was stabbed directly in the heart. He looks up and spots that he is in the cave, and when he touches a wall, he notices that it's actually the Great Stone Sword, which is the symbol of the Special Forces Training Hall. One could not count the number of people that died in front of this thing, even if they tried, as these deaths are completely ignored. That's when Yan notices that his body is also much smaller, and his clothes also resemble the ones he wore as a recruit. Did he perhaps? Suddenly, a man comes from behind him, and tells him to be quiet as he punches him straight into the sword. The man can't believe that he got distracted while they were fighting. How can he be so arrogant when he amounts to nothing? This is the Special Forces 12th recruit, Roman. Yan starts to remember Roman, as they talked for quite a bit. He asks if they are in the middle of training, which makes Roman say that indeed they are, but it's more of an excuse for him to beat him to death, as nobody really cares if a low-ranking recruit like him dies. Yan can't just wrap his head around his regression, but he also can't deny the facts. As everything lines up, the sword, his small body, and the conversation he is currently having with Roman, he has really returned to the past. He does not care what for, or even why. What is important now is that he can start his vengeful path once again. The him from now will not make the same mistakes, and he will behead that damn emperor with his own two hands. He also tells Roman that he will not get a girlfriend even in his 40s. He gives up and focuses on combat. Roman gets mad at him for talking crap and charges in once again. Yan dodges and can't believe that he got hit by such a slow punch. He is utterly pathetic too. Seeing that he continues to ridicule him, Roman starts using the punching rampage ability to start wailing on him, which Yan doesn't find that bad, but he will give him one piece of advice that he should remember. After he closes up the distance between him and his opponent, he should hit him like this. Yan uses one high punch on him, which shocks Roman, as he shouldn't be able to use an intermediate level skill with his level. Yan attempts to go in further and show him what to do afterwards, but that's when a pendant falls near him, which catches his attention, so he lets Roman go to sleep peacefully, instead of tearing him a new one. As he opens the pendant, he spots that there's something inside, an old picture of him with a young woman and man. Even if he saw them for the first time, he instinctively knew that they were family. Memories, love, family, all of these words that he lost the meaning to started coming back to him all at the same time. This is not something he could obtain by even burning the imperial capital to the ground, or even by slaughtering all of the nightly creatures. What he truly wants is what he has in his hand right now. He opens his teary eyes and thinks of himself as stupid for almost going down the same dark road. He is not going to waste his life on something as ugly as revenge. He is going to escape this place and get the family that he lost back for good. The Special Forces group that directly reports to the Emperor is called the Special Task Force. They did the Emperor's bidding without remorse. They destroyed the Verna forces and killed the Grand Duke of the North without anyone noticing. The squad completed many of these ruthless missions in the history of the Empire, and he is not sinless too, as Jan was their commander, so he led them into battle at every opportunity given how strong he was. Now, however, he is barely strong enough to carry 2 barrels of wastewater, as his current job is the squad cleaner. The trainee soldiers continue to train under the sword's gaze, with over 1,000 of them currently being here to serve. In this place, only the strong are able to survive, so an average of 3 to 4 people die on the daily. But their empty spots will instantly be filled up, either by kidnapping or volunteers who have thrown their lives away. This training ground is at the Dragon's Den that is in the northwestern mountain range, with the inside being like a labyrinth that only people who live here for long enough can go through with ease. Additionally, each trainee is assigned a number, with the numbers being a show of their skill, which they can raise as they climb up the ranks. This is a pyramid system that treats someone based on their number. It's used so that the trainee soldiers are under complete control, as they tear each other apart in hopes of rising in rank. In such a gruesome system, it is hard for the lower trainee soldiers to survive, with the 900th branch being considered the weakest. Jan is now the 974th trainee, which basically means that he is kept for labor and for helping others, but this is great for him. Before he can think of the reason why, someone bumps into him, which makes him drop the containers he was holding. In this pyramid system, there are naturally some that have to stand on top, the 1%. The woman who bumped into him apologizes, as she did not see him. These high-ranked trainees are the successors of the Empire's nobles. The nobles joined the Special Task Force for a few reasons: for their loyalty to the Empire, to continue their family line, and to keep the other families in check. Even if they are here to train, however, the training center keeps them comfortable and tucked in at any point. Additionally, they are also not required to have an insect placed inside of their heads, as they are already the Emperor's prisoners, given that they are nobility. The high-ranker trainees also maintain their high ranks because they receive privileges and benefits from it. Among these trainees, Lorena Beowulf, Cruel Dwight, and Kasha Everain are always the top 3. Cruel asks Lorena why she would apologize to weak trash like this guy, as they are not of the same status even though they train together. How dare a commoner talk like that to nobility? He calls Jan by his number, 974, and tells him that he's the lowest of the low. He is trash that probably doesn't even understand him because of how dumb he is. Jan apologizes, as he should have paid more attention to who he was talking with. He sincerely apologizes. In response, Cruel throws his toothpick at him and says that apologizing is something only humans should do. Since he can't be considered as such, he should beg on the ground and lick his shoes while he's at it. In his head, Jan imagines how he could easily take this guy down, but he holds it in, while Kasha carries the boxes he had to their spot. They eventually leave with her, noting that she did his job as an apology. Jan wipes the spit off of his face and thinks that this is perfect. If these bastards keep being satisfied with their current ranks, the more advantage he gains over them. As he continues his carrying job, he suddenly feels some killer instinct beyond a passageway, making him think that there's an ambush waiting for him. But who could it be? Roman, perhaps. He decides to fake ignorance and walk right in, but when he turns the corner, he meets face to face with Lorena Beowulf, who notes that she has been waiting for him. The top wanted criminal that the Imperial Knights have failed to arrest time and time again is the Blue Iron Arm Demon, Galder. He murdered his first person at the age of 11 and formed a robber group at the age of 20. In total, he attacked 23 villages and 17 guilds. With his arm that can deflect even orichalcum, he had become a true symbol of fear among people. However, Lorena presented his arm when she wanted to join the Imperial Knights, with his being more than enough for her to be let in. The Beowulf Duchy is one of the top noble families that rule over the northern Snow Mountain region. The knights of the family used to say this about Lorena, that she has the potential to become the strongest swordsman on the entire continent. She was also given the title of the Young Sword Saint, and also the strongest product of the Beowulf family. She starts asking who he is, which Jan doesn't really understand, so Lorena puts it differently for him. What is his objective in all of this? Why is he hiding his real strength from the others? Jan thinks that he must get rid of this woman no matter what. Jan says again that he doesn't get what she means, so she explains that she saw his sparring session by complete accident as she was walking by. She thought of it as just some low ranker having a spar, as something sparked into her eyes at the end. What he did, the 1-inch punch that was out of his league entirely. How can a low ranker like him hold such skills? Jan thinks that it was a mistake to show that recklessly, so he tries to feign ignorance, which apparently makes her relent, and tries to apologize to him for her actions. But as she tries to shake his hand, she moves her hand straight to his face, which Jan has plenty of time to dodge, but he simply doesn't want to, with the attack being transformed into a mighty slap. Jan starts to roll on the ground while asking her why she did that, with Lorena being quite surprised, as he was supposed to block that one. Jan screams at her that she isn't the person she's looking for, which she apologizes sincerely for now. as she didn't mean that. Yan has to act like a commoner who got beaten up by a mighty noble in order to trigger Lorena's conscience, which will probably make her not suspect a single thing. She also insists on helping him out with the boxes, while also telling him to speak casually with her, since they are both trainees. He feels that she's pushing it now, but Lorena explains that it's not honorable for a high-ranked trainee to treat a lower-ranked like a dog. So when she becomes the lord of a territory, she wants to protect the assets of the slaves within that territory. Yan didn't expect for her to be so talkative, but eventually they arrive at the deposit room, and he thanks her for her help. As she leaves though, she notes that she might have been wrong, but he saw her attack the instant she sent it, as he was following her with his eyes. She sincerely hopes this is another mistake on her part. With that, she walks away, letting Yan think that this woman is as sharp as a knife. So since there is no way to get her to leave him alone, should he just kill her now? That isn't wise, however, as even if he can, the entire Beowulf family will be against him. He would really be a fool for killing her just because she's annoying. He needs to focus on escaping now, so he goes to a bathroom, as he knows that something was around here somewhere. While there were deserters when he was the task force commander, most of them were not able to escape the training center. However, one of them managed to, but was unfortunately caught in a nearby forest by him. He asked him very nicely about how he escaped that wonderful place, so he in turn answered very nicely too. He told Yan that at the third area, the fifth cubicle is abandoned, and beyond the wall there should be a passageway that leads him straight to the outside. Yan keeps digging in the wall, as this is his ticket of getting out of this hellhole and achieving freedom once and for all. The roll call for all the trainees is being executed, with the person responsible for it eventually getting to Yan's number, who doesn't answer at first, so he checks his cell, but that's when Yan responds, as he was in his cell all of this time. As he performed more and more missions, Yan realized that the more cautiously he moved, the higher his chances of success were. He only has a single shot at this, but even if his escape is successful, the pursuit squad will be sent to him, and that will cause him a lot of trouble. If he fails, however, he will be made an example of, to show that nobody escapes the Empire out of their own free will. He now needs something that can become a good variable, something which he might not be able to do with his current body, but he doesn't have much of a choice. He starts using the Dark Dragon's breathing, a technique that only special task force commanders know, which circulates mana really well. He has means to activate the technique, but his body isn't strong enough to keep up with it, as he needs to reduce the burden on his body and create an energy core that acts as an engine for his mana. Unfortunately, he does not have the time to create the energy core with just the Dark Dragon breathing technique, but he has one other way. He takes a deep breath as he uses the Divine Dragon's breathing technique, which immediately improves his mana flow and strengthens his body, showing clear improvement in a matter of seconds. The Divine Dragon breathing technique was used by the first emperor who founded the empire, as he conquered tons of countries with only his will and mighty sword. This technique is so powerful that the emperor became bored of his power and went out searching for people to fight. Yan continues to use it as he feels nothing wrong, but that's when mana starts leaving his energy core, which will mean certain death if he does not stop it. So he uses all of his stamina to keep it from exploding out and eventually succeeds. But the benefits from the technique are also gone, meaning that it's impossible to create an energy core with an incomplete technique like his. One day the emperor just taught him the secret technique. Even now he doesn't know why, perhaps as a test. But the scroll that he gave him only had instructions on how to absorb the mana, nothing about how to compress it too. Yan knows where the other scroll is, but he needs to focus on escaping before that begins. The next day, everyone gathers around the training area, with some gossiping about being set free, but Yan can't bear to tell them that there is no way for them to get out. Now that he remembers this day more clearly, this is the day that person comes around. He needs to stay out of sight as much as possible, so as to not get targeted. Roman is also searching for him, with Yan covering himself to not be discovered. Eventually, the instructor arrives and the trainees ask if they can go back home today, but that's when the instructor screams at them, using a technique, making the trainees either pass out or bleed. Yan thinks that he's crazy for using aura voice echo on a bunch of trainees, which is a technique that infuses mana into one's voice. The instructor calls them a bunch of worthless bastards with no skill or status. Why should they be kept alive? This is the Special Task Force Training Center Instructor Commander Damien. As the camp regulators drag out the dead or unconscious, Yan thinks that he needs to be careful, as low rankers like them are just toys for this bastard. If he gets on his bad side before escaping, he will have to give up on his entire life once again. Damien says that it's nice to meet everyone, as he has never met this much trash in one room ever. They are truly the worst dogs of society. If he was allowed to, he would kill all of them with ease, but they should not worry, as their mighty emperor is gracious enough to grant them one last chance, the chance to be selected in a mercenary project. This project selects members that will protect the emperor, the mighty dragon of the empire. The ones selected will have the honor of being dragon warriors, but in reality, this project is basically a death wish. They brainwash the selected people by inserting a bug in their brain, as the true objective of this project is to create puppets for the Emperor to do what he wants with, to create things that cannot be considered human anymore, and only move under the Emperor's command. Damien continues, noting that the Emperor's benevolence is far and wide. They should all thank him and applaud even harder, as they are truly fortunate to live in the Empire. Jan thinks that he needs to keep his profile as low as possible, but that's when someone from behind him says that he has a question, that being none other than Roman, who asks why being a dragon warrior is so great. If he gets selected to participate in this great project of theirs, he will get a chance to beat up that smug face of his, right? He promises to smash all of their faces into mush. Suddenly, a finger flick art flies through his chest, something which Jan instantly recognizes. Damien asks if he's fine, as he thought he was strong if he kept spouting nonsense like that, but it looks like he's just a worthless insect. The others wonder if he's dead, with Jan thinking that he can stop his bleeding, but it's too dangerous for him to help him. Roman slowly gets up, and the others beg him to stop, as he will incur punishment on himself. Roman asks Damien how he dares to call them insects. What would people like him who gather insects be then, huh? In order to survive in this filthy country, they had to endure all manners of humiliation, because that was the only way they could survive? What's all this about the Emperor and the Dragon Warrior? Why is that so damn important? They ought to protect the Emperor themselves if they care so much about him. Damien sighs and says that he's pretty tenacious for an insect. He resembles a cockroach most, as those things survive even though their heads are cut off. So he wonders if he is the same. As he summons another finger flick art, a crystal mole suddenly appears, which is a breed of rat that is found deep in the mountain range. It is very cute, however it has an infamous reputation, as when the crystal comes in contact with anything else, it starts to shine and then shortly afterwards explodes. It does just that, and explodes in front of Roman's face, who is immediately knocked out, much to everyone's surprise. This mole was sent by Jan, who thinks that it was truly a waste. He found it in the toilet and brought it with him since it's a useful tool, but to think he would have to use it so quickly. The problem now is to see if Damien caught on to him, as it will be over if he did. He just clears his throat and turns around as he says that he likes this cockroach. He also dismisses everyone, as he has had enough of them. Jan is glad that he's safe, but Roman really is an idiot, though he knows why he's so desperate. As Damien descends down a set of stairs and goes into a dark room, he thinks that he found two interesting toys that will be perfect together. At the abandoned toilet, Jan continues his work on the tunnel. With this being the third day, he goes through the same cycle. He digs the tunnel further, holds it up with wooden boards, and then repeats the process, which has proven to be going smoothly for him over these past few days. Since he can enhance his vision with mana, he can see in the dark pretty well, so digging up the tunnel proves to be no issue. Nobody has passed this place in a long time too, because it's in an abandoned building that does not even show up on the map, as it's been ripped off of there. Suddenly, Jan hits something with his knife, and a glimmer of light starts to shine through his tunnel. The trainee instructors start checking everyone's quotes, until eventually one gets to Jan, who seems too suspicious, as he is wearing his hood, so the instructor asks him to take it off. Jan does so, and explains that he broke a barrel by mistake while moving it, and unfortunately it contained waste. The instructor can't stand the smell that's coming off of him and tells him to go wash himself. That's an order. Jan does just that, and thinks that it's nice he finally got rid of the smell, with nobody suspecting his activities either. What he hid in the cave was actually a drain pipe, with someone's dragon-level dookie coming straight for his head, something which he does not want to experience again. However, there is no need to panic, as his plan is going pretty smoothly without any hiccups, since he also has tons of tools that will aid him in his escape. His body is also ready for more, as he has trained it countless times with very harsh exercise that almost made him faint. As he dresses up and tries to go back to the toilet, he overhears two instructors talking, with one of them saying that Gale's tongue was caught because he laughed in the face of Damien, with the other noting that he is even scared to breathe near that guy. The other says that they will not have to be afraid for long, as he will soon be away from his post, and will leave them be. Jan smiles as he hears this, as with Damien not being around here to snoop, this is the perfect opportunity to dig and get out of here. It seems, however, that someone is following him, or is waiting for him to do something. Jan eventually gets back to the abandoned toilet and gets ready for another digging session, but that's when he starts to hear footsteps, making him wonder who it might be. Lorena? Or perhaps Damien? Did they catch on to his plan? The person making all that noise finally reveals themselves, as it was Roman, who tells him to stop following him around, as he has no time to deal with him. Jan tells him to stop treating him like a stalker, and asks if it's fine for him to move with those injuries, with Roman saying that these types of injuries are nothing for someone like him, but he is spurting out blood like a faulty sink. He excuses this as having a bad pimple, so Jan excuses himself as he has some things to do. Roman agrees that he is busy, since he keeps digging up that dog hole of his. Now what would happen if he would tell one of the instructors? Does he want to entertain that idea now? As Roman continues to spout nonsense about telling the instructors, Jan has already thought of multiple ways to kill him. but the simplest would be to use Dark Chaos 16th form, as that would instantly cut half of his neck off before he could ever react. It would indeed be simpler to just do that and hide the body, but he can't. Roman asks why he's not saying anything. Is he perhaps too nervous? He understands if he is, as he will be executed if the instructors find out about his little plan, but he probably wasn't expecting to be caught by someone like him. Jan still doesn't say anything, which confuses him, so he asks him to at least beg, as he might keep this secret for him. Jan finally talks and says that he does not need to do that, since he won't say anything in the first place, making Roman yell that he will do it. He will go right now. Jan tells him again that he won't, since he hates the special forces much more than he ever will. Back when they had the gathering, he could not hold his anger in, even though he could have died right there and then. So with his strong willpower of wanting to return back to his home, is he really saying that he will tell the instructors about this? If they are being real, that's not happening, as he also wants to escape this place, probably more than anyone else. Isn't that right? Roman says that he is pretty amazing, as even when they last fought, he sensed it, although it was pretty vague. If he wished to at that moment, he could have killed him without any issues. After their squabble though, he could easily find him out among the trainees, like he had a unique smell to him. Jan is very surprised that he basically called himself a stalker, but Roman says that it's not like that. Jan asks how he figured out he was digging anyway, so Roman explains that it was because of his footsteps. The training center is almost entirely made of granite, but he started seeing footsteps that contained other substances, like lime powder. Jan asks if he really figured who those footsteps belonged to only just from that, but Roman denies this, as he also looked through the work logs. Jan congratulates his sharpness. It seems like his appearance is rather deceiving. Roman wonders if this is a compliment, but lets it go and asks about the escape plan, more specifically where that tunnel will lead to, and what the probability of escaping is. Jan wonders if he is asking because he wants to escape together, but he cannot answer this since he needs some time to think about it. However, if he's unsure, he should stay in this place, as he is skilled and should be able to climb to better places in 10 years, let's say. Though if that were to happen, what would happen to those he is trying to protect? At this point, they can't even be sure that they will survive this whole ordeal, but would those he is trying to protect still be alive in those 10 years? Since there is no time to think, he needs to decide right now. If he joins the escape, they will no longer be here the day after tomorrow. Roman asks if he has a plan for after they escape, which Jan confirms, and asks if he wants to know. Roman refuses and notes that their difference in rank is far too big, so if they escape, the instructors will most definitely go after him more, and just like he said, the day after tomorrow is the day where they will no longer be here, because his corpse will be thrown to the wolves. Jan is amazed that he was able to think this far. He is truly different than he looks, but he shouldn't complain, as he is also taking a pretty big risk by taking him. So what is he going to do in this situation? Roman sits in silence for a second and then notes that he has no choice. He must bite the bait. As the moonlight shines through the gigantic hole in the mountain, Damien looks at it and smiles, as the refreshing air is quite nice. He has gathered all of them this late, because he has an announcement to make, but he knows that meeting this late would cause some grogginess. However, he has good news, so they should be patient a little while longer. Jan thinks about this date, and notes that this must be when the test details are announced. Sure enough, Damien explains that the date for the first test has been decided, with the test being rather simple. They will all head towards a location, and they will pass if they survive 1 week there. The location for this first test is the Blade Mountain Ranges. Jan already knew this though, but he is glad that nothing changed. In the past, there was an adventurer who went under the name of Nilfra. He knew that herb that could cure his mother's ails grew in the Blade Mountain Ranges, so he had no choice but to go there. He assured his mother that he will find that medicinal herb and be back, and even on his last breath, he promised to find that herb. Nilfra did not come back, even though his mother waited and waited until her dying breath. Fortunately, the mother did not hear about what happened to her son, as the Blade Mountain Range is the home of numerous beastly creatures, and it's also a prohibited area even within the Empire. The monsters are as dangerous the further one goes further inside, so if goblins are at the entrance of the mountain ranges, large demi-humans would be somewhere close, but even deeper, there would be gigantic monsters of immense proportions that only appear here. Additionally, there are also monsters that the world still does not know about, as they are still discovering them, but he is probably the only one who knows that the monster which lives in the deepest part of the mountains is so gruesome. Damien claps while asking the others if they are excited, because he sure is. He wonders how many of these tiny little insects will be squashed by the next week. Just thinking about it makes him filled with joy and childlike wonder. Suddenly, one of the instructors approaches and says that he has a message for him, which he hears out and immediately frowns at the idea, but agrees to go. Jan smiles, as he knows what this message is. Damien dismisses everyone as he turns around, since he has some business to attend to now, making Jan let his hood down and think that he looked upset, but he didn't expect for him to end the meeting so abruptly. Anyway, Not many low-ranked trainees will survive the Blade Mountain ranges without preparing, as that place is close to hell. But naturally, the high-ranked trainees will be protected, since they are nobility and all that. Suddenly, Lorena starts passing through them as someone announces her arrival, with Jan covering up his face, as he has forgotten about her. He hopes that she just walks past him, which she seems to be doing at first, but that's when she looks at him, and says that she will be eagerly waiting for him. Jan wonders if this is a warning, and if he's been caught, but one thing's for sure, this situation is much more complicated than expected. However, there is no need for him to think about this, since he will be gone out of this place soon enough. He goes to Roman and asks if he prepared what he asked for, which Roman confirms, making Jan tell him to go visit that great stone sword as much as he wants now, because tomorrow, he will not be able to see it. Jan already knows what the message Damien received is. It was a request for him to go to the palace and give a report on the test situation directly to the Emperor before it starts. Damien hates doing stuff like this in the palace itself, but since it's something ordered by the Emperor, he cannot refuse. So tonight is the perfect time to escape. Later that night, when one of the instructors goes through his roll call, he gets to Jan again, who doesn't answer. So the instructor tells him to not make him come all of the way there again. That's when Jan says that he is here from behind the darkness, and a pair of two nimble hands appear in the back of the instructor, who is instantly killed. This is the party they will escape with, as besides Jan and Roman, there are two more trainees with them. Jan tells the others to hide this body properly, as it's about time for the shift to change. Jake and Todd, the two trainees, agree, and note that they should get out of this area quickly. It seems like Roman has picked these two to help, and assures them that they are both competent enough. Still, Roman feels like Jan is using them as bait, so he asks if he's doing that, with Jan noting that he would have no reason to bring two more people if that really was his plan. Roman is pleased enough with this, and says that these two won't be just weight on their backs. They are all prepared to lose their lives if it means escaping, which Jan gets, so he tells them to shut up, as if those who are sensitive to sound will wake up. Things will become difficult. Eventually they all arrive at a door that these two are here for. It cannot be opened by one single person, so this is when Jake and Todd come into play. In order for someone to go from the dorms to the abandoned area, they need to open these two doors. But to open them, two pressure plates must be pressed at the same time, and the switch outside must also be pulled. So first, two of them will step on the pressure plates, and after the other two cross, they will pull the switch and fix it in place. Then the other two will cross over. So escaping out of this place alone is close to impossible. Fortunately, they are not alone. Roman understands the plan and asks Jake if he's ready, as they will both be pressing on the plates and staying there. They do just that, making the door swing open, and Jan instantly goes inside, telling Roman and Jake to stay here while Todd will follow him. Roman asks how long they need to stay here for, with Jan saying that until he gives them the signal to let go. Some time passes, with the two showing no signs of coming back from where they went, but that's when the door suddenly shuts completely, making Roman think that this was Jan's intent from the start, to leave them behind as bait. He should have realized it the moment he chose someone like him. How can he be so foolish? That's when the door starts to slowly open, and a bloodied up Jan asks who said that he was going to be left behind. Roman immediately bombs him with questions. Where the blood came from, what happened inside, and more importantly, where Todd is. Jan tells him that they are both fine, so he should stop acting so damn worried. They were a little late because a variable he took care of before decided to wake up. He thought that he could calm the beast by feeding it food that contained sleeping pills, but that didn't work, so he had to take care of it. Roman is shocked to see that he actually took down a great wolf all by himself, but Jan isn't here to receive praise, so he notes that they should hurry, as they already are late. After this, their escape plan went as they planned. Using the passageway that was dug, they could crawl out and eventually arrive outside, which just happens to be somewhere in a mountain. Jan is the first to get out, as Roman is helped by the others. He does not feel anyone's presence just yet, meaning that they just found out about their escape, and they should be on the move now. Roman can't believe they escaped so easily. If it was like this, he would have done it sooner. Jan tells him that it's not, as they took too long to get out, but they still have a chance. Roman breathes in the fresh air, and notes that it's been a while. But are they done once they get out of here? Jan tells him to not relax just yet, as this is only the start. He looks at his pendant, and thinks that it really is the start of the journey to get everything that he lost back. Jan explains to everyone that they don't have much time, so they will listen now. The Atrion Forest, which is almost all made up of sequoia trees, is located near the front of the Empire's northern mountain ranges. Currently, they are in the center of said forest, so they need to run for 2 days straight in order to get out of here successfully. Roman asks if hiding wouldn't be better for them, as the trees are tall and they are small, but Jan says even though they could, there are tons of monsters around here. Additionally, the tracking hounds should be on their tail, so it's only a matter of time until they are found. What's more is that the pursuit squad probably has around 20 members, so if they get to them, it's over. In order for them to have a chance of escaping, they need to split up, as that will disperse the pursuit squad. If they all go different ways, they would have no choice but to split up. So they will all need to escape only 5 members of the pursuit squad each. Roman doesn't like this plan, as he will end up as bait since he is the highest rank here. Jan notes that this is his fault. Who asked him to train so hard and rise the ranks? If they all travel together, they will catch them. So they need to make sure that at least one of them gets away. With that, the plan is set. They will all run in different places. But Roman wants to know something. Among these pieces on the board he made, why is he the only one that has idiot plastered on him? Jan immediately brushes this question off and says that they should get going. But before they do that, Jake stops Jan and thanks him for letting them follow, as they wouldn't have had another chance to get out of that awful place. He will most definitely repay this kindness in the future. Jan thought that Jake was just a normal trainee at first, but seeing him now, it seems he also has a reason for escaping that place. Roman tells him that would be dumb. He never wants to see any of them again. Jan didn't expect for him to be this cold-hearted at the end, but Roman tells him that this is not what he means, as a situation where they meet again is a situation where they will get caught. He just wants everyone to get away safely. Jan can't believe that such wise words came out of this dumbass, but he is right, so they shall never meet again. With that, they all sprint in different directions, with Jan thinking that since his worries about the others are gone, he can get started. He uses the divine dragon breathing technique to use mobility arts and instantly climb one of the high trees, showing just how much forest he has to trek through. The only problem he has now is his body, as it's hard to maintain the breathing technique even though the technique is pretty efficient. However, he should be glad that he's able to improvise with body strengthening techniques, otherwise he wouldn't have a chance. He thinks about Roman and the others, wondering what he expected from children. He has become utterly pathetic. He is the commander of the Special Force, a man who was considered the absolute best in his field. So he will see just how great the Special Forces of the past truly are. Inside of the trainee facility, the instructors are waiting for the pursuit team to get back with some information, with one of them noting that they have to get them back before that crazy bastard of a commander instructor comes back. Unfortunately for him, Damien appears right behind him and says that he is already back. Damien gives him a stern look and tells him to relax, as things like this tend to happen. The instructor immediately starts apologizing for his harsh words, but Damien tells him it's nothing, as people even curse at the Emperor when nobody's around. He looks like the one who is managing the trainee dormitories. He must be having a hard time with trying to find the escapees, but the instructor tells him that it's not true and that he shouldn't worry, as the pursuit squad will capture them without issue. Damien wonders how they will do that, since there's already a pretty big issue. In that moment, the instructor is pushed so hard into the ground that his legs break instantly, with him naturally starting to scream from the pain. Damien calmly says that he had no clue the trainees were planning an escape. He did not even know that they dug an escape route, and also hadn't checked the items that they stole for their escape. The instructor apologizes and begs for another chance at this, but Damien does not give second chances to bugs like him. The instructor begs for his life as he is slowly crushed, but Damien proves himself to not be merciful and crushes him under his boot. He tells one of his men to call the pursuit squads back, as he will be in command of the operation from now on. It seems that he has found someone very interesting, so he will be enjoying his hunt. In the Atrian Forest, the pursuit squad number 3 continues to chase after the escapees, with the team leader telling the other 2 to stop, making them ask what's wrong. The team leader removes her mask and says that things are going too smoothly. It just feels unnatural at this point. Don't they think the same? This is the squad 3 leader, Kelly. Jer says that the target is a low ranker. It's not normal for him to be so sloppy. Andre notes that she is way too suspicious of everything, as they have tracked the footprints from the cliff, discovered tracks and also torn cloth. The escapees are just in a rush to get away. She shouldn't doubt everything like this, as she will get dumped again if she ever finds another boyfriend. Kelly calls them a bunch of idiots, but is she really overthinking? Or is this uneasy feeling she's been having true? Anyway, she tells the others that it's fogging around the area, so they should catch them before they hide in the fog. Jer notes that this should be rather simple since they are dealing with a low ranker. The ones that are going after number 12 will have a much harder time. Andre says that even with his rank he is still a trainee, so it won't be long until they catch him. Jer tries to make conversation, so he asks Andre what number he was before, but he will not hear the answer, as he is swooped into the nearby tree by Jan. 2 members remain. Andre tries to answer, but he's stabbed straight in the neck as he turns around. 1 member remains. Kelly turns around and tells them to stop being so noisy, as this is not a picnic. They are actively on the hunt. When she turns around, however, she does not see any of them, with the sound she heard previously also being gone. Just what happened? Her uneasy feeling grows even larger, but she doesn't believe that she was taken down by such a low ranker. That's when a pair of hands appear behind her, but she uses a sneak attack to cut the tree behind her and start looking for the hopefully revealed attacker. Unfortunately for her, a wire appears right at her neck, and she is pulled upwards by it, with it starting to cut in her neck slowly but surely. She finally gets it. The footprints in the cloth were not tracks. They were bait set up by a hunter. As she draws her final breath, she cannot believe that such a low ranker took all of her team out, but she cannot do anything now, as her body fails her, and she goes limp. This marks the complete annihilation of Squad 3. Jan loots them, and finds a knife on Kelly that seems pretty sturdy, but he also believed that he would have a hard time. But this is easy, as using body strengthening techniques help him a lot, though he needs to get out of the forest before the fog engulfs it, so he will spread the blood of the squad to make the hunting hounds come here. He will also be hiding his scent with a slime plant, which has poisonous fruits, but the leaves have a strong stench, so he will smear it on himself, and the hounds will not track him since they hate it. The most important thing is to hurry, as the more time he spends here, the harder it will be to get out, even if he won't be able to get out if he's encircled. That's when he notices a bunch of smoke coming from somewhere, which Jan knows that it's not the pursuit squad since they are well on the pursuit. So is it the people he escaped with? If that is the case, they will surely be caught. But he doesn't have the time to be worrying about others, as he brought them to use as bait in the first place. It might be better to just let things transpire like this. Against his better judgment, however, Jan rushes in, warping this to seem like it's better for the others to live, so he just needs to get to them as fast as possible. That's when he feels his skin crawl, as something or someone stares at him with eyes filled to the brim with the intent to kill. He knows that something is behind him and is coiling him up, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The person that's behind him comes closer and closer, with him noting that he's glad he actually took the bait. It is as he thought, that he is very interesting. He was always wondering if he would show something interesting, which he now did, so his judgment was right from the start. But it's nice to finally meet him face to face. As a storm starts to pick up, Jan stares at Damien and wonders what he's doing here, as he should have returned to the capital just like he was instructed. He almost got imprisoned too because of what he did. Did the future perhaps change? What action caused that? Was it one of his? He cannot think of anything that influenced this change. Perhaps it was just the tiny things he did that created a large crack and destroyed the original future. Damien asks him if he's going to throw another mole at him, or perhaps a lighting rat. Jan is surprised that he knew all of this time, but Damien notes that it was noticeable for someone like him, though he still threw it very quickly, which was truly impressive. He was confused by it at first, as he thought that this place contained only bugs, but he proved himself to be an interesting piece. Jan damns himself for interfering at the time. He did not know how it could change the future, but this is the worst-case scenario. However, nothing is for certain, as this guy became a powerful swordsman, sure, but that happened in the future. In his current state, he just might have a chance. Damien notes that he is infinitely interesting, and claps as he knows that he's thinking of killing him. It has been too long since someone wanted to do that to him, so he should at least tell him what he wants to do. Normally people would run away from him, but he is leaving him speechless. How quaint. He apologizes for showing his unsightly attitude, but he will give him an opportunity now. He should try and kill, then he will give him the freedom he desires for. Damien also thinks that he is too interesting, as the moment he mentioned that Jan's face changed. He has never seen someone with such potential before. He took down a beast and killed an entire pursuit team on his own. Everything, including his decision-making skills and stamina. It's too different from the common trash that escaped with him. It is almost as if he was born to be molded and become someone in the special forces. If he keeps growing like this, he will grow into a real monster. Jan sighs and seems to be preparing something, but that's when he falls on his knees and asks for his help, something which leaves Damien very puzzled. Jan begins explaining that he has poor eyesight, so he hopes that he's speaking to the commander instructor, but he has no real intentions of escape. He was dragged along with the others because they said that they would kill him if he refused. However, they abandoned him and went off by themselves. He thought that it was over for him until he met his grace. Damien asks if he really was dragged, which Jan adamantly confirms, as number 12 is the guy behind all of this. All he did was throw insults and be mean as possible. Damien wonders if this kid really thinks that he'll fall for something like this, with Jan still crying his eyes out. That's when Damien catches something that comes his way, a hidden weapon Jan used after trying to let his guard down. How disappointing of him. That's when another blade appears and grazes his cheek as he was barely able to dodge it. But now he knows that all of this was a physiological trick, with the expectation that he would dodge or deflect the first attack. As he turns around, Damien notices that Jan is gone, noting that this is what he wanted. But that's when Jan appears right above him and says that he was actually aiming for him. Damien turns around, but Jan uses Shadow Erase to attack him, which is completely deflected, and his leg also becomes injured. When he looks at Damien, he sees a bunch of black fog that is covering him, but he also feels that something big is coming. Sure enough, a bunch of razor-sharp attacks start approaching him at high speeds, while causing havoc everywhere. Jan notices that even after dodging and ducking, these things are still after him, so he must do something else. He covers his blade in white energy and uses the secret art Swallow Drop to completely get rid of the attacks, but this also breaks his dagger. Damien slowly gets out of his shadowy cocoon, and notes that he takes back what he said earlier about letting him go, as he cannot let such an interesting toy go. He could play with him for an entire lifetime, and it still wouldn't be enough. Jan thinks that he's a crazy, obsessed bastard, But that's when he notices something strange, the pattern that is on his shoulder. 22 hours before the escape, when the last roll call that Jan was a part of was made, all he thought about was getting out and going back to his family. But he did not know a single thing about them. The only thing he had is this damaged pendant, though he promised himself to find them and enjoy a peaceful life. But that's when the pendant started to crack, and seeing that there is something inside, he chipped at it until he revealed a pattern that was inside, making him wonder if it's family insignia or something. But what was the reason for it to be hidden like this? If this really is his family's insignia, however, it means that he's no commoner or slave. So naturally he thought that once he finds someone who knows of this, he would be able to find his dear family. But why does this lunatic have it on his body? Damien takes his shirt off while asking why he stopped so suddenly. Is he done or something? Jan wonders if this guy could be a part of his family, but that's not possible, as Damien has another identity, his true identity. Seeing that he's not doing anything, Damien decides to get even closer and say that he will attack from now on. But Jan immediately jumps into action and kicks him. Damien naturally blocked his attack, but he's impressed by the amount of force put in. Just where did he learn all of this stuff? Seeing that he barely attacked though, it's about time he also shows his skills. So he uses the blade suppression technique to launch a bunch of spikes out of the ground, which only Nick Jan, who knows that he's not fighting, he's just playing with his new toy. He knows all of this because there is barely any killing intent in his attacks, so he might be able to get away once Damien lets his guard down low enough. But he will not find anything about that insignia, so he must know why he has it in order to find out what his family has to do with it. As if he really is involved, the rebellion that is about to take place across the continent in the near future is tied to him too. This rebellion will be known as the Revolt of Armenia, that will bring down 10 entire kingdoms. A large number of nobles will be killed, and the effects of this rebellion will be substantial enough that it will threaten even the imperial family. However, even such a rebellion was put out by the emperor's sword, and after he executed the people who instigated this and their families, he burned all of them. It was rumored that the fire burned for 20 days and 20 nights. Thus, the incident was given the name, the 20 Days of Twilight. The main man behind this rebellion was the emperor's bastard child, with people speculating again and again why he did it, but nobody knew the truth, because all of the records regarding him were erased. All those who remember him referred to him as was the Continental Swordsman and the commander-instructor of the Special Forces Training Center, Damien. He notes that he is really racking his brain right now. It seems like his thoughts are distracting him from the fight. Jan can only wonder if his family is related to this guy and the revolt. His family will no longer exist in the future. He must stop this from happening, no matter what. He has decided to no longer escape. He will stay in the Special Forces and gain his trust. He must make himself a treasure that cannot be replaced, though he needs something to bait him with now. Jan says that he is impressed with his skills. He never thought that his tracking skills would be so good. The Special Forces captain will surely be happy to see him work so hard. In that second, Jan doesn't even get to finish his sentence, as Damien grabs his head and slams him in a nearby tree so hard he crashes in a few more before stopping. Damien goes up to him and picks him up, noting that he was nice to him before, yet it seems that his mouth is arrogant. Does he not treasure his life? Jan notes that even his arrogant mouth can spew out something useful, which Damien wonders what it can be. Jan gives him an example, the weakness of the Special Forces captain, that can get rid of him. Damien asks how he knows such a thing, but Jan just says what he knows. Simons County, Unit Number 52. That is where he will find the weakness of the captain. Damien is shocked to hear about this, especially from this child's mouth. A few hours later, at the training center, Damien gets dressed back up, with his clothes being smaller than usual, as he lost his special suit in that squabble. But it couldn't have been helped. One of his men asks what to do with the 3 people he mentioned earlier, with Damien telling him to just throw them into the cavern once again, as he does not want to think about those insects now. As Damien tries to say something else, a man at the top of some stairs notes that he has been acting pretty busy, but here he is, looking like he has all of the time in the world. Perhaps he is just lazy? He can't figure it out, so he would be delighted with some enlightenment. Damien smiles and asks what brought the Special Forces captain here on such short notice. This elderly man is the Special Forces captain, Rodrigo Meyer. He asks how the training center is doing, with Damien confirming that it is perfect as usual, but Rodrigo doesn't believe him, as he heard otherwise. Damien asks if he's talking about the rumors that the standards of the average trainee soldier are better than the actual squad members, which Rodrigo denies. This is the first time he has heard something so preposterous. He came here to take a look, because the quality of the squad members that came from this training center were absolutely horrid. Does he care to explain? Damien asks how the squad members are at fault here. It is the in-charge who is unable to handle them that should be blamed here. Rodrigo thanks him for his advice, but Damien's man notices that they are both letting out killing aura and a lot of mana in the air, so much so that he could faint at any moment from the intense pressure. Rodrigo notes that he did not see him at the Imperial family morning meeting. Why is that? Damien notes that he has better things to do than attend these rather unpleasant formalities. But Rodrigo tells him that this is the important matter. As he is a citizen of the Empire, his first and foremost duty is to show respect to the Emperor. However, he knows why he's acting like this. It's because he has that blood flowing through him. Damien's eyes widen as he hears this, but Rodrigo continues, noting that he heard from someone that some trainees escaped. He can't even handle that. How pathetic, though he will take care of this incident for him, so he should be thankful. Damien explains that he is mistaken, as there are no escaped trainees. Rodrigo doesn't believe him, as he heard otherwise, but Damien notes that his ears must have grown dull from his age. The trainees were simply going out with the instructors to prepare for a test. Also, he saw a lot of bugs recently. Did he perhaps see them too? He is taking it upon himself to trample on all of them until they are completely squished, but it seems that their numbers keep increasing, so much so that it's getting troublesome. Even if it's annoying, he has found the insect's den, so he will be able to take care of the insects soon, so he will leave now, as he is rather busy. After walking for a bit, he notes that the indigestion he had has disappeared after seeing the captain taken aback like that. But what he told him is really true, right? His subordinate removes his mask and says that he does not need to worry, as he will see once he looks into it, that all of his information is true. Simons County Street 52 is one of the many neglected streets of the Empire, and where Jan lived before. It was a place that rarely saw travel, a street that wasn't good for children to live on, as they had nothing to do. However, someone special lived in that place, someone who he used to talk with all of the time. The Special Forces captain's daughter. Damien asks to confirm he played with the captain's daughter when he was of young age, right? Jan confirms it, and says that there were not many children around, so they all knew each other pretty well. Damien finds it to be a pretty huge coincidence that the girl he used to play with was the captain's daughter, which Jan agrees with. It was really a coincidence. Though he knows that Damien won't believe this half-baked like off the bat, he must make it believable enough first. This is a delicate situation, where both Rodrigo and Damien are in a disagreement, to put it lightly. Although he was searching everywhere to find the captain's weakness, he could not get the exact location. As proof of that is the reaction he showed when Jan told him about that location, so he will make use of his position now. Damien finds something strange. Even if he knows of his daughter's location, how would he know that she is his weakness? Jan explains that he heard this from her mouth, as when she had to live. She told him that there are some bad people after his father, and they want to take her in order to hurt him, so she will have to move soon. Sure enough, only a few days later, some people dressed in black came and escorted her out. He only knew after coming to this place that those people were a part of the Special Forces, and that her dad was the captain. Damien smiles, as it's very interesting seeing this situation all come together. But let's say he believes that he was friends with her. How is he also able to find out about how he has a disagreement with the captain, and how did he know to tell him about the location of his daughter? How do such incredible coincidences keep happening? Jan tells him that it might just be the goddess of luck that is on his side, but Damien is having none of it, and throws his pen at him, grazing his cheek. All of this makes him think that he is the captain's spy. That would make more sense than anything else. Jan wipes his bloody cheek and notes that he understands why he would think so, because it is really impossible for everything to be a coincidence. But every piece of this complicated puzzle was collected by him with time, so that he could survive. The memories of when he was young, the captain and his hidden daughter, the hierarchy within the Special Forces, and lastly, him disagreeing with the captain. As he thought about how all of this would benefit him, he took a look at his memories and information, which pieced everything together in such a way that he would survive. So if he really was a spy like he believes, there is no need for him to risk his life and try to escape. All of this information was for him to use in case his escape had failed, which it did. So that's why they are here now. Jan thinks that he will mix truths with lies and cause Damien to have expectations and be disappointed at the same time. The scale within his heart will have a balance of trust and doubt. So in order to learn the scales towards him, he needs to add something more. He says that he also knows where his daughter went, making the scales lean. Damien gets up and thinks that perhaps the goddess of luck really is on his side. Jan is glad that it worked and says that surely he can be considered his mascot of luck. But Damien tells him not to push it, and also says that he will ignore what happened today. He can go back, but he better watch what he tells the others. Jan thinks that he has overcome this particular crisis, and even though Damien surely doesn't believe everything he said, he will warm to him eventually. With that, Jan excuses himself and leaves, letting Damien look at his file and see that he is ranked 974. Something very wrong, but that's when he notices something else, which makes him smile, as he didn't expect. 1 week later, in the Blade Mountain Ranges, the Special Forces' first trainee soldier exam begins. This place is a restricted area for a reason, as this is where all types of monsters are. A very dangerous place even for experienced people. One of these low-ranked monsters, a swamp goblin, charges in a bunch of trainees, who manage to defend themselves against its charge. They are all glad that this test seems to be easier than they anticipated, with them killing most of the monsters in the vicinity. So the week they will have to survive here seems more like a vacation than anything else. The group leader tells them to calm the hell down, as they also have a requirement to pass the test: collect demonic crystals that grow in monsters. Even if they do survive, their scores will be determined by the amount of crystals they have. So if they get a lot, they will be able to rank even higher, and maybe even surpass the 4 great families. The leader tells them to cool their heads now, and advance slowly. As if they keep their guard up, they will all make it. That's when a beast comes behind him, and snaps his neck. Trainee 320, Nain, has been disqualified. The others are stricken with fear as they see what is in front of them, but the monster starts shaking the lifeless corpse around as a toy. This is a gold ogre, a mutated version of an ogre that can hide its presence with mana before approaching its prey. He starts to shake the body around, killing everyone near him in the process, disqualifying all of the party at once. Damien watches all of this and can only laugh, but he tells everyone else that the first team of 30 has been wiped out. They should be careful when they are inside, as cleaning up their corpses is very troublesome for them. They should proceed quickly though, as every 5 minutes, they will be sending 50 trainees through the warp gate. Jan is also a part of this group, as he couldn't dodge this test, but he is at least glad that Damien looks happy, probably because he already has trusted troops searching around the area he told him about, which will not get them much, as there are only traces of her at most. If he wants to get even closer to him, he must get a score that is amazing. Though to make something like that true, he needs to do something with this body, as there is a limit to how much he can grow with his unrefined divine dragon breathing technique. He doesn't think that going to the demonic realm is really a bad thing, as there are 2 treasures which nobody knows about yet in there. If he gets them, he will grow much faster. That's when something happens that makes Damien instantly bow, as they need to pay respects to the ruler of the Kavalon Empire, the legitimate successor of the Emperor. Jan's eyes widen, as about 500 people will die on this test with nothing else happening. So why is this bastard here? Jan can never forget about this guy, and his gruesome actions. This is the person that played with his life like he was a puppet, and he is also the last thing he saw before his death. This fucking bastard, Leon. Everyone bows down to pay respects to the crown prince, but Jan is boiling with rage and anguish. All of his past regrets start flowing within him once again. Leon tells everyone to listen carefully. Those who wish to get out of this hellish palace, they should all raise their hands, as he swears upon his name that they will all be safe. Anybody who is dragged here against their will, now they have a chance to speak up. He promises them freedom. Jan wonders if this really is the same person that he knew, which takes him back to the time when he was still his subordinate. He reported that the 4th Special Forces have invaded enemy territory, with the results being a huge success, and the demonic crystal mine was completely burned to the ground. Leon congratulated him for another successful task, so Jan thanked him and noted that they will send reinforcements and secure an escape route for the team. Leon asked why he would do that, so Jan explained that it's a small team, which means that escaping for them is currently impossible, so they must send some others to help them out. Leon then told him to just leave them there, so that they can sacrifice their beings to take down just a few more enemies. Jan contested this, as they cannot just abandon soldiers who have fought tooth and nail for the Empire. Leon explained to him that the world is like a game of chess. Slaves, citizens, soldiers, and nobles. All of them exist for the sake of one, the king. For the sake of one single piece, hundreds and thousands shall be sacrificed. That is the ideal world. They should be grateful that they have a chance to die for him. What greater honor is there other than this? This is why Jan despises him with a passion. He is an ugly being that holds no remorse. Still, now, he tells everyone, even the children of the nobles, to go back to their families and live peacefully, unless they want to go up against him when he ascends to the throne. The others wonder if he's serious, but he wouldn't just joke about something like this. Jan can't believe that he's acting this way, as he seems like a totally different person. Just what is going on with him? Damien comes to Leon's side and tells him that the trainees are just shocked by his sudden words. But this allows Leon to ask him why they conduct such an unethical project on the citizens of the Empire. Damien explains that the Special Forces exist solely so that they can protect the Empire and the Emperor. Leon screams at him. How can he say such preposterous things? The Emperor exists only for the people. Is the crown that they have only able to drive people there were supposed to protect into certain death? What would be the reason for having such a crown? He will not allow this to go any further. Such practices will be ridden of. Damien calmly tells him that the king has approved of this, so everything that is going on here is legal and legitimate. Leon tries to test this by telling the trainees to stand up if they have volunteered for the test, which none of them do, proving his point. That's when one of them rises up, trainee number 974, Jan. He would like to participate in this test, making Leon think that his number sounds strangely familiar. He lets that thought go, and notes that low-ranked trainees are treated unfairly. Does he not wish to get out of this hellhole? Jan confirms that they are indeed not treated well, but there is something that is given here fairly, regardless of rank, and that is the opportunity for them to grow despite risking their lives. So he would like to participate in the test, because there is something he must achieve. Leon calls Damien over and says that he brought in a trainee that he does not deserve, so he will allow them to continue with the test, but he will observe thoroughly. Damien understands and tells the trainees to pay the benevolence and kindness of the Crown Prince with their lives if they have to. Alas, the test continues, with everyone getting ready to go through the warp gate. The instructors explain that once they enter the gate, they will be assigned to a random location. Also, occasionally bodies would get disintegrated because of errors, but they shouldn't worry about that. The first one to go through is Jan, who knows that in his past life Leon did not come here. He was completely different too, just what happened for him to turn into a monster. Eventually Jan makes it to the mountain ranges with all of his limbs still intact, but it's unfortunate he wound up in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, he must now look for a weapon, but he is distracted by the smell of this place, as it has been a while since he last fled it. This is something prominent throughout the valley, as it all smells like sulfur and rusted iron, or blood. That's when a goblin attacks him from behind with a pretty wide attack. Somewhere else, a party is attacked by a cockatoo griffin, which proves to be their match, as all they can do is slowly retreat. But that's when the griffin is cut completely in two, as Lorena uses the Stardust ability to save the others. The group leader thanks her, as if it wasn't for her intervention, they would have all died. Lorena notices that all of them are pretty injured, and asks if their team is only made up of low-ranked trainees, which the leader confirms, as they are all mainly in ranks 700 to 800. They are trying to get out now, since there are so many injured. The leader musters up enough courage to ask if they can follow her until they can get out of this valley, which she agrees to. All that she can think about, however, is Jan, as she can't see him anywhere, but there's no way that he is dead. But why did he show that attitude in the presence of the Crown Prince? Just why is he going this far to continue this test? Cruel comes around and notes that she is doing unnecessary stuff once again. Why is she carrying around these low-ranked vermin? They aren't even useful as a meat shield. They are that useless. Does she intend to look after them like they are kids? Lorena tells him to watch his damn words, as the ranks don't tell everything about a person. Cruel feels like the #1 spot is about to change after this test, but Lorena tells him to not focus so much on the tests, as he will lose sight of what's most important. Kasha comes around too, and notes that they must be without worries, seeing that they are bickering like that. She tells Cruel that he is far too short-sighted. While the test is indeed an individual one, there is no need for them to compete with each other. He notices the rats behind her, and asks if she is grouped up too, which she confirms, as the bigger the group, the better their survival chances are, and she promised to help them pass the test. Shouldn't nobles lead the commoners anyways? Cruel laughs. A noble? Can she call the bloodline of a traitor a noble too? She wants to lead the commoners, when her family did something very bad when doing just that. Still, she should be careful, as it would be a real waste to see the last Everrain sent to the chopping block. Kasha laughs, thanking him for his concern. She must have been to focus on restoring her family to see that she was annoying, but she is also quite envious of him. Since he has 2 older brothers that can take charge of his family, he can live however he wants. He tries to slap her, but Lorena stops him and tells him to calm down, before things get worse. Cruel slaps her hand away and calls them a bunch of fools while turning around and leaving. As he walks, he notes that traveling with people like that would only slow him down, but Kasha's words made him think of what he was thought of as a kid. To not want anything, not even think about anything, to live like he is already dead, so that he will not be a nuisance. Suddenly he spots blood traces on the ground and follows them slowly, hiding while looking around to secure his safety. That's when he sees a human standing next to a bunch of red goblins, but what he is doing shocks him most, as he is eating the monsters with great joy. The 2 items Jan needs can be found here, in the Blade Mountain ranges. He must obtain them in order to make his plan work, but his thinking is rudely interrupted by a red goblin, which he easily takes care of by ripping the heart out of its chest and burning 2 to a crisp. That's not the end of it, as more of them show up, but Jan thinks that he is actually lucky, as what he was looking after came right to his doorstep. With that, he begins fighting the red goblins, who are also adamant to kill him. Magic crystals are just deemed as a byproduct of monster hunting now. They are just used as accessories for magic items. But one day, something happened that changed their value dramatically. One professor, Isaac, published his thesis in the academy, that humans can absorb the traits and mana of a monster by using these magic crystals. Depending on the monster, one would receive different things: stamina from orcs, regeneration and strength from ogres, and so on. Naturally, the academic world was opposed to his thesis, as besides being ugly, it is also gruesome. The headmaster asked him to prove his thesis, as if he can't he will be expelled, but sure enough, his thesis was proven, which made mana users in the entire continent excited. Monsters then became more frequent in pharmacies than in dungeons, but the question remained, was it complicated to absorb these mana stones? Isaac explained that the process of removing the poison from the magic crystal is rather complicated, as it needs either the flower of the moonbug or volcano stone. Absorption itself, however, is rather simple, as one would just need to eat it. That is what Jan is doing now, something which he never wanted to do as it tastes disgusting. He is eating the monster's magic crystal and heart in a 2-to-1 ratio, as this method harmonizes the magic and the poison that expels from the heart, but still, it's a risk to his life. Jan feels that the poison is wreaking havoc inside of his body, so he must use the divine dragon breathing technique to slowly purge the poison. This process takes a while, more than he expected to, but at least it's working. That's when Cruel jumps in and tries to kick him, with an attack that creates a crater at the landing point. He notes that he was surprised when he saw what he was doing, but he is still ranked 900, meaning that he can easily take his magic crystals away. Unfortunately for him, Jan was not hit by the attack, and says that ugly people like him are far more dangerous than any monsters in this place. Cruel thinks that he just got lucky by escaping, but he heard that there was a tribe which ate monsters, quite repulsive, and something which he didn't think that he would see in person. He would love to beat him into the ground, but he will show him kindness and sincerity. If he gives up all of his magic crystals to him, he will show him how merciful a noble can be. Jan says that he doesn't have any, which is true, as he ate them all. But naturally, Cruel doesn't believe that and calls him a stupid barbarian who cannot fathom the mercy he is showing him. But fine, if he wants to act this way, he better be ready to fight, as nobody is here to save him. Jan says that he is right. There really is nobody here, huh? As Cruel tries to make him hand over the crystals again, Jan punches him straight in the gut, with an attack that he can't even see coming. Way back when at the Dwight estate, Cruel only had one thought in his head, one idea to drive his ideals, that he must become the master of this place. He was only 12 when he began to understand how the world truly is, and it made him feel like it would be only natural for him to be the successor of this family. But unfortunately, he was stuck with 2 trash cans above him, 2 elder brothers that were too scared of him actually succeeding the family. Because of this, he was thrown into the jaws of the Special Forces Training Center, under the pretense that he was just training. To this day, he cannot believe that it was their influence that made him go here. He shall never forgive them, as he, Cruel Dwight, is the true son of the Dwight family and its successor. As he keeps monologuing in his head, Jan strikes him in the gut and calms him down a bit. The Valley of Snakes is a single path that leads only below the cliff. It is called that because the path seems like it's slithering just like a snake. As no living creatures dare to approach this area, nobody knows where the end is. Cruel curses and curses at Jan. As he is not a luggage boy, he is the successor of the Dwight family. Jan tugs on his leash and tells him to talk slower and walk faster. He does not wish to hear about his eternal yapping. If he really is the great young master of the family, can he stop whining? Cruel tells him that he is tired. Why doesn't he pull it too? Jan notes that he literally made him do this. But this is an easier punishment, considering that he tried to kill him. Cruel also just doesn't get why he is dragging around goblin corpses, and so many at that. Jan tells him to stop complaining so much already. It's easier for him anyway since he can use mana. Cruel tries one last trick and says that one can get punished by the Empire if they force a noble into manual labor. But as a response, he gets a rock thrown at his face, and Jan says that he thought nobles are immune to pain, but it was his mistake it seems. Cruel fixes his nose and wonders who this guy even is, as he thought that he lost only because he let his guard down. But after the first attack, this guy just kept humiliating him with slaps, and eventually they got into this situation. Jan tells him that even if he did something wrong, he would get hit a lot less if he would just apologize. Can he get that through his noble head? Cruel still feels like there is no way he would have lost, as he couldn't gather enough mana before, but once he recovers his mana, he will rip this guy in two. Jan feels his killing intent, and notes that he must have misunderstood him. Perhaps he spoke too roughly. Does he want another crash course to clear his head? Cruel immediately folds and says that they could meet from time to time and become pals. But Jan tells him to cut it out, as he can feel what he's thinking. Jan thinks about now though, as he's pretty strange. He has traces of bloodlust all over him, and heading in all directions. He only knows of one thing with this type of energy. Just like how there is black magic that uses darkness among the world of magic, there are also demonic martial arts that also use the power of darkness. One can obtain more power a lot quicker and without much training, but it slowly breaks their mana and body as the use continues. Eventually, the user will become devoured by the darkness and fall into utter madness. In his previous life, Cruel had the nickname of Bloodstar, as he was notorious for his misdeeds that he committed only to succeed the family. Jan wonders if what he's feeling off of him is demonic martial arts, but it cannot be, as he has no way to learn them yet. Cruel asks him to release the leash at least, as he has no way to run since there is only one way, and he is not an animal either. Why would two dudes use a leash on each other? What will the other guys think about them? Jan agrees and releases the leash, with Cruel being happy that he finally got it off. But Jan tells him that his job is also done, so he congratulates him. Cruel asks what this place is, and Jan notes that around here, a real treasure is hidden. Or more accurately, a monster. Cruel can't believe he dragged this corpse bag only for it to be thrown away like this, but this means that his job is done right. Jan confirms it, but since he worked so hard, he will give him one good piece of advice: to run to the gate like hell and not look back now. That's when out of the gigantic hole comes a pair of dark eyes. The corpses of the goblins were consumed by an ancient rune, which upon tasting blood, woke up an evil being that wondered who dared to awake it from slumber. The beast starts screaming out, with Cruel asking what the hell he just did. Jan notes that he wasn't the one who threw the corpses, but whatever, it's coming now. The demonic creature tells them to offer up their entire beings to him, including their tasty souls. Kasha and Lorena immediately feel his appearance, as his evil mana is now permeating throughout the area, but it's more focused in the Snake Valley. Just what is happening over there? Kasha notes that she has not encountered something so strong before, so she doesn't know what to make of it currently. Kasha asks how strong that mana really is, but Lorien thinks that they should change their plans and get to the gate. She speaks to the others, telling them that they will be returning to the gate as quickly as possible. They shall dispose of any baggage and throw away anything that would slow them down, like magic crystals. Seeing that she decided this, they all get ready to depart, with Kasha wondering why the sudden change, of course. Lorena notes that when she asked how strong that mana was, she didn't answer because she couldn't believe it, but it is at least the same as the Patriarch. Kasha can't believe it either, as the Patriarch's abilities are almost unmatched. He is within the top 5 of the Empire, the guard god of the North. How can he be on par with Duke Beowulf? This means that even if the instructors come around, they won't be able to do anything. Will they even be able to get out? At the instructor's post, one of them notices something flying around, but that's when the beast says that this is not enough, and convulses their bodies to consume them, but it's still not enough. Roman and the others try to defend themselves, but they are completely engulfed in flames, and their souls are consumed. The others try to run, but even they are swiftly taken care of. Lorena and the others run away from the mountain, almost nearing the gate and getting out. But that's when someone approaches from the front and starts speaking. He heard a loud voice in his head, asking him to offer his souls. He said that he didn't have enough, so he offered his soul is now gone. In that moment, he explodes with his viscera flying all around. But that's not the end of it, as the blood from the victim starts creating a magic circle, with everyone starting to feel immense pressure. Lorena gets ready for battle. As the thing comes out of the magic circle, he thanks them for awakening him from his eternal slumber. Thanks to them, he is ready to wreak havoc once again. So to express his gratitude, he will devour their souls too. This is an ancient lich, a being of true evil and malice. The mages of the past were distraught, because human life was finite, yet magic seemed to have infinite opportunities. Blinded by their greed, the mages started searching for a way for them to pursue magic for an eternity. As a result of this, they offered their entire beings to the darkness, and were granted eternal life. Now in their undead forms, they loathe all living things with a passion. They have completely turned into liches. Jake, Todd, and Roman have successfully escaped the blast radius of the previous attack, and are now running away, with the others asking Roman why he is running away. But when they reach a point, all that they see is the corpses of the instructors, who seem to have been killed instantly. Before getting teleported, Roman spoke to Jan, noting that his escape plan completely failed, but he looks much better than expected. He offered to team up in this test, as it will be dangerous to go alone, but Jan refused as he preferred going in alone. However, he told him one piece of advice. If he feels that something truly terrible has happened, he should run to the gate as fast as he can and forget about the test. Now Roman thinks that Jan had something to do with this, but why would he bring this evil upon everyone? The lich slowly approaches the group and asks if they were the ones that woke him up. Lorena immediately tells the others to give up on this gate and head towards gate number 3. They should all run right now. Kasha says that she must come too, but Lorena notes that she will be staying here and buying them enough time to escape this place. All that she must do now is evacuate the trainees from here. Kasha knows that she can't do this alone, but she also can't help, as she has something to live for. Reluctantly, she leaves with the others, as she cannot die here. The lich can only call her a fool. Does she intend to face him alone? Lorena still feels that she has a chance, as she has 2 advantages to help her. This blessed mithril sword that undeads are weak to, but before she can think of the second, the lich starts to chant his magic and summons tons of skull magic missiles and beams them towards Lorena, who expertly dodges each of them, until she throws the hilt of her blade to create a distraction. This allows her to get up high and use her second advantage, the simple fact that mages cannot attack and defend at the same time, meaning that she can easily attack after an attack. Unfortunately for her, this is not true in the lich's case, as he had a protective wall on him already, cast by another skull of his. In her distraction, she doesn't notice the skull that is behind her, which manages to shoot an attack at her that lands, allowing the lich to tie her up and get ready to consume her soul. Lorena orders him to let her go this very instant. The lich notes that she is very desirable, as she is the embodiment of arrogance, that dared to come attack him alone. He will destroy her arrogant soul and turn her into a corpse that can only obey him. Inside of the lich's lair, Someone dressed in a large pelt starts walking towards the main room and notices how defenseless it is. But upon walking closer, he is hit by a magical trap. Advanced flame magic, Flare Tempest. Fortunately for him, he is able to get out, but still, he did not expect to receive such an intense welcome right off the bat. Jan is very glad that he brought this volcanic armadillo leather with him, which is why he was able to endure the flame explosion. Jan knows, however, that there are a total of 492 traps, with 30 moving traps among them. He used the goblins to lure the Lich out of his lair and will now get his treasure while he is gone. Although he had a plan for every possible scenario, this is actually pretty simple. Naturally, it is this simple if he knew everything about the lair already, which he got to know about when he was captain. After he returned from an assassination task, he received a report about the ancient Lich that was hiding in the Blade Mountain ranges. The trainees that were mobilized there were almost all slay, with only 100 out of 1,000 making it out. This was a huge loss that placed the special forces in a dire state. After this debacle, they were able to locate the Lich from the incident, and when they found the lair, they assessed that it was likely built in the ancient times, as it was filled with mysterious treasures. These included grimoires that would make one a sage if they read them, jewels that would make a person rich enough to not work their entire lives. However, one important thing was missing: the life vessel, the thing that kept the Lich's life force and mana. This life vessel was missing in his previous life, with the reports only saying that it is assumed the vessel was damaged during a fight. Jan can use it, however, as the incomplete secret technique the Emperor gave him allowed him to absorb it, but not compress it. However, with the life vessel, the ultimate form of mana, he could replace the missing function of compression that the secret technique lacks. He could really perfect his divine dragon breathing. If he intelligently uses these opportunities, he will be able to surpass himself in his past life and be at the top of the strength chain. Eventually, he arrives at the place where the Lich altar is located. Instead of going in blindly, he throws a rock at the door, which activates a magical defense system that immediately goes for him. Jan knows that while it's also a defense system, it's also a face recognition system, which naturally makes it so that Jan can't pass, as the door does not recognize him. Fortunately for him, he knows of a way around this, as it was written in the report that there was a hidden switch somewhere. He finds it pretty easily, and it opens a wall that was made for the slaves to enter. This place is a labyrinth with a lot of primitive traps, so it will take a while, but it will be no issue for the Special Forces captain to get through. He also has plenty of time to do anything, because he knows that she will buy him a lot of time. Lorena starts dissing the Lich, saying that he acts and smells just like a depraved old man, but this only makes the Lich laugh, as he cannot wait to see how her soul will contort. Perhaps he will rip her head off and use it as livestock, or perhaps dismember that body of hers and plant it into an orc, or even better, turn her into a zombie and make her eat her friends. Will she still be as confident then? Well, he has had enough talking. It's time for them to get to business. He lunges his tentacles forwards and presumably strikes the defenseless Lorena. However, she caught the tentacles between her teeth and notes that even if he acts like this, he tastes like cow dung. The Lich has had enough of her arrogance, so he prepares a dark break in order to completely annihilate her entire existence, as he does not need a soul like hers. Suddenly, however, he stops and looks straight to his lair, as he feels that the altar door has been broken. How did someone get inside? He now thinks that this girl was just bait. Was this her plan this entire time? Lorena doesn't know what he's talking about, but the Lich uses gravity waves to put her into the ground and leave the area through a gate, as he must protect his altar at all costs. Lorena slowly gets up, but can only wonder why he disappeared. At the altar, the Lich arrives with a vengeance. As he looks for the perpetrator, he cannot believe that somebody went through the defense barrier that he prepared for 1,000 years. Who the hell can it be? The Mages Guild? The Imperial Army, perhaps? That's when he notices some of his elixirs on the ground, all emptied out. These are extra elixirs, the best potions that he refined over these years, that can reconstruct mana and body. He has prepared them for the sake of being revived as a human, but now his efforts have been for naught. That's when Jan notes that they taste pretty nice, with the Lich turning around and asking how he got past the barrier. But Jan tells him to chill, as they should have a drink together since he has some company over. He is this drunk because excessive mana consumption leads to a drunken state of sorts, and given how Jan likes the taste, he drank quite a few. The Lich notices that he is not from the Mages Guild or the Empire's army, so the only thing he can be is a drunken brat. Jan tells him that since he rushed back so soon, he must have been having a great time. Did he get in his way? The Lich tells him to shut it, as after he kills him, he will go outside and kill the rest. But did he really think that he wouldn't notice his lair being invaded? Jan scoffs. He wouldn't have known at all if he used the secret passageway. But the Lich tells him to stop lying. Why would he break the main gate then? Jan thinks of Lorena, and says that he just felt like it, that's all. He also found some books and some ancient documents around too. Did he gather all of these while being shut in for 1,000 years? The Lich laughs and tells him exactly how he gathered everything. His true name is Momon, the man who became a mighty Lich for 1,000 years solely for revenge. In all these years, all he did was prepare and prepare, yet a mere brat like him dares to intervene? For the sake of revenge against the bastard who betrayed him and took away everything he loved, he became the thing he hated most, an undead. However, thanks to him, his plans are for nothing. Jan apologizes while taking another sip of his favorite drink, but the Lich has had enough, as he will vaporize his blood and consume it to quench his thirst. As the attack approaches Jan, he tells the Lich to stop, who does so instantly. The Lich cannot believe that he is being controlled, but he knows exactly why. This bastard consumed his life vessel. The reason Jan consumed his life vessel is to create a mana heart. But how did he know to use a mana heart in the first place? The Lich continues his relentless attacks as Jan tries to leave the area, but the Lich will simply not give up, noting that someone as weak as him should be this fast at least. Jan says that these aren't exactly standing still conditions. Additionally, he has his life vessel inside of him. If he kills him, he will dissipate too. The Lich reveals that he does not plan on killing him, as he will revive himself using his mortal body. Since he consumed the work he did for an entire millennia, he will take over his body. That should be a fair trade considering what he got. The body which has his life vessel and his elixirs, he will use it for himself. Jan is shocked that he wants to do such a thing, as he certainly doesn't swing that way. Having had enough of his tireless jokes, the Lich uses parallel calculation magic, a hexastorm, to completely surround Jan with magic circles, something which he thinks of like a challenge to overcome. So he uses his divine dragon breathing to activate his mana heart. The magic circles all unleash a mighty beam, something which completely destroys the walkway that Jan was standing in. The Lich hopes that he didn't completely annihilate that bastard's body, but that's when Jan appears behind him and says that his worries are unfounded. The Lich tries to blast him again, but Jan uses a dark dragon art to move even faster, and eventually gets out of the tomb room. Jan feels like endless mana is circulating through him via his mana heart. It's as if his entire body is breathing. The heart and the mana crystals he consumed from the monsters, the elixirs and the life vessel he got from the Lich, every single one of them have made him much stronger. With all of these things, he will return to his prime soon enough, and perhaps even surpass himself and climb even higher. Eventually, Jan reaches a dead end, but he could have sworn that there was a door here. The Lich comes around and says that he is now his little plaything, as he activated his trap and shut all of the doors. Jan thinks that with this, he has to kill the ancient Lich, but something like that might not even be possible, as he has no way of fighting now since he used all of his tools and weapons. Thinking that he finally has him, the Lich uses a summoning technique to summon a dragon skull. Jan, however, does not need to fight, as he has someone else to fight for him, a person that defies common sense all around, the Crown Prince, Leon. He explains that he arrived as fast as possible because he heard that something happened during training, but he did not expect for a Lich to appear. Hundreds of trainees have either gone missing or died because of his evil actions, trainees that were also his precious citizens, yet they died before they could become what they wanted to be. He will never be forgiven for something like this. The Lich remains silent, allowing Jan to greet the prince, who asks what he is doing here, as this isn't a place for a trainee to be in. Jan explains that he was searching for the Lich and got separated from the others. Leon thinks that he must be the one who told them about his location. He did a good job, so he can leave with a light heart now. Jan can't believe how timed Leon's arrival was. He really did good to rely on Roman. Before the test, he told Roman that when he reaches the gate, he should tell the instructor commander these exact coordinates and make sure that the Crown Prince hears them too. The Lich finally speaks. That body and energy, something like this isn't possible. How is he related to Bahamut? Leon asks how he knows of the founding emperor's name, which makes the Lich twitch. Founding emperor? To think that he would meet one of Bahamut's descendants out here. How ridiculous. The Lich can only remember what Bahamut said to him, that he cannot believe he made such a good breathing technique. This divine dragon breathing is truly unmatched. Since he has fulfilled his role, however, he will now die for him, as the breathing technique belongs to him and only him. The Lich's bones rattle uncontrollably, as he can't keep his rage within. The descendant of his sword enemy is right in front of his very eyes. In the past, as the Lich, Momon, was theory crafting some spells, he always wondered, what would happen if the energy core's stable flow and ability to maintain energy constantly, and the mana circle's fiery amplification became a single entity? What kind of power will be achieved then? In order to fulfill this dying curiosity, he began to make use of his friend's body, Bahamut, to research this. Eventually, the research led to a successful conclusion, and a new mana manifested in his body. That is how the mana heart was first born. After the whole process, Bahamut started to flex, but Momon told him to put on some damn clothes already and asked how he felt, with him noting that he feels like he's standing on clouds. With this, he should be able to create a new martial art to rival anyone. With this, they started creating that martial art that made use of the new mana heart, and named it Bahamut Wish, the Divine Dragon Breathing. After everything was said and done, Momon knew that there were endless possibilities for the mana heart. He couldn't have stopped there, so he would have to do some more research. Unfortunately for him, the man he trusted like a brother put his hand through his chest and apologized, as this is where his role ends. He has been truly incredible up until now, not just for creating this amazing mana heart, but the divine dragon breathing couldn't have been possible without him either. However now, he must die, as he knows far too much to be kept alive. Every bit of his research belongs to him now. It always did. It always will. With that, because of the foolish will of a single man, the only person in the entire continent who could elevate everyone's lives for the better was left for dead and rotted away until there were only bones remaining. Still, he kept his soul alive with the small amount of mana he had within him, and with just one thought in his mind, he was able to revive himself from the dead. That thought was revenge, to enact punishment on those who wronged him. He would show them all what it meant to fight a man that doesn't have a thing to lose. Momon blasts through another door as Leon continues to follow him, so he starts using a hexastorm to slow him down. But Leon uses the secret art of the dragon's breathing, Golden Crescent, to destroy his mana circles. Even in death, Bahamut still seems to torture Momon with his crude abilities. Leon tells him not to mention the name of the founding emperor if he wishes to live even a second longer. With that, they start trading blows once again, but Momon doesn't even have time to activate his mana circles, so he tells his undead minions to grab Leon and hold him down. He is not too scared about this, as no mere sorcery will hold him back. He slams his sword deep into the ground and uses the Hungry Demon Dragon technique to blast them away. Momon starts to get desperate, so he uses a lot of powerful magic to launch himself at Leon, who also unleashes a mighty technique, creating a pillar of bright and dark light that permeates throughout the halls. Jan watches this and thinks that it's incredible. He cannot believe that Leon can fight on a common level with a lich. Just who is the monster in this situation? He noticed how the divine dragon breathing let out sword energy that resembles a dragon. Now he knows why it has that name. But this is a good opportunity for him, as he will be able to see just how far the Crown Prince's ability goes, as he will eventually have to fight him. However, he shouldn't get sidetracked and still look for his family. Should he just run away while they are fighting? That's when someone asks him where he's going. That someone being Rodrigo Meyer, who has noticed something strange about him. There have been 2 incidents where he is at the dead center. Here and in that trainee escape situation, he is quite the peculiar individual. Jan tries to call him captain, but Rodrigo tells him to use sir from now on. But the training standard must be in shambles. For him to not know how to greet his superiors. Just what are they teaching them in that camp anyway? Jan notices that he's like a nagging old man, so he doesn't say anything else. Although the instructor commander fully covered up the incident where they escaped, that was only after the incident had been reported already, so Rodrigo naturally read it. There were a total of 4 escapees, from 10 up to 900 in terms of numbers. 3 of the higher-ranked trainees were captured pretty easily in the nearby forest. But Pursuit Squad 3, that was after the final trainee, had been discovered later, as they were all killed and the trainee was seemingly gone. This can only mean one thing, that he is the last trainee to escape. He also heard that the instructor commander personally joined the hunt for him. A mere low-ranked trainee like him was able to survive a pursuit squad and the wrath of the instructor commander, even a lich, this time around. Should he consider all of this luck? He really does not wish to. Jan explains that it's not just pure luck, it is super lucky luck, meaning that he must have done a lot of good deeds in his past life. He stops joking around and explains that he was threatened by the rest of the trainees to become a porter for them. When he was offered as a sacrifice for the lich while they ran away, the Crown Prince suddenly appeared and rescued him. Rodrigo finds it funny that he puts all of that on luck. Does he really expect him to believe something like that? Jan notes that he was truthful. Is he just going to punish him because he was lucky? Rodrigo can't believe that this brat has the gall to talk this way, to have such bravery despite being number 974. Is he an illegitimate child of the great family? That can't be it, however. Jan asks if he's not going to help the young prince, but Rodrigo tells him to not be a fool. If he tried to go in that fight, he would only slow the prince down. Jan also wonders how the lich is still alive after he absorbed his vessel. Is it because he couldn't properly absorb it in the time he had? If he activated his mana heart to completely absorb it now, what would happen? Leon eventually gets the upper hand in their fight and tries to strike down the lich, who manages to dodge all of his attacks while Leon continues to ridicule him. The lich is doing all of this dodging because his mana output keeps decreasing, just as if someone is sucking out all of his mana slowly. But he realizes now who the person doing it is, that brat who drank all of his potions too. Since he has had enough of their ridicule, Momon is pushed to use an ability that will be sure to destroy everything around them. He does not wish to steal his body anymore. They will all die under his command. Momon has activated his domain expansion. No, I'm not joking this time. An ability that manifests the inner world of the user, and other than the Emperor, only 4 other people are capable of using it. Momon, now in a state of mind befitting of a lich, tells the descendant of Bahamut to perish under his might, who wonders if this guy really plans to kill everyone here, including himself. Jan can't allow such a thing to happen, so he uses his mana heart to fully absorb the lich's life vessel, something that he immediately feels and starts to waver. Seeing an opportunity, Leon takes it and slashes the lich with his ultimate technique, but unfortunately for him, the sword breaks upon contact. Momon tells him that his efforts are futile, but while he is in his domain expansion, he is essentially immortal. Leon does not stop, however, and tells the dragon sword to come forth and obey. With his new dragon sword, he cuts Momon in half fully, ending the fight right now. Momon does not wish to give up. The target of his revenge is right in front of him. Everything he did is now going down the drain. Everything that he has prepared for the last 1,000 years. Who thought that he would be defeated by a mere human spawn? In his last moments, he talks with Bahamut, as he would have been willing to give up even his life for him. But why? Why did he betray him? These words seem to shock Leon, but he's just glad that it's over, as this was a truly terrifying enemy. What he used was really a domain expansion. If he would have been able to really fully awaken it, there would be nothing standing here. He is far too weak for the real world, it seems. Rodrigo comes around and says that he is injured, but why did he even get involved in this incident? It's not befitting of someone like him. Leon tells him to stop nagging and asks Jan if he's alright, who notes that because of him, he was requested. He can't thank him enough. Leon tells Rodrigo to bring the trainee to the medical squad, who reluctantly agrees, but Jan doesn't pay them any mind, as he has learned and made things beyond what he imagined. He was successful in creating a mana heart with the life vessel, and was also able to see the prince's capabilities. All of this, thanks to Momon, where the powerful lich drew his last undead breath. A piece of his clothes still stands, and within it, Momon's vengeful spirit, as he refuses to give up after all of this time. After this whole debacle, Jan sits in a well-furnished room and enjoys the drinks he has been given, something he used to drink a lot in his past life. He is fully enjoying the break that he has been given. Now that he is resting like this, what happened in that mountain seems like it happened a long time ago, but he can't believe that such an exquisite room is for trainee soldiers. Do nobles really live so lavishly? It is way different than the hole he was living in, and much bigger too. It seems that performing well on the test was a good thing for him. When everyone gathered around to hear the test results, the instructor congratulated them for surviving while the crown prince dealt with the danger. But it's time to announce the results. Most importantly, the top 10, who will get accommodations according to their results. Additionally, those who did amazing will also have access to the upper floors of the Imperial Vault, which is a place that holds many weapons, treasures, and technique manuals that have existed since the Empire's foundation days. Ranks 1 through 10 can go up to the 3rd floor, rank 100s and above can go to the 2nd floor, and the rest will be stuck on the 1st floor. With that, they started to announce the rankings, with Roman being rank 5, Dwight being rank 4, Kasha being ranked 3, and Lorena ranked 2. The others were surprised that someone performed better than Lorena, as they thought that she would be first, but she thought that these rankings were all meaningless anyway. Rank 1 is a facade, as she was entirely powerless in front of a true monster. She must get stronger, no matter what. Dwight called her pathetic. She acted all big and mighty like she could protect everyone, but she couldn't even secure the number 1 spot. He heard from a little bird that she tried to stop the lich. What an honorable noble. Additionally, he also gathered from someone a strange rumor that she did not fight the lich at all. She barely survived his onslaught while begging for her pathetic life. Lorena did not deny that, as the lich was someone she couldn't hope to defeat with her skills. However, instead of paying attention to the rumors about others, shouldn't he pay attention to his own improvement? Dwight did not like this ridicule, and asked if she could really fill the position of the dead Duke Beowulf like that. That is the successor of the family. It was supposed to be one of his brother's positions, but it belongs to nobody. Now that he died like a bum, that is what she's aiming for, right? That's a little too perfect for her position. Perhaps she created this opportunity with her own hands. Having heard enough of his ratty talk, Lorena asked if he really wishes to die here, which made Dwight draw out of his power and attempt to take down Lorena's fake mask. But that's when someone pinches his ear. Actually, he rips his ear. This action was done by none other than the first-ranked person, number 974, Jan. Everyone was shocked to hear that he was in first place, with some never hearing of him in the first place. Dwight demanded that he let go of his ear, but the moment Jan looked at him in a threatening way, Dwight retreated like a rat. Lorena notes that it's been a while since they last met, but how did he get to know Cruel? He explains that they just bumped into each other during the test and worked together for a bit, but he is glad that she didn't suffer any mortal injuries. Lorena knew that Jan wasn't just any ordinary trainee, but for him to scare Cruel, who looks down on everyone, she also felt amazing power from him that could explode at any moment. Just how has he grown so much? She wanted to ask more, but instead she decided to take revenge on Dwight and say that he was cursing at him all of the time, something that made Jan bully him even more. For the first place, he was awarded this place, which is quite nice, and a book from the Imperial Vault too. While closing it, Jan tells the instructor commander to just come out already, who is surprised that he found out he was outside all of this time. But anyway, he came here because there are still some things to settle with the deal they made. Jan allows Damien to sit in his place and asks if he likes the beverage he has prepared for him, which he does. Jan notes that even if he did erase his mighty presence, the aura he lets out cannot disappear with just that. Damien tells him to stop with the blatant lies and asks what he did with the Crown Prince, as he seems quite worried about him. For some reason, he deduces that it's probably just a moment of curiosity, but even if it's the Crown Prince that is looking after him, he wonders if he should just kill him where he stands. Fate has it that he just received a report from Simon's country. That probably rings a bell, right? Not a single soul was there, even though he explicitly told them that someone should be there. Jan explains to him that the Special Forces captain must have made a move. He probably even erased everything there was after realizing that someone was on his tail. He can prove it otherwise, if he doesn't believe what he's saying. Damien thanks him for his willingness, but whether he lied or not, it doesn't really matter anymore. What he wants to imply is that he is out of commission and useless to him. In that moment, he summons a few dark swords to kill Jan while also destroying the table. But Jan was able to survive and says that even if he thinks like that, killing him isn't something he should do, because he discovered something. A very crucial piece of the puzzle. Damien asks why he's showing him a dusty book, but Jan tells him that this is the Blocked Meridian's research logs. This is a book that Jan got from the Imperial Vault. Even though, as a reward for the trials, he was able to go up to the 3rd floor, he chose the Special Forces Grand Library, which was on the first one. It is a place where all of the books and research logs of every Special Forces captain are gathered. Most of these are about training and monster hunting, but what he found is a research log written by Rodrigo himself on blocked meridians. These blocked meridians are a physical condition where energy in the body does not circulate as it should. The longer this condition persists, the weaker the energies of the body become, and in most cases, this leads to death. Damien doesn't get what is so interesting about it, but Jan notes that he should think carefully about it. Is it not strange that Rodrigo would research something like this? There is no way that someone in the Special Forces would have this condition. It's someone outside of this entire area, someone important like him, like his daughter. Jan came to this conclusion because she always lacked energy and stayed inside, symptoms very similar to blocked meridians, meaning that Rodrigo has been looking far and wide to find a cure for his only daughter. Jan previously thought that he kept her hidden because her existence was his weakness, but that was not it at all. He changed where she lived for her treatment because there wasn't a single good doctor in that area. The way he thought about this was wrong from the beginning. Damien still doesn't get what he's trying to say, so Jan explains that with this, they will not be able to put Rodrigo on a leash like they wanted before, but instead of a leash, they will have something better to hold his neck. A guillotine. Blocked meridians will be curable in the future, but that's still so far away. A ridiculous amount of positions are needed to keep a person like that stable, and since he won't be able to pay that much money, he must be earning it illegally somehow. The only place he could easily get that from is none other than the Special Forces. So if they do find evidence that he has been stashing away all of the funds of the Special Forces, they can easily behead him. Damien says that everything he suggests is hypothetical right now, which Jan agrees with. But if this hypothesis is true, they can bury that old man in the ground soon enough. If he still doesn't like it, he should know that there's no risk on his side, as he'd always be justified in trying to chase him down because of the misplaced funds. Damien thinks about it for a few seconds, and tells him that the plans are not bad. Not bad at all, in fact. As he throws the book to Jan, he explains that he has someone in the investigation squad, so things will unfold quite smoothly if he calls up that person. While he does that, he should research more on blocked meridians. Jan knows what this means, that this idea got him excited, which is perfect for him. This time, however, he did not use any lies. Everything he said was true. In the future, Rodrigo will be revealed that he has been stealing Special Forces funds in order to save his daughter, something that will cause a huge scandal, but they will change that future. Before he leaves, Damien wonders why he didn't go to the 3rd floor, where all of the weapons are. Jan explains that weapons mean nothing to him as long as he can be of service to him, which Damien understands. But since he feels that he hasn't been rewarded enough, he will give him something. He does not need to attend his training classes any longer, as he will take him on as his apprentice. Jan likes this idea a lot, and smirks. Damien notes that he has taken a liking to his ways, and he is different from the previous toys he played around with. Jan knows that this is an amazing opportunity for him, but he says that someone like him could never hope to be his apprentice. It's too much for him. Damien tells him to hold on a second. He is actually a pretty good combatant. He even succeeded in his ambush against him previously. Jan knows that is true, but in the end, he got caught. He's just worried that someone who's lacking in many ways like him may tarnish his reputation. Damien tells him to quiet down, as he has decided to make him his new toy. That's decided, so he should prepare for it soon. Jan wanted to get him this impatient, and succeeded. Now he finally has a chance to get closer to him, and find out about that insignia, and what it has to do with his family. Later, at the 3rd arena, a personal training ground only available for executives, that not even nobles can't access without permission, Jan is doing his usual training exercise, which involves one-handed upside-down push-ups. As he finishes his 200th push-up, he takes some rest, while noting that this place is quite empty, since he's the only one here. His body is also slowly adapting to the mana heart. He wishes that it would be faster, but since there's nothing he can do, he is training his internal energy for now. He is able to use such a nice place thanks to Damien, and people reacted differently when they heard that he got this privilege. Some were very angry, some turned out to be really friendly, and some stalked, like they usually do. While he said that he only went to the first floor for Damien's sake, that is not entirely true, as he wanted to get another book from that place, The Birth of the Empire. Even though it looks like a normal history book, what it contains inside will cause an uproar in the future when people find out that it was actually written by the founding emperor. Even if he already has a mana heart, Jan is still unable to use the divine dragon breathing well, which was a product of the founding emperor and the betrayed lich, Momon. In order to use the divine dragon breathing well, both are needed. Right now, the only thing left for him to find is the knowledge of the founding emperor. Now that he thinks about it though, Momon is quite pitiful as he crafted this perfect technique only to be killed afterwards. No wonder he became what he became. As Jan opens the book to research any leads on the technique, he finds something strange, as the book is completely empty, no matter where he flips to. Was the rumor that the founding emperor was the author fake? He killed even his dearest friend to gain monopoly on the technique so naturally he wouldn't leave it out in the open for everyone to find it. As he wonders what it could be, a black hand appears behind him, but he notices a presence and turns around. He goes back to the book after checking around and notices that it's been tattered, so he uses Shadow Slash to attack a pillar where he felt the presence, being quite sad that he can't cut it in half at this point. Suddenly, someone comes out of that pillar and says that he cannot hope to solve the secret of that book, though it is nice to see him once again. Jan is extremely confused. How is he still alive after taking such a deadly blow? Momon just laughs and says that he learned something interesting because of that incident. If he ignores something just because an insect got in the way, things will be even more troublesome, especially since bastards like him exist. With that, he rushes in, as he must kill him while he still can. But before Jan can defend himself, he notices something strange, that Momon has a new body. Jan is surprised to see Momon's new appearance, but he won't be fooled by it, as he knows that she is still a lich. She desperately tries to attack him, but she just goes through him every time, almost like a ghost. That's when an idea pops up in his head. Perhaps during the process of the life vessel transforming into a man's heart, Momon became part of his consciousness? Even if she can't deal any damage, she is still pretty damn annoying. He tells her that she should have died properly. Why does she continue to haunt him like a sad ghost? And what's with her appearance anyway? Momon laughs and says that this is great. She always lived like a corpse, but to think she would go back to her original look before she turned into an evil lich. All of this is thanks to Jan's mana heart. Though she is in this powerless form, she still promises to kill everyone around here, including him and this entire country. She will make sure that all of them do not go unpunished for the betrayal of their forefather. Jan looks like he's about to say something serious, but that's when he notices that she is becoming smaller, which she says is for absolute mana efficiency. He wonders if revenge is possible in her new form, as she looks like a doll or one of those advertisements for plastic surgery. She notes that this is how everyone looks once you look deep enough, but this is all his fault in the first place. She is getting mana from his mana heart, allowing her to maintain this form and be a part of him, but she is unable to fully recover because his magic power is far too weak. How can he have this amount of mana when he drank all her potions like a maniac? Even a dog would have been better than him. Jan says that her words are quite harsh and thinks that she will not be a threat for now, though he can still sense some mana going to her already. There's a sort of gate between them, meaning that it can affect him too. Even in this form, she is still the best magic scholar around. If she started to affect him by using his mana, he would really be helpless to defend himself. He also noticed that she keeps trying to bash his head in with a hammer, but that's neither here nor there. Since it has come with this, he doesn't have much of a choice. He notes that it was nice to meet one of the greatest scholars once again, and he urges her to look at this world one last time before she croaks. Momon calls bullshit on that. He has too little adaptability with mana to get rid of her. Jan explains that it's not too hard. She is still part human after all, and humans can't live without a food source. Not for long anyway. She is currently living off his mana heart, and if he reduces the mana supply from there, she won't receive anything. Will she be able to maintain her form then? Sad to say, she will disappear now, but her era is long gone anyway. She has no business here. Momon refuses to give up, as she worked extremely hard to survive. She won't just disappear into dust like this. She tells Jan to wait, as he will regret it if he cuts her off. She knows the secret of Bahamut's book, and she knows for a fact that he wants to see the contents. Jan agrees to let her live for now, and cuts his hand to drop some blood on the book, before asking what else needs to be done. Momon infuses some mana into the book, which makes the blood take the shape of some words. Light and darkness are one but two at the same time. Jan didn't expect to find some preschool-level poetry in this book, and asks Momon if she knows anything about it, but she doesn't, as she never got into Bahamut's writings. Jan doubts it's just gibberish, considering it came from the literal emperor, but that's when the words start to float away from the book and write all new sentences. These sentences slowly but surely start to go into his body and directly into his mana heart. However, they split off from there and created a new mana heart inside his belly. Suddenly, Momon screams out for him, making him drop the book. She asks why he's standing there like that doing nothing, which tells Yan that he was the only one who saw what he saw. Even if it seemed like it, that isn't just a simple illusion. Just what kind of amazing secret is Bahamut hiding in here? Yan knows that he won't be able to unravel it alone. He will need to use Momon if he's ever going to do it. With that in mind, he tells her to follow, as he will look into a solution for her from now on. He will find her a new body, since he doesn't want a leech parasite in his body for long. They should both look into it together. Momon is very happy to hear this, as she wasn't expecting him to agree so easily. But why the sudden change of heart? He tells her to not get too happy, as he isn't the type to be easily flattered, and it will get her nowhere too. Momon agrees with a smile, but in her mind, she thinks of this child as a fool, because who would help him in the first place? In her current state, she doesn't have enough mana to deal with him, but she will soon do so, and make sure he suffers. Yan notices that she is constantly staring at the back of his head, making him wonder if he should just get rid of her now. Later, in what seems to be an abandoned place, Yan starts to fight someone with all of his power, creating slash after slash with his amazing movements. He doesn't stop there and rushes in with another deadly punch, but he is still pushed away by none other than Damien. Yan doesn't give up and charges in once again, but this allows Damien to put more pressure in his right leg, which creates a large powerful portal that summons a mighty black energy sword. With it, he swings at Yan, who has no time to dodge the strike, so he chooses to enter a defensive stance and prepare to take the attack head-on. When the attack lands, the entire area behind him is cut in half before he is sent flying too. The aftermath leaves an entire part of the forest completely empty, and Damien is pleasantly surprised. He did hold his strength back just a little, but he really tried to kill him, yet he survived. He's truly wonderful. Yan, who is now sitting upside down on one of the tree trunks, knows that he asked him not to try and kill him during sparring. If not, he should at least teach him how to defend against it. Damien noticed he focused the enhanced protection energy in his arms to resist the attack, and used the force to deflect it, which is smart enough already. Yan explains that he was the one deflected and thrown away, while wondering if he really chose the right master, as this bastard just hit him with a killer technique out of nowhere. He learned some things from Bahamut's book, and if he hadn't, the only thing that would stand right now would be his lower half, and only that. Momon notes that this man controls the Black Dragon technique pretty well, and wonders who he is, as he seems different from a dumbass like him. Yan didn't expect to be called an idiot out of nowhere, and says that he is the instructor commander of the Special Forces Training Center. Momon notes that his energy seems familiar somehow, but she can't quite place it. Yan tells her that he is the current emperor's illegitimate son, basically the descendant of the founding emperor. She gets mad, and says that she won't let him off the hook easily, making her attack him, but he only feels a light breeze pass his shoulder. Damien notes that it was really nice to do some light stretching with his apprentice, and tells Yan that the technique he just saw was one of the Black Shadow Arts. The first technique, Dread Slash. No trainee of his has ever seen the second technique. Even if he can guess why, he will tell him, because all of them died after seeing the first one, which is quite boring. He hopes that he will be able to last against many of his techniques, so that he can have some fun too. This makes Yan smile and say that he doesn't know how many techniques there are, but he hopes that there are a few. Since he wants to learn something each day, 365 techniques should be enough. Damien tells him not to get too cocky in his quest, as even if he learns one technique per day, it will take him decades to master them. Yan tells him that he doesn't need to worry about the number of techniques he will need to show him. From this point on, he will only need to worry about what happens after he has learned these techniques. The next day, while Damien continues to slap around Yan, he suddenly activates the Dread Slash technique. When another test is finished and the rankings are shown, Yan is once again one step in front of Lorena, with everyone around him recognizing him as being more powerful. Lorena couldn't accept this, and after the first test, he also just disappeared. He doesn't present himself to train with them, but still gets number one despite it. Just what kind of training has he been doing all alone? She continued to train and train, but once again she was in second place in the next test. She started to push herself even further, but nothing she was doing seemed to work. She even fought a long cat, which is an A-rank monster, and defeated it effortlessly with her amazing speed. She swore to herself that she would not lose against him, and would prove herself the next time they met. 2 years pass, and in the third arena, people are gathered for the last test, which is to fight with an instructor. It is an important occurrence in everyone's lives as it decides who joins the special forces depending on how they perform. Lorena knows that this is all just a formality in reality, because most high-ranking soldiers have already far surpassed their instructors. Since a year ago, there hasn't been a single instructor who is able to match her in any way. She didn't want to participate at first, but it's mandatory if one wants to join the special forces, so all trainee soldiers must attend. Yan will most likely have to appear to her too, which she really wants, as she has always wondered how strong he is. Her thoughts are suddenly interrupted by the instructor, who is saying that the test is over. But this particular trainee refuses to let the fight end here. A fight only ends when one of the parties is either dead or unable to fight. Naturally, it's Dwight, who is now the third place in the average combined ranking. Dwight feels like he was disrespected by this instructor and lashes out at him once again, cutting his leg in the process. Lorena can't believe that this fool is still on his quest to make his image look even worse. It's honestly pathetic at this point. Two people behind her agree that he is an asshole, one of them being Roman, ranked 4th, who notes that Dwight has been like this since forever probably. There's no changing a guy like him. The other person, Kasha, ranked 5th, feels bad for the instructor, as he was unlucky enough to face that demon, so she suggests that he go help. Roman doesn't feel the need to rescue him, as the instructors killed countless trainees before. They are now just reaping the benefits of those choices. Kasha thinks that he's just afraid, and Lorena notes that even if he had a nasty temper before, he wasn't crazy like he is now. Ever since he killed that instructor, he went completely off the rails. Roman wonders why nobody is doing anything, and Kasha teases him once again, making Lorena think that they really do get along pretty well. But they are graduating soon, and nobody wants to get into a scandal with the Dwight family. The instructor's blade eventually breaks, and he is at the mercy of this lunatic, who goes straight for his throat. But that's when someone summons some ice spikes below him, forcing him to get out of the way. He knows only one person able to summon such an attack, and sure enough, Lorena appears, noting that she doesn't want to cause a fight between them. But this animalistic behavior of his is just too unsightly. He shouldn't be afraid though. She will make sure that there will be no scandal by not allowing him to make a single move. Dwight just laughs, as he really wanted to teach her a lesson before getting out of this hellhole. But to think that such an opportunity would arise. He promises to make sure that she will be the last test of his successful life. The fighting begins in earnest, creating large balls of light every time they hit each other's weapons. Lorena says that it's not too late to ask for a sword, but Dwight refuses, as he will enjoy mauling her with his bare hands. They continue to trade blows, and on the sidelines Roman says that the battle seems to be decided already. Kasha asked how, as they seemed pretty equal to her. He explained that even if by only a little, Lorena is winning. In about 30 more moves, Dwight will find this out too. Kasha hopes that it's as he says, as Dwight has been emitting strange energy for a while now. She knows it's not dark shadow arts, and it's also not the ultimate technique of his family, which he hopes he won't use, as Lorena might be really injured. Roman pats her head, and notes that she doesn't know what she's talking about, since she is only ranked 5th. She says that they aren't far from each other since he is on 3rd, but Roman notes that rank 3 and above are the real powerful people. He also noticed that she has been gathering nobles and commoners in her organization, around 80 of them the last time he checked. Even if it's more like a fan club than a real organization, she must be quite busy trying to recruit more nobles for it. Kasha notes that he has been busy too, since he has been gathering trainees who were slaves or came from other lands, and creating what is basically an army. Last time she checked, he had a total of 56 people, 7 teams of 8. They are probably on a mission to get out of this place. Roman tells her not to get involved in other people's affairs, but she could say the same thing for him. Isn't he far too interested in her? Their bickering is suddenly interrupted by Lorena winning the fight, who notes that if he keeps acting up just because he thinks he's strong, he will end up in worse situations, and if he learns what humble means, humiliation like this won't happen again. Suddenly, a voice starts to speak inside of Dwight, asking if he's going to lose again. Poor little Dwight. He is always losing and letting people trample over him all of the time. He will forever be the loser of his family, who has nothing to his name, and he will remain like this unless he kills everyone, as then there will be nobody to take from him anymore. He should remember once again that everything was once his. The mansion, the position of successor, and even his father's love. He has become a pitiful existence, but it can all be fixed by killing everyone who takes from him. He will gain back everything, be it the mansion, the successor position, or even his father's undying love. This voice slowly but surely corrupts Dwight's mind, and he completely loses it. He laughs and wonders if Lorena has the same resolve as he does, the resolve to kill somebody. She notices that he keeps pushing his neck into her blade, which makes her take it away and ask if he has really gone crazy. But this is what Dwight was waiting for, as this leaves her open for a slashing attack that she has no hope of countering. He doesn't stop there, however, as he moves in even faster for another one. But that's when something appears that completely stops his advance, that being a black wolf. Someone tells it to come back, and everyone instantly recognizes who it is. Jan has come back from his training. Dwight can't believe his luck. First he got to teach Lorena a lesson, and now he gets to teach him too. Jan gives Lorena his wolf and tells her to rest, with Dwight noting that a dirty mutt like that is fit for him. But these are only little circus tricks. He learned nothing these 2 years. Jan says that he has not changed a bit in the past 2 years. Momon finds the man in front of her pretty interesting, as demonic energy has slowly eaten away at him. Since it has progressed so much, it would be best to deal with him now, as soon he becomes a demonic human. Dwight charges in and asks what he's mumbling about, with Jan noting that he was just worrying about his future, though he will say that he shall regret his actions. Suddenly, someone demands silence. He appears out of nowhere after 2 long years and has gotten even more arrogant. They should wrap things up for him to make the final announcement. Everyone is surprised to see Damien, who urges them to move swiftly. It would be a pity to die on the last day. They all get into formation, and Damien congratulates them for surviving this far. This batch started with 1,000 trainees, but now only 200 remain, a decent and fair result. Their strength and skills take 50% of the final evaluation, while mana estimation takes the other 50%. The final results depend on what he has mentioned. They are not trainees anymore, so they have earned the right to be called something else besides their trainee numbers. They have gotten the right to be Knights of the Empire. They should be proud of this achievement. The Empire Knights are people who are able to control mana. There are 10 ranks to measure how strong the Knights of the Empire are. Rank 10 is a knight who has learned the usage of mana. Rank 9 is a knight who has an energy core or circle. Rank 8 is a knight who is able to resonate with his sword's name. Rank 7 is a knight who is able to manifest his energy. Rank 6 is a knight who is able to imbue his energy. Rank 5 is a knight who is able to use Sword Blast. And rank 4 is a knight who can use Enhanced Sword Aura. Since it's time to wrap things up, the result of the evaluation will be announced from the top. First in evaluation is Jan, and his rank is. After this, at the Special Forces upper rank accommodations, Jan walks the halls and says that it's been some time since he has had any decent accommodation. Momon asks what knight rank even is, which surprises Jan, as he thought that she knew. So he explains that it's a given rank to the knights like circles are for magic. Most of the trainees end up rank 7 to 8, and even if it doesn't seem high, they are at a level where taking out demi-human monsters is not out of the question. The 4 elites are all ranked 6th. There are few people within the training center who can defeat these guys. To become rank 6 at their age means that they are elites among even the elites. Lorena comes around and says that he has changed in the past 2 years. His hair has also grown quite a lot. Jan notes that she has become shorter, which she doesn't comment about, but wants to talk about the fight she had with Dwight. Jan tells her not to worry about it, and that she should seek some professional medical help for that injury. She suddenly says that what he did back there was unnecessary. Did he actually think she would lose? He shouldn't be so cocky just because he got rank 5, as a rank is still that, a rank. The Empire Knight rank 5 are the people who are on the verge of Enhanced Sword Aura. This is the dream of all knights. Although there are some rank 5s within the Empire, the only person who has achieved such prestige at such a young age is the current Crown Prince, Leon. Before leaving, Lorena also says that his hair is ugly. She knows that what she did was rather shameless, but she just didn't want to say that he was better than her own brother. How childish of her. Momon didn't expect this rank 5 of theirs to be so important, but why did he hide his strength? If he hadn't, he would have gotten much more than rank 5. Jan says that it's all part of his plan. This is enough to get people gathering around him like moths to a flame. Damien walks the halls with an instructor, and notes that the others must be discouraged because of Jan, to think that he would exceed all expectations. He also never taught him anything about summoning a black wolf. He learned all of that on his own. The instructor apologizes if he sounds rude, but perhaps he has been favoring a single trainee too much, and if he is let go, perhaps he will cause disruption. Damien calls him by his full title, Senior Instructor Zach, and says that he must have become quite fearless since he has become Senior Instructor. Does he now hold the right to tell him what his personal opinion is? Zach asks for forgiveness, which Damien leaves and subsequently leaves. Zach is happy to see him go, and notes that it's hard to trust the reasoning of the old instructor commander. Perhaps it is time to deal with Jan once and for all. In his chambers, Jan is taking a well-deserved rest, until Momon starts looming over him, noting that she will take his body right now, as she has been gathering her strength and waiting years for an opportunity like this. Did this fool really think that he had given up? She uses her Mindbreaker ability to take over his body bit by bit, and when she is done, she will have what she wants. She suddenly feels something behind her, and Jan tells his wolf to calm down. She's not worth killing just yet. Momon explains her behavior as simply checking his mana, but Jan doesn't buy it, and remembers that he told her the last time this happened, that he would turn her into dust if it happened again. As they squabble, someone knocks at his door, so Jan goes to see who it is. An instructor comes into the room and says that the instructor commander is looking for him, so he will follow him to the meeting place. Jan does as he is told, until they arrive at the Special Forces Freedom Shopping Street, down a pretty dark alleyway. Seeing all of this, Jan starts questioning the instructor. Why is the instructor commander looking for him? And why so late at night? Why in a place like this? Doesn't it seem very informal to him? The instructor suddenly stops and draws a hidden weapon because he has had enough of his questions. But Jan instantly moves behind him and uses a 1-inch punch, revealing that his attacker is the senior instructor Zach. Jan tells him to relax on the killing intent next time, as he could feel his intentions the moment they faced them, but they were probably not trained for such things yet, so it's not their fault. Jan notices a crimson-like energy coming off of the sword, The only ones able to do this are a special sort of people. Jan asks if the instructor commander knows about what he is doing, because as he knows, he can be pretty punishing to the people who dare to disobey him. Zack calls him a bastard and notes that he must think he's hot stuff just because he got rank 5. He hates his time, bastards who become arrogant just because they got some results on a test. So he will see just how arrogant he can be when he is faced with multiple enemies. Jan smiles and says that he won't be able to defeat him with so many people, but unfortunately, he ate his word, as he was indeed defeated. Momon asks what he's doing, but Jan tells him to shut it. Jan asks why he is doing this. He would like to know the reason so he can reflect on it in the afterlife. Zack explains that this goes back 2 years ago. He led some trainees and escaped the special forces. A lot of instructors were then mobilized to capture them, but everyone was killed by him. His brother was among the people he killed. He probably doesn't even remember what he looks like. The squad leader of the 3rd Pursuit Squad. That was his brother. He will not forget how he found his brother because of him. He couldn't have just killed him easily. He made him suffer. He has been waiting a long while to watch this day. He will have his head and appease his brother's soul. He will go to the afterlife and beg his brother for forgiveness. Jan isn't about to let himself get killed, so he uses Black Wolf to get out of his restraints and take Zack's arm at the same time. He apologizes for his brother, but they both battled to survive. He just won. There is no place for grudges to exist. Is that not what they taught them? It's also hard to believe that they would all mobilize for a personal grudge, meaning that they must be rebels. In his previous life, Jan is from Armenia, and they had a revolt that shook up the whole continent, but it still ended in failure. Even so, there was a group of people who still led countless rebels and rallied even more under the banner of a revolutionary army, the Crimson Revolutionaries. The name originated from the sword aura they used, the Crimson Revolution. Their swords were always bloodied, be it with their own blood or that of their enemies, as they needed it to use the aura. The ability itself was known to be an artistic skill that was passed down when the leader of the Crimson Revolutionaries first founded the group, and if a knight on his level used it, it would become really destructive. However, there is a downside, which is that it consumes a lot of blood. In order to overcome this, the Crimson Revolutionaries began absorbing blood. Jan feels like it was about time the revolutionaries began moving. He actually wanted to meet them soon, so this saves him the trouble of looking for them. Who is the person who gave them the order? The instructor commander, or perhaps someone with more power than him? Zack doesn't know what this brat found out about them, but the moment he mentioned the revolutionary army, he signed up for a slow death. He tells everyone to begin the Crimson Revolution, which they do, and they all charge in with their swords bustling with aura. Since these are all knights, Jan has to get serious. So he calls out Black Wolf, who engulfs his arm entirely to use a technique called a dread slash. Zack notices that this is the same technique that the instructor commander uses. How did this bastard reach such a level at such a young age? With one slash, Jan breaks and engulfs the entire area in a black cage that annihilates his enemies, leaving only Zack alive, who is too distraught at the sight of his comrades being slain by this monster. He asks Jan if he's a spy from the Empire or something, and how did he even know about them? Jan presses on his cut leg and says that he's going to ask the questions from now on. He should not worry, as he will spare his life depending on how he answers. He pulls out his pendant and asks Zack if he knows about this insignia. Zack becomes wide-eyed and seems to recognize the insignia, but why does he have such a thing? Jan can finally get some answers and ask tons of questions, like how it's related to the instructor commander and who it belongs to. Before he can answer, Zack's face starts to swell up, and soon after his head explodes in a bloody spectacle. Jan wonders if he did this to silence himself, but Momon tells him that this was a restriction put on him using magic. He probably had no idea about it either. A restriction is a mix of energy and blood that would trigger when a certain word is mentioned or an action is done. It would explode and kill the person on the spot, and if he would like to know, she also wanted to cast a type of restriction on him. Even if he didn't get a lot, he still found a few bits and pieces. The instructor commander carries the same insignia, and besides being connected to the rebels, his parents are involved too, which is giving him a real bad feeling. He notes that he will go to tell the instructor commander, with Momon wondering if that's a good idea after he killed his subordinates. But Jan notes that even if he was the one who sent them, he did so in order to have them killed. He suddenly senses him behind him and asks if what he just said is true. Damien just smiles and says that no teacher would ask their apprentice to kill his subordinates. Zack was just talking back lately, so he thought that he needed to be taught a lesson. He also has nothing to report anymore, so he should go back to his chambers and rest, as he will have his hands filled with whatever is coming. He can promise him that. The next day, while on the Continental train, which is heading to the northern Beowulf territory, the ticket controller checks everyone's tickets and eventually gets to Jan, who hands him over swiftly. He thinks that since the tests are over, he was sent on a leisure train trip, but that is only a prefix, as he's actually going north for a mission. The trainees that survived all of the tests have officially become members of the Special Forces, meaning that they can be deployed instantly. They were immediately all deployed to 4 battlefields. Since the Empire is at the center, they were sent north, south, east, and west, basically covering the entire continent. They were gracious enough to let people choose where they wanted to be stationed, which isn't common for these bastards. To the east, the land of the undead and wraiths shares a border with the Empire. Kasha and 80+ of her followers went to that place. To the west, strange happenings and monsters tend to appear out of nowhere. Roman and 50+ of his followers decided to go there. The south is filled with storms, making it a common place for tornadoes and pirates. 60 or so members that belonged in the higher ranks went there. To the harsh north, the lands are frozen, and they share a border with the vicious barbarians. Only Jan and 3 other members decided to deploy here. This low number of volunteers is because the cold is so harsh that it is said that it can freeze dragons over. Jan thinks that he would have liked to go alone, or without many volunteers, and this goes double with the group he has. There's Dwight, Lorena himself, and a random 8th ranked girl, Cheryl. Dwight asks Lorena why she chose to follow him. Does she want revenge for what he did? Lorena just ignores him, which makes him even angrier. But that's when Cheryl tells him to shut that mongrel mouth of his. This is probably what Lorena is thinking right now. Dwight is shocked to hear those words coming from her mouth, but then wonders why she's acting like Lorena's maid all of a sudden. Cheryl decides to introduce herself and explain that she has been working with Lorena ever since that incident in the Blade Mountain Rangers. After she saved her life on that awful day, she decided to follow her everywhere. Nobody is as dedicated as she is to her. That's why she knows that she's thinking of shutting up that mouth of his right now. Dwight immediately starts screaming at her, which Jan abhors. He really won't have a pleasant train ride. Dwight thinks that he really does not care for Lorena anymore. The reason he decided to go north is because of this bastard. He will kill him whenever he gets the chance. He hated him since they first fought, and he always humiliated him in some way after that. In the training center, he couldn't do anything, but now that they are out, he can finally have his way. Suddenly, he is suddenly broken out of his rage by Jan asking how many hits he wants. He better answer now. He certainly doesn't want him to decide, isn't that right? Dwight asks if he can be hit only once, which Jan denies. So he starts hitting him again and again, until the ice that has formed on the train cart starts falling off. Lorena looks out of the window and thinks that she didn't expect to go back to her hometown so soon. The last time she was here, her father didn't want to hear about something she said, and warned her that if she ever brought up that name, he would exile her. Because of this, she decided to leave by herself, not looking back even a single time. But even if she left, she still had not found anything about her brother. Jan notices how quiet Lorena is. It must be because she's going to the hometown she chose to leave, but she will soon be surprised, as she will hear some shocking news. Suddenly there's a bunch of commotion behind Jan, and when he listens in, he notices someone telling the Imperial Advisor to drop by Avalon on their journey. The Crown Prince will be disappointed if they don't. The Imperial Advisor thinks otherwise, as the Prince's academic ventures have ended, so why should he keep visiting him when there's nothing else to do? This is Jan's reasoning for coming north, as this annoyed old man might seem like nothing at first glance, but he's actually Hugo, the Imperial Advisor. He taught the current Emperor, and even the Crown Prince. He really wants to meet him. Although he was only a commoner who knew naught of magic or martial arts, he became a respected person of the Empire just because of his academic knowledge and philosophy. Even the Emperor recognized his abilities. Thus, he was bestowed the title of Count, even if he was a commoner. In his past life, his last moments really showed that he was befitting of the title. Through his ripped-out eyes, he cried out to the Emperor about what he was doing wrong and how he could do it better. He advised him for 3 days and nights, which was rewarded by the Emperor with a swift death. That will only happen in the far future. Now there's not even a reason to think about that. Someone else comes to Hugo, apologizing for the last employee's rash way of acting. They have prepared a private room as an apology. Would he like to go there? Hugo accepts, but while going to said private room, the man in the blue coat starts speaking in sign language behind him, something that Jan catches and can decipher. The train will soon pass by a tunnel, and when that happens, he will personally assassinate this old man. Jan is glad to see that what he has been waiting for is finally being realized. Hugo is someone who is not loyal to the Emperor, but to the Empire itself. He is someone who would gladly sacrifice himself if it were for the sake of the common people. As a result, the Revolutionary Army deemed him an annoyance, so they decided to kidnap him. The sign language they are using is also only used in the Revolutionary Army, but Jan knows it. Suddenly, the conductor announces that they will soon make a stop in a tunnel due to an issue. Passengers should all remain seated and calm. Jan plans on rescuing Hugo in order to build up a connection with him, one that will help him in the future. He starts speaking with everyone around him using frequencies, and asks them to pay attention from now on. This train has been captured by the enemy, and in an hour, when the train stops in the tunnel, the enemy is planning on killing one of the VIPs. They are all disguised as crew members, and perhaps there are also some who are disguised as passengers. Dwight says that they haven't received such a mission yet, so why should he listen to him? He immediately gets silenced by a punch to the face, and Lorena asks Jan how he got this information, since it's kind of hard to digest. Jan explains that the instructor commander gave him these instructions, That's why he chose to become North. Lorena immediately takes his word as truth and asks if he has any more information. Who are the enemies they will be fighting? Jan notes that he doesn't know their numbers, but he knows who they are. The Revolutionary Army. An hour later, after some Revolutionary Army men put everyone to sleep using the sleeping incense, they got ready to move out, as some may have resisted the incense. That's when someone comes from behind and asks why crew members are carrying such sharp blades. Before they can fully turn around, one of them gets struck down by Lorena, and the others notice that his wounds are freezing over. Combined with the cold energy of the sword, this woman must be a Beowulf. Lorena notes that based on their reactions, Jan's words were proven true, and one of the soldiers notes that they didn't expect a little lion of the Beowulf family to be here as well. He really can't believe their luck. For a low-ranking Beowulf to fall into their waiting hands, they will kill her, and then maybe gain a promotion, or collect the bounty that's on her head. Lorena gets serious and asks them, do they know what the Revolutionary Army did to her family? The reason her brother suddenly disappeared was because he left to join the special forces to find them. But now that they have dared to show themselves, she can't help but be quite grateful. One of them charges up his bloody sword and asks if she has any idea what her family has done. While they were living it up in lavish mansions, his family survived by eating the rotten trash they threw out. Who does she think caused such a thing? Huh? Lorena tells him that the Beowulf family walks the path of absolutes in order to protect the North and the Empire as a whole. If they dare to make an enemy of them, that means that they are evil, which must be cleansed. With one strike, she breaks all of the windows and takes down her would-be attackers. The other soldiers from the carriage behind them hear the commotion and rush to see what is going on, but they are stopped by Dwight, who notes that he has been looking for someone to unleash his rage on. They are the perfect fit for his games. After Dwight is finished with them, he notes that the sword he took from the Imperial Vault really suits him. He is also quite refreshed after seeing so much blood on his hands and blade, but his real prize will be Jan, who will die soon. While outside, Momon tells Jan that she senses mana from the next carriage. Did he really have to summon her for something like this? Jan says that she has to earn her keep somehow, but they should go and save the Imperial Advisor already. Lorena is stopping the cabin in the front, while Dwight is dealing with the back cabin, so he will sneak in from the top and rescue Hugo with no issues. Momon notes that she knew about Lorena, but that demonic bastard is also pretty skilled. Jan notes that this is why he didn't kill him, but Momon still feels that he's a ticking time bomb. She also asks if this Imperial Advisor is that important to his plans, which he confirms. They will become much more involved with the Revolutionary Army bastards from today on, so Hugo would be the best ally to have. If he actually does manage to save him, his plans will go much more smoothly. With that, they rush into the main cabin, where someone seems to be interrogating Hugo. This is the third apprentice of Erectus, a name he probably didn't choose for himself. The Revolutionary Army's 7th commander, also known as the Berserk Swordsman. She is called Hela, and wants to know if he really taught the Emperor. Hela asks Hugo, if he's so clever, can he speak in ancient tongues or dragon language at least? Hugo confirms that he can somewhat, and Hela urges him to bark like a dog then, as that is also a tongue, one that fits him quite well. Hugo seems quite annoyed by her awful request, but he suddenly starts barking, telling her that she is very beautiful in dog speak. Jan confirms that only 2 people are in the cabin, and then hears Hela urging Hugo to speak like a cat, which he does. This makes Momon wonder if they should rescue that guy, with even Jan being quite freaked out, but his skills are what they want. This is also what makes him a scary figure. If for the Empire, he can throw away his pride like it's nothing, and utilitarian until the end. Hela finds him incredible, as all of the other scholars she met were stuck-up pricks. Hugo thanks her for the kind words, but this isn't enough to make Hela budge. Work is work after all. It's sad that she was having a great time, but it seems she has to get rid of some snooping rats. Her sword blast destroys the roof of the cabin entirely, leaving nothing behind. She notes that she prefers the fresh air like this, but still, there are far too many rats in here. Suddenly she hears a few squeaks behind her, and she barely has time to dodge Jan's incoming strike. He asks Hugo if he's alright. Hugo congratulates him for using his distraction to enter the room, and Hela starts to charge up her power angrily. She bets he can speak like an animal too. She will make him squeal like the pig he is. Jan notes that she's quite good at it, imitating a pig that is. While they were talking, Momon already figured out how much mana she holds. That woman is at best a rank 5, although there's quite a dense amount of aura infused in her blade. Jan expected it as such, only because of the color of the aura. The white sword aura is a color that Erectus is infamous for. He has also been training the next generation with it, meaning that this woman has to be one of his apprentices. Since it has come to this, he will have to deal with her rather quickly. That's when someone from behind tells him not to move. That someone being the 4th apprentice of Erectus, Varus, who has used stealth magic and is threatening Hugo's life. Jan asks Momon about what she said. Only 2 people were in the cabin, but she actually said there were only 2 people with mana. She and Jan start to fight about it, but since it's done, Jan drops his blade and surrenders, wondering if Hela still wants to hear him squeal. Hela says that it's far too late for that. Instead of such a simple sound, she wants to hear the melody of his skull cracking. Meanwhile, Lorena continues to fight the guards using her family techniques, which prove really useful, but it seems to have taken a toll on her. She's coughing up blood because she pushed herself too hard in gathering aura. Her body can't take it much longer, so she should deal with her enemies quickly from now on. Suddenly, someone from behind notes that this is a mess, especially her technique. It's far too rough for it to be Beowulf's secret art. Lorena can't identify the man in front of her, and she also notices that he's erasing her cold aura with his sword aura. He also came from the rear cabin, meaning that he met Dwight. The stranger asks if she's the daughter of the Beowulf household, which makes her instantly retaliate against him. At the rear cabin, a barely alive Dwight sits defeated and wonders what Jan thought they would do here. None of them could beat the bastard he just met. Even Lorena can feel, just from his presence alone, that this man is stronger than the instructor commander. He apologizes for sounding offensive, but it's unfortunate they met in such a place. Since it's his duty, he must kill her right here and now. When Hela attacked Jan, he simply smiled, as something like this was far too easy for him. Cheryl hides in the baggage area and knows that she can fight, even though she was asked to stay put, which makes her worried about Lorena. She hopes that she's all right, as she should be there to protect her no matter what. The man tries to leave Lorena but notices her getting up. It's truly a pity. If she had stayed put, she would have saved her own life. Is this some kind of reckless bravado on her part? He knows that she's not as dumb as to not recognize the difference in their strength. What does she expect to do in her state? Lorena sighs and notes that she's not like the usual Beowulf family members. Her swordsmanship is crude, her emotions are uncontrolled, and she cannot use the secret art properly. However, she can hope to at least die like a true Beowulf. Even if she doesn't defeat him, she will put her life on the line to fight him. The man listens carefully and notes that when two warriors fight, to kill or to be killed is the expected outcome. He apologizes for acting without thinking. He introduces himself as Black Tiger, although that's a nickname. His real name is Amur. From now on, he will go all out, and he hopes that she can too. Inside the front cabin, Varys sits completely defeated, with one of his arms completely gone. There was no way for them to lose. They had the numerical advantage and disarmed everyone. They even had a hostage. So how did they lose? He tries to look at Hela for answers, but Jan gets in front of him and reveals the truth. They are just weak, all of them. Hugo asks if this annoyance is over, and Jan confirms it. He can go and rest. He has something else to do here. Varys asks how he dodged all of their attacks, which Jan thinks about. He already fought their teacher, Erectus, in his previous life. He already saw all of their techniques, and since they were only apprentices, they were quite crude. There was no chance that he would lose. He tells Varys that if he truly wants to live, he should answer all of his questions carefully. First, does he recognize the insignia in this pendant? Varys immediately identifies it as the insignia of the start, but he immediately starts convulsing and shortly after explodes. This is another restriction. Surprising that even Erectus's apprentices had them, but this is sensitive information. From now on, he should formulate his questions quickly, since they probably can't let out more than one sentence. However, this got him a new keyword, the insignia of the start. Since he's done here, he should go and stop the train to get off now. Suddenly, an explosion happens at the engine area, and Hela starts to laugh slowly. She reveals the switch she had all of this time, and explains that what just blew up was the engine room. This train cannot be stopped anymore, and at this rate, the magic stone circuits will overheat, which will result in a devastating crash into Avalon Station. She is sure that it will be a fantastic light show. It's sad that she will not be there to see it. With those spiteful words out of her mouth, she dies. Jan didn't predict this, because it never happened in his previous life, and Momon starts panicking, noting that they should both get off swiftly, as the amount of magic stones in this train will blow them up to Kingdom Come. Jan tells her to stop. Even if this is an unexpected outcome, that bastard should take care of this pretty easily. Someone appears in front of the train tracks. That someone being the 7th Knight of the Royal Knights, Kyle. He was sent to rescue the Imperial Advisor, but he cannot just let a runaway train do as it wishes. He is in a truly bad situation here. The Royal Knights are the strongest knights that protect the Emperor and capital. Only monsters that are ranked 3 and above are allowed to join, and each knight's prowess is equal to that of a natural disaster. Since he can't do anything else, he points his sword at the train and unleashes the final form of the Imperial sword on it, creating an amazingly flashy attack that envelops the entire train. Jan expected something, but definitely not this. After the train completely derails and crashes everywhere, Kyle looks at the aftermath and can't believe that the Revolutionary Army would do something like this. Hugo, who is safe and sound, notes that he's the one who did this. Is he stupid? Kyle is very glad to see him safe and asks if he's ill anywhere. Hugo confirms as such that it's a damn miracle any of them survived whatever the hell he did. He almost got vaporized along with the damn train. Kyle says that it's just a misunderstanding. He knew that he could count on a lady from Beowulf to keep him safe and sound. Just as he expected, she changed the trajectory of the train, which allowed a few cabins to be damaged, and allowed them to leave safely. Lorena tries to tell him that the person who did that was not her, but Dwight stops her and notes that they are members of the Special Forces. They are equipped for such tasks after all. Kyle didn't expect for other gems of the Special Forces to be here, with Dwight noting that he's the #1 around these parts, making Cheryl quite confused. Lorena lets the matter go for now, and notes that there was someone peculiar among the ambushers, that person being the Black Tiger, Amur. He is a special rank assassin with his unique sword that has an energy that feels like a tiger. That's how he got his name. Perhaps the Revolutionary Army hired him, and since it's been 10 years since he reached rank 3, he must be even more powerful now. Lorena explains that she fought him, but she was too weak, and after the train flipped, he disappeared, only leaving her with these words: "They will meet again, daughter of the Beowulf." Kyle is surprised that he was here, but finds it more incredible that she fought against him. Truly amazing. Hugo ignores their conversation and looks behind him, expecting to see someone soon. Somewhere else, Jan bandages his body while Momon sticks to him. She told him to run away. Why is he acting like his body belongs only to him? Jan tells her to stop saying strange stuff, and he thinks that this situation isn't great. Things that did not happen in his previous life are occurring back to back. The ambush of the Black Tiger, Kyle's attack, and the train explosion. Why are so many unknown events happening at once? Originally, nobody volunteered to go north, and the situation changed because he went south. Did this cause the Black Tiger to appear here? His actions are unfortunately chained like a domino effect. He can't know just how far they will fall. Hugo suddenly appears, as he has been wanting to talk with him for a while now. As they walk, Hugo says that he should have stayed at the capital, as now he feels bad. Most of his injuries happened because of him. He also injured his hand because he threw the train off track. That's also on him. Jan agrees, which surprises Hugo, but he owes him a debt, so he should have this, his personal token. With this, he can prove that he is his representative. It will be useful, he can assure him. This is what Jan wanted, but still wonders if this is hush money to make him forget he started making animal sounds. With that, Hugo takes his leave, and Jan is finally glad to get the thing he came for, although it took much more effort. Momon asks if it's really that useful, and Jan says that it is, even if it's just paper. Now, it's time for him to move on to his next destination, to the land of the brutal cold. Somewhere in a city down an alley, a merchant asks Jan if he wants to repair his sword. If so, he will have to fork over 500 gil, which is quite expensive. The merchant doesn't feel the same, as it's made from black steel, so getting this damage is extremely impressive on his part. Jan has this sword from the instructor commander, which he probably thought would be used as a normal blade. It seems that not even black steel can handle the Black Wolf techniques multiple times at once. With the sword repaired, the merchant wishes him farewell, but also invites him to come again, as he will make sure to give him a discount, since he's such a high-paying customer. Jan feels creeped out and leaves. They are now in a city near Beowulf, Villian. Considering the harsh weather and the inaccessibility of the trains, they all decided to use the gate in Villian to get to Beowulf. But when they got there, a train warden told them that it takes time to charge mana into the mana circle, so they would be able to leave tomorrow at noon. Villian is a metropolitan area, and it will take some time to get mana, so since they needed to restock some of their items, they decided to stay. This is Jan's first time coming to a place with so many people after regressing, but he woke up in that pit, so he guesses it's normal. Momon feels that something is wrong, about that Kyle character in particular. Did he not detect the Golden Dragon's energy from him? Jan asks what she's talking about, and Momon starts to explain to him the power he has, after calling him a dumbass, of course. A mana heart can have 6 types of powers: black, red, blue, green, metal, and earth. The Golden Dragon is the strongest among the metals. Jan feels like it's just elemental power, nothing that impressive to him. Momon screams at him that if it were so easy, everyone would be the founding emperor by now. The only thing that can manifest the dragon's energy is the dragon breathing and the mana heart. If he's going to look down on a mana heart so much, he will wind up dead sooner or later. Jan agrees with her. The only ones Momon detected the same type of energy out of were the instructor commander and the crown prince, which was expected since they have Bahamut's blood in them. How are the royal knights related to this, though? He will have to investigate. Suddenly, he is approached by Lorena and Shirley, who seem to have gone shopping. Lorena asks if he's going back to their rooms, which Jan denies. He just came from repairing his sword and still has some shopping to do. Cheryl says that they are doing the same, which confuses Jan, as they seem to have done a lot of miscellaneous shopping. Lorena notes that she only bought food for herself, which is quite a lot for her, but this gives Cheryl an idea. She invites Jan to shop with them, as he will not be able to last in Beowulf with only those clothes. Jan notes that he will look around separately, but when Cheryl insists very heavily, he relents. While they are doing that, Dwight spies on them from afar, reasons unknown. After a bit of shopping, Jan decides on a simplistic outfit that will help him with the cold. Momon calls him a gloomy bastard, but Jan says that she's not far off either. With his shopping done, Cheryl drags him to see what Lorena is wearing. Cheryl has brought a few outfits for her, most pretty out of place. and some far too revealing for someone like Lorena. She stops this foolishness and notes that they don't suit her. Cheryl feels the opposite. She looks fantastic and asks Jan if he feels the same. Jan confirms that she looked good. It was just awkward since she doesn't usually wear that stuff. Cheryl asks what he liked best, and Jan notes that the uniform she's wearing now is the best for her. Everything she wore is good, but the knowledge she has of swordsmanship and the strength she holds complement the clothes she's wearing, as they show those traits perfectly. Lorena doesn't know what to say and excuses herself from the store, making Cheryl very mad at Jan for spouting nonsense. She leaves shortly after, leaving both Jan and Momen to figure out what he said wrong. Cheryl apologizes for dragging her like that, and notes that Jan is a complete moron. Lorena notes that she doesn't care what others think of her, but the extreme blush on her face and her fast heart rate say otherwise. Before she fully disappears, Jan calls Lorena out and says that they will meet tomorrow in front of the gate at noon, so she shouldn't be late. Lorena doesn't respond, instead thinking that he shouldn't say those things, or someone will misunderstand. Jan wonders why she didn't answer. Did she not hear him? Momen tells him that she would have ignored him too, because of how embarrassing he is. With his uniform bought, Jan notes that they should go and see that person at once. At the Shining Moon, which is a bar located in the commercial district, near the Transportation Bureau. Everyone comes here because of the affordable prices and pretty tasty food, so both locals and mercs love it. The one enjoying himself the least here is Dwight, the only thing on his mind being Jan, and how he can ever hope to defeat him. That guy's a monster, and not even in his sleep does he have openings. He can also pretty much see that he has yet to use his real abilities. Why would someone hide their strength, especially him, who can prove a lot of things with it? Suddenly, he hears a bunch of drunks bickering about who will pay. Their incessant talking that's echoing throughout the hall is annoying Dwight. It gets to a point where he screams at them. Can they not see that Dwight is currently enjoying food and drink? Do they really have no sense of manners? Or do they have a death wish? They better keep their mouths shut while he is enjoying his damn meal. Suddenly, someone close to Dwight says that he would like to see the difference between him and these so-called peasants. Dwight prepares to rip into him, but then sees that it's Jan, who wants to be shown how high-class nobles enjoy their accommodations. Dwight excuses himself by saying that it's the fault of the peasants, as they have no common etiquette at least. Jan asks if it wouldn't be better for him to not draw so much attention to himself, as he has also suffered from it in the past. He should remember, he made it all of the way here because of that so-called class difference between people. If he gets out of the class, perhaps he can become much stronger than he is now. Dwight asks what he's talking about, and that's when a gigantic man appears and says that he must be from the outside. He accidentally overheard them, and it seems like he's looking for ways to be stronger. Would he like him to teach the secret for that? This is the captain of the Thunderhorn mercenaries, Billy. Dwight commands him to take his dirty hand off, but Billy continues. Training in weights for 8 hours daily will turn the puniest boy into the hardiest man, and if he joins their guild, he will provide him with protein supplements as a gift. Dwight has had enough of his talking and socks him pretty good in the chin, making Billy fall down while Dwight laughs. He was talking about muscles all of this time, but he dared to get knocked out in one simple hit. The other Thunderhorn mercenaries look at him with a certain expression at first, Dwight thinking that they are all about to jump him, but that's the only way they would have a chance, so he tells them to come. Instead of attacking, they are all amazed by the fact that he knocked down their boss with his skinny figure. He truly has innate talent for muscles for such a skinny fellow. Everyone starts praising him because of what he did, and he doesn't know why it's happening, but he also doesn't care, as it feels great. The whole bar begins celebrating, and they drink hard liquor and have arm wrestling competitions all night. Even if this isn't his crowd, Dwight feels at home here, and is actually accepted amongst the muscle men and common drunks. Deep in the night, Jan has to drag him to their hotel, while promising to kill him if he dares to vomit on his new clothes. Dwight asks where his brother Billy is, and Jan asks why he's a brother now, when he was just a peasant in the past. Dwight tells him that Billy is a fine person. He has suffered a lot, but they were all a bunch of fools. Everyone began praising and hanging out with him just because he did the same. It's kind of strange to be warmly welcomed, especially since they all only met today. Does he also not think of it as pretty strange? Even commoners he only met today can treat him well. So why has his blood family never treated him well even once? He never heard praise from them. He didn't see an ounce of trust in him from them, not even once. Momon asks if he put something in his last drink, which Jan is confused about, but he realizes what she's talking about. The thing he put in was a crystal powder used for purifying demonic energy, and considering how Dwight was less aggressive today, the powder is effective. Momon knows that the powder is pretty damn expensive. He probably spent too much money on it. But why? Is he seeing Dwight as a friend? To help him in his time of need or something? Jan feels like he isn't helping him. He is simply recalling something from his past. Whenever he is seeing a human controlled slowly by evil and turned against his own will, it eats him up from the inside. Now that he looks at him though, they should hurry up and into bed because he's about to puke. The next day, at the Duke Beowulf Castle, the portal spell is cast, while a bunch of heavy armored Beowulf knights await beside it. A moment passes before Jan and the group arrive inside of the castle, with some being amazed by the architecture, while others abhor the dreadful cold that's creeping in. Jan thinks about the mission they need to execute here, that being to work with the Beowulf household and subjugate the barbarians in the area. Because of this harsh environment all around them, they are always fighting the barbarians for livable land, so it's inevitable that they would require more manpower. However, the bigger problem here would be that these knights are extremely proud, to the point where they would never accept outside help. Before they leave, Lorena tells everyone to stop, as she has something to say. From here on out, they will be seeing a lot of things that they probably never expected, so they should be prepared for everything. A butler comes inside the room and immediately asks if they are from the Special Forces. He introduces himself as the chief household butler, Hans, and would like for them to go back at once. The North hasn't and never will request reinforcements, and has also not agreed to have guests. This is Count Hans Meringer. He is a former knight captain of this household, and after retiring, decided to work as a butler. He is at least rank 3 or above, so with his skills, he would be able to become the knight captain of any other country. That begs the question, why is someone like him a mere butler in this place? Lorena steps forward and says that it's been some time since they last met, but these people are with her, and they are all on an official mission from the Special Forces. He should try and be more respectful from now on. Hans frowns, as it's been years since she has left all by herself. That was extremely mean of her, and she did a lot of other numerous things like join the Special Forces with nobody's insight. Does she even know how worried he was? Jan was prepared because of Lorena's words, but that is really something he didn't expect. Hans also notices a scar on her cheek, making him wonder how that old Special Forces captain could let such a thing happen, and thinks makes Lorena embarrassed. This is why she didn't want to come home. The knights are also raising flags with her face on them proudly, as they have all been waiting for her to return. Only that way were they able to survive. Lorena tells them to stop and apologizes, as perhaps her words were too harsh. She puts on a more gentle tone and tells Hans that his hair has grown old and white these past few years. Is he not feeling well anywhere? Seeing her worried for him, Hans begins crying even harder. But after a while he tells everyone to come inside, as the head chef will cook something for them. While they are all walking towards the dining room, Hans tells Lorena that the patriarch will return from his hunt soon, and when he gets back, she should really share a meal with him. Lorena gets more serious, and tells him to never bring that man up in front of her ever again, as she will finish the mission before he gets here, and then leave once again. Hans tries to say something, but Lorena turns away, leaving him to wonder if her misunderstanding still remains unresolved. Everyone is made to wait in the dining room with the food right in front of them, which they aren't allowed to touch. Dwight is rightfully annoyed at this. Is this how the Beowulf family works? Do they think they are training dogs or something? And where is Lorena anyways? Cheryl tells him to be more quiet, as they will really call him a dog if he keeps doing that. Dwight feels like she's the only one who wants to say that, as nobody else will dare to. That's when a maid tells him to mind his manners, as he's acting like a dog, making Dwight ask if she knows that he's the son of a prestigious family. The maid says that she's also a maid of the Beowulf family, but he doesn't see her bragging about it. Cheryl asks him to calm down already, as Jan isn't here either. Apparently he had something to attend to. Apparently he is looking for something that can only be found around these parts. Jan is exploring the abandoned weapons storage, which holds a bunch of pretty alright weapons. But Jan's looking for something special. In his previous life, the Emperor once sacked the entire continent just to find a single sword. The primordial dragon, called Only One, was killed by a dragon slayer who made 2 sacred swords that could tear his rock-hard flesh. Bahamut naturally killed him and got one of the swords for himself, so the Emperor spared no expense to look for the other sword, which Bahamut could not find. He put out rewards that could make anyone extremely rich, and mobilized search parties throughout the continent. Just when he was about to give up, he managed to find it, and said this: the sword that even Bahamut could not find, the sword that could not be found no matter how hard everyone looked, was hiding in the corner of a dusty storage room like this. This is the dragon sword Astalon. Its brother sword is called Nagling, which pierced through him. But now he's sure with this sword, he will not lose, even against the Emperor. The moment Jan tries to touch the sword, he hears a strange voice coming from the sword, and when he grabs it, it starts glowing, the sword being louder than before. He is not qualified to wield it. After the bright light fades, Jan can't believe that the sword rejected him. Does it prefer gathering dust around here? He definitely heard the sword's voice, telling him that he's not qualified. Momon finds it fascinating, and Jan asks if she knows anything about this. She takes a closer look, and sees that it's not an ego weapon, which has an ego as the name entails, but a weapon that chooses its own master. There are times when a weapon can have some divinity, and in such cases, the sword has the ability to choose its own master. To make things up, the sword considered him a brat, and rejected him because he's too low level. Jan feels challenged by this, and tells her to step aside, as he will not be disrespected by a sword. He summons Black Wolf to help, and the sword immediately gives him the same message that he is not qualified. But Jan thinks otherwise, and despite the rejection, he keeps pushing through. Later, the knights all get into formation, and Lorena is at their front, readying a weapon she has not used for a while. As the butler pleads with her not to go, the knight's commander says that the mission for today is to subjugate the barbarians. It is something they have done plenty, but today is special, and no mistakes are to be made, because Lorena is with them. The butler pleads with her to stay, at least until the patriarch is back, but she wants to hear none of it. Does he really think that she's an idiot who can't do a simple mission? If that is the case, she doesn't want to see him here. All they must do is obtain 10 barbarian flags, which should be much easier than fighting a lich. The butler tells her to not underestimate them, even if they are brutish. The barbarians are of the belief that the flags contain the souls of their ancestors. They would rather lose their lives than lose those things. Since he knows she won't listen, she asks the others to look after her. Cheryl agrees, and Dwight as usual is repulsed, but doesn't disagree entirely. Cheryl thanks Hans for the clothes. They would have frozen without them. Lorena notes that he's considerate as ever, but Hans focuses more on her uniform, as she's wearing the team uniform. Lorena looks around and wonders where Jan is, just in time for him to appear and apologize for being late. His errand had some difficulties, more than expected. Everyone's surprised by how tattered he is, with Dwight laughing at his condition until he gets beaten up. Even Moman mocks him for trying. He should just give up on that sword, as persistent men aren't that popular. Jan feels like he has plenty of time to conquer the sword, although he must find a way to actually achieve that. Lorena comes by and wants to tell him something. This is her first mission as a special force member, so that's why she's wearing the uniform, among it being comfortable and such. Jan doesn't know where that came from, but he says that it does look good on her. He meant for combat, but she gets flustered and immediately begins the mission, with the knights eager to prove themselves in front of her. Dwight feels like everyone's making a fuss over some barbarians, which Jan expected, as nobles would not know how fearsome a barbarian can be, only because the Beowulfs did such a good job protecting the region. However, this is the time period where the tribes are united under stronger chieftains, and they become more of a threat as their kingdom grows. The most dangerous part of this is the king of the barbarians, the man known as the strongest on earth, Vilai. He has exceptional physical abilities, but what's scariest about him is that he has the ability to figure out the techniques of others. So in the eyes of the Empire Knights, he was fear itself. In the past, he tried everything to kill him, but nothing worked, and there aren't many records of what he is doing right now, so he can only hope he doesn't run into him. As the team continues to walk, Dwight wonders how long they will have to trek through this frozen hell. Can't they just get horses? Lorena tells him that horses don't do well in this weather, and Jan finds the scenery beautiful, but it's hard to sense anything else. Lorena notes that they must think of it as bleak, since 200 of 365 days are all winter. The only thing here is snow and barbarians. However, there are still people living in other places around here. Those people she finds to be stronger than anyone. Jan notes that this must be the pride of a local lord, and Cheryl agrees. Both Lorena and this place are beautiful. The guards also seem to agree on that last part, but as they bicker, they see something coming from the forest, a crimson mist. One of the knights says that this is the scout's signal for when they discover barbarians, so it's time for them to fight. Dwight really wants to fight, with team leader Savo agreeing that it's time, but he better prepare, as he will see something cruel soon. Dwight feels like he's bluffing. He saw different monsters and even a lich. Nothing could faze him anymore. It's true that the Special Forces members face countless monsters and undergo rigorous training with their lives on the line, so being confident is not without its merits. But what this team saw was a whole different type of cruelty. The tribe they are in now can hardly be called a base, and in there, a one-sided slaughter is taking place. Dwight and Cheryl look in horror, as Lorena averts her gaze. Cheryl is in complete shock. Wasn't a knight supposed to follow the code of a knight and protect the weak while serving their lord? These are not knights. They are demons. They are barbarians. Dwight surprisingly blocks her gaze, as this isn't something she should see. Jan notices this act, and combined with the fact that he didn't go crazy when he saw blood, it means that his demonic energy is controllable, although only a little. Everyone is rightfully shocked, but this is how ethnic groups fight. This is not like a war between countries, where armies fight. It's a war of pure bloodshed, where everyone must be killed, women and children too. Lorena must have known about this already, but hearing about it and seeing it now must be entirely different. Moving forward, she will have to carry this weight, but will she be able to handle it? In the hands of their dead mother, a baby cries out, making Dwight and Cheryl wonder if they are supposed to intervene, but a knight finds him first. He is lucky, as he does not need to live as a barbarian. Despite Cheryl telling him to stop, that's when Lorena gets in front of the blade and stops it. She tells the knight that this is enough. They have killed everyone who could hold a weapon, so all they have to do is take the flag and get out. Killing this child would be a sin. She has decided so. Jan thinks that she's brave, but the knights all heard what she said. They believe it to be a simple joke. She was always such a kidder, but if it isn't, they will have to do something about it. Lorena always had a tough resolve. Since she grew up with the sword in her hand, she knew what the war with the barbarians was really like. She was resolved for anything. However, The sight of the barbarian woman, who was not dressed for this climate, and the baby, who was covered in high-grade fur, awakened something within her. Thus she made a move and told the knights that she would take responsibility for the child. Voss asks what she's doing. Even if a single barbarian survived, they have the potential to bring about a great catastrophe on their people and territory. Lorena refuses to listen to him. That way of thinking is far too extreme. Even if a barbarian, this baby has no sin, no crime he can be charged with. Cheryl asks how they can disobey their own master like this. Voss tells her to stay out of this. They are guests after all. Are they intending to get in the way of the Beowulf knights in their own territory? Cheryl notes that they are not true knights. They are on a mission to kill an innocent baby. Have they no self-respect? Even Dwight doesn't like this. If he lets a baby die, he will have constant nightmares, along with his reputation being tarnished. Voss lifts up his helm and tells Lorena to stop messing around. He cannot believe that she is protecting one of those beasts. Does she know what that even means? Jan expected something like this. Conflicts are happening everywhere in the world, and these Knights of Beowulf don't seem the persuasive type, because they are not doing things out of emotion or profit. What they are doing here is taking revenge. They saw too much blood be spilled by the barbarians. Suddenly, he feels a rush of energy coming in, and the others soon notice too. Sure enough, above everyone, the chieftain arrives, who immediately crushes the ground below him and with pure energy, begins to radiate an amazing light. After he calms down, one of the knights damns the scouts for not doing their jobs. Nobody expected the chieftain to attack. He suddenly grabs his tiny head and asks if they slaughtered them. Did they murder his family and tribe? This is Chieftain Kabur, one of the 20 barbarian chieftains. Since they have done a sin that cannot be redeemed, he will send all of them to hell personally, but he will do it slowly and painfully. Lorena jumps in order to save the knight, but even if she strikes, the blade's tip breaks as soon as it reaches Kabur's head, which suddenly begins to glow. With that warning, Lorena swiftly backs away, but Kabur still punches around like a madman and is slowly catching up to her. Before he can, however, the Knights of Beowulf rush in with their spears, Voss at the forefront of this attack. He apologizes to her, as it seems that this is the end for them. He apologizes that he raised his voice at her. He just hopes that she stays healthy. Before Lorena can utter a single word, Voss and the other knights are cut in half with a mere hand strike. But Kabur is not done and wants to end Lorena for good. Suddenly, Black Wolf is summoned, which makes Kabur bleed, something he has not done in a while. Jan slowly approaches and tells him that he shouldn't be so surprised by a single scratch, because soon he will split his entire body in half. The mystic tattoos are something that only the barbarian chieftains wear. Their purpose is to allow them to use mana. It's something that replaces an energy core. The tattoos on their bodies, shabby as they might look, use mana from their skin and muscles directly. This also strengthens their bodies greatly. That combined with their trained skills, their attacks become something amazingly destructive. Jan notes that his body is tougher than he suspected, but Kabur isn't impressed and rushes in to end him. The others feeling left out also joins in, but in their rush, Dwight and Lorena's swords become entangled, Kabur not even having to block much. He can't believe how utterly unskilled they are and punches both of them away. Dwight is surprised by the fact that they didn't even scratch him. Is this guy even human? Lorena noticed that the knights are all in a state of confusion due to his appearance. They must be the ones who will deal with him. Cheryl comes back, having relocated the baby somewhere safe, but Dwight suddenly announces that if Lorena hadn't interfered, he should have sliced that guy up. He demands that next time, she be the supporter, as he will attack. Lorena doesn't like that idea. He should be the supporter. Dwight asks if she has forgotten how hard he beat her during their last training, but Lorena doesn't care. Would he like to see how badly he will lose in a real fight? Having had enough of their bickering, Jan tells them to calm down. Acting like fools in front of the enemy is extremely unwise. They continue to bicker, the two of them asking if he thinks he can defeat that guy all by himself. Just as Jan is trying to warn them that the chieftain can attack at any time, he actually does, forcing them to jump away. He doesn't stop there, however, making Dwight and Lorena charge in once again. Jan sees their way of fighting and thinks that they cannot defeat him like this. Both Lorena and Dwight are strong, but since they are trying to attack in their own way and not together, they have created dissonance, just like on a music sheet. Cheryl joins in too, Jan warning her that joining in would be useless, but that's when he notices something strange. As soon as Cheryl joins, the flow of battle shifts. Even Kabur notices this and becomes flustered because of it. Cheryl's strikes are not anything special, just simple dagger and hidden weapon techniques. But those little strikes are what are making that once disorderly music sheet actually playable and are connecting their strikes. Jan is amazed by her talent. However, he never heard about her in his previous life. Just what happened? Cheryl tells Lorena and Dwight to strike at full power, and they do just that, actually managing to rend Kabur's flesh. They then jump high into the air, Kabur raising his hand in defense, but his guard breaks. This allows Jan to move in and strike using the Dark Soul Demolition uppercut, which breaks his guard on the other hand. But it's not enough. Jan summons the reverse of the uppercut and slashes downwards, damaging Kabur greatly. He falls to his knees as a result, the others thinking that this is over. But Kabur refuses for things to end here, and in a last-ditch effort, jumps away in order to escape. The others are surprised by his shamelessness, but Lorena thinks that they shouldn't follow him and report everything back to the Knight Captain. However, Jan seems to have disappeared, Lorena knowing exactly where he went. Kabur gets pretty far away, but his injury is slowing him down. Still, this pain is nothing compared to the one he felt after losing his people. He vows to survive and avenge his people. Jan suddenly speaks from above, congratulating him on his cool-headed decision. If he had done that a little later, it would not have been easy to run away. Some would say that he was shameless, but they are fools. Winning is only about surviving after all. Kabur asks when he caught up, but Jan tells him to relax, as he doesn't plan to kill him. He will let him go after he answers a few of his questions. Most importantly, if he has heard a name before, that name being Vilai. Kabur immediately becomes angry at the mention of that name and charges in. Someone like him should not utter that name. Kabur begins striking so hard the mountain begins to crack, but Jan does not get it. Is he that determined to die? Kabur feels that he is the arrogant one here. Despite him fighting 4 people, he could not even injure him. Any person who is after Vilai like he is must be annihilated. He remembers when they talked, Vilai telling him that they should create a better world together. If he is by his side, perhaps that is possible. Jan understands, and suddenly begins casting magic, which Kabur notices, but Jan has already activated the stone wall spell. Kabur is annoyed by his little party trick, and cuts the spikes apart, allowing him to grab Jan and prepare a mighty strike. That's when Jan's hidden protector appears, Momon. With a single strike, she goes even through Kabur, and ends the fight. She begins boasting. She believes that this proves he needs her. She already told him that his magic would become weak if he lacked imagination. She feels embarrassed to even call him her apprentice. Jan tells her to shut up, but she doesn't care either way, as it's been a long time since she cast a destructive spell. It feels great. Kabur apologizes to Vilai. He is not able to keep the vow that he made under that setting sun, so he should create a better world with someone else now. Momon begins mocking Jan for almost losing to some lousy barbarian, but Jan wouldn't think of him as that. He was actually pretty strong. Kabur, with a heavy breath, asks why all of them go so far to kill his people. All they have done is struggle while trying to survive in this harsh land. Are they just trying to completely exterminate them? Jan tells him that Beowulf is also struggling in its own way, to survive against a strong foe like he is. Kabur is amused. Is he calling him strong when he won? Is he just joking? Jan means it. He is a proud and strong warrior. If that is so, Kabur would like a favor from him, taking away a child of his tribe. That child is the last proof that this tribe ever existed, so he would like it to be shown mercy. Jan is amazed that he is still worried about others when he is dying, but he should not worry. The person who took the child is a kind soul. She will not let him live as a slave. Kabur suddenly hands him the symbol of a chieftain. It will become a token of their promise. The bone necklace is something important to the chieftains. To receive this means that Jan has inherited his will. There is no need for him to keep the promise of a dying man, but he does not want to ignore his promise either. In his last moments, Kabur smiles, hoping that the world becomes better. Jan prays that he will be born in a good place in his next life. He deserves that much. That night, at the Beowulf Castle, the knights are holding a celebration because of their victory, which included the killing of a chieftain. This was not done by a single person. It was done by everyone who shed blood for this land. They should raise their mugs and drink until they cannot get up tomorrow. This is the heavy-armored knight captain, William. Everyone raises their mugs and so celebrations go underway. But Jan notices that Lorena is not partaking. William goes to check on her and asks if she's all right. He didn't expect her to kill the chieftain, even though she denies it even now. If she would like, he can bring the rest of the tribe flags to her. William knows that she's like this because of the people who died. It seems that she is not used to things like this. However, she should not be sad, as they were knights of the north, knights of this household. Those who are oblivious would say that knights are noble and honorable, but in truth, even the mightiest man are still human at the end of the day. Those who become knights know that this can happen to them, and to die in such glorious battle is the dream of every knight. He is sure that Voss was satisfied that he protected her. He died an honorable death. He would like to die for her too, but he's too strong and just can't. Lorena asks him to not do that, and William notes that he would like to talk about that child they brought back. Since he was the one who made the exception and brought it back, he will keep an eye. However, she should not get conceited. That thing is no human. It's a beast that can maul everyone around here sooner or later. Lorena screams at him, as he has gone too far with his words. William tells her that he hasn't. His words are only true. That beast is dangerous. Internal unrest is something much scarier than any enemy. If she does not do anything about it, this could become a threat to their household in the future, one that can destroy them. Lorena says that she will take responsibility, but the Beowulf house is strong. It will not fall at the hands of a single human. William seems to remember something dark because of her words, and grits his teeth in response. She should not throw that word around like it's something easily done. Even if their territory holds strong, human lives are still fragile. Will she be able to take responsibility for the anguish of the bereft families that will be left behind? This is his advice to her. He only hopes that she can keep it in mind. Lorena doesn't understand. He was always a merciful person. Why is he so cruel just because that child is of the barbarians? She pouts since she gets no response, but Hans comes around and asks if William has said something to her. Lorena notes that he was just mad that she brought that child back, making Hans angry. How dare that bastard show disdain in front of her? Should he go and show him how to respect his betters? However, he understands him, and she hopes that she is generous with her understanding. There is a reason why he is acting like this. About 30 years ago, an all-out war was occurring, with the barbarians having numbers much larger than they do now. A certain young knight came face to face with a barbarian child in a subjugated tribe that was in flames. The child had no weapons, and was enduring the coldness of this land with just his body. Feeling pity for him, the young knight took in the child. Despite everyone telling him otherwise, they warned him time and again, but to no avail. He was also against the idea, but that child was led into the mansion eventually. The knight was frequently out of the house due to his many subjugation missions, and so his fiancée was the one who looked after the child. The two of them gave everything to look after that child for an entire year. In the end, even if they tried to love their child as one of their own, he was still a barbarian. He killed the knight's fiancée and ran away, and when the knight found her body, he felt anguish like never before. He blamed himself for the situation and still does to this day. After that, he became knight captain and showed mercy to no barbarian, women or children. He slaughtered them like animals. Lorena asks if he's talking about who she thinks he is, and Hans confirms it. The young knight was William, who turned his anguish into anger that still boils within him. Lorena feels sad now. She said all of those things despite not knowing his past. Hans tells her that it's not just William. The other knights have also lost family because of the barbarians. Lorena doesn't know what to say, but Hans tells her to not blame herself. Jan listens into this conversation. The knight captain will not give this up, so he must do something if he wants to keep his promise to Kabur. Hans notes that this is not the end of the story, as now someone is trying to unite the barbarians, and that person is none other than Vilai, commander chieftain of the barbarians, and also the barbarian child William took in. Jan is shocked to hear this. He tried to find things out about that guy, but to no avail. To think that he is related to this territory, they probably covered everything up. That is why he could not find a single thing. This is unexpected, but will help him track down Vilai. Hans understands how she feels. She is kind after all, but she should step back and let him handle this from now on. Lorena refuses, as the others will not show mercy to that child, but Hans asks what other option they have. Jan gets out of his cover and notes that they are just overthinking a simple problem. Hans tells him to step back. Even if he's a friend, he is disrupting house affairs. Jan would like to tell them the solution to this problem. All they must do is persuade Count Beowulf and get his permission. He is the absolute ruler of the North, and if he allows something, nobody would dare oppose it. Hans believes his words are nonsense. He will never allow such a thing, and who would dare speak of this to him? Lorena gulps down and says that she will do it. She will talk with her father and persuade him. No matter what though, she will accept his decision. William walks the lonely streets, wondering if he was too harsh on Lorena, but still, he must stop her before she feels the same sorrow he felt back then. Suddenly, he spots a certain flag, that of the Frost Knights, but they were on a subjugation mission with the Patriarch. Have they already returned? Suddenly, someone comes around and asks if he's alright, as he seems down. That person is the Frost Knight Captain Kion, but if he is back, that means that their count has also returned with them. William asks if the Duke has returned, which is a no from Kion, who explains that he had something to acquire, so he sent the knights back first. William finds it hard to believe that he's in the northern seas all alone, and wonders if he will be okay. Kion tells him that he does not need to worry. The northern seas are like a playground to their Duke. The ones he should be really worried about are the monsters that face him. Also, from what he has heard, Lorena brought back a barbarian, which is probably hard on them. William says that it's fine, but Kion wasn't talking about them. He was talking about Lorena having a hard time. As he knows already, she is kind and would have a hard time for a few days just because she saw that pitiful creature. He is curious about the special forces that came with her too. Can they be trusted with her safety? William has heard that they are competent but still quite young. Although there is one person named Jan among them who is extraordinary. As long as he is around Lorena, they needn't worry of her safety. Kion understands. Perhaps it's because of his age, but even with Lorena's return, he still feels like something bad is about to happen to them. William asks what he means by that, but Kion does not know. He feels like a big storm is about to befall their kingdom. At the side building of the Beowulf Castle, Momon is enjoying a drink, because it's basically free. She has heard the soldiers argue about the child for several days, but they have recently stopped and gotten quiet. Yan told her that they would take a break from barbarian subjugations, but they have only gathered 3 flags so far, although they did that with only her help, because she showed Yan how to deal some damage with magic. While she did have to use up all the mana she secretly accumulated, Yan did praise her skills a lot. Now that she thinks about it though, that bastard deceived her, and actually stole mana from her. She goes to ask him for that mana back, but she is distracted by a duel that is currently happening. William is against Dwight, but sees all of his flaws instantly, as he is too open on all sides and far too stiff for a swordsman. Dwight becomes angered because of this, but William mocks him more by saying that this fight is already in his favor because he is using a real sword against a wooden one, although only with this they could level the playing field a little. This makes Dwight push further, and Yan watches from afar. Momon asks why this duel is even happening. Are they too bored or something? Yan can't deny that, but after fighting Kabur, he found out that they are still too weak. If she didn't intervene, they would have been in danger. He also obtained some info on Astalon. Every time he touched it, the sword refused him as a master. However, the Northern Knights did not feel any kind of reaction. It just felt like a heavy blade to them. Perhaps this could be due to the unique mana-used method of the Beowulf House. They create the Snow Soul in their energy core and use it as an amplifier for their mana. This is a similar logic to the Mana Heart, so he is trying to see if there is anything he can learn from this fight. Momon doesn't understand why Dwight is fighting if that is the case. Yan just got sick of beating people up, so he wants to see someone else beating on another. Even if she's a lich, Momon still believes that he's a bit messed up. Did something happen in his childhood to make him the sadistic man he is today? Kion suddenly appears, greeting Yan, as this is their first time meeting after all. Yan recognizes him as the captain of the Frost Knights, and also introduces himself, and also apologizes for not doing so up until now. Kion tells him to be at ease, and talks about him defeating Chieftain Kabur, which is an impressive thing to do at his age. Yan tells them that he just got lucky, as Lorena along with the other Special Force members damaged him enough to make him an easy target. Kion understands, but he talks in a way that would suggest he is close to Lorena. What's his relationship with her? Is he not acting too friendly? Is he perhaps looking down on her? What did he do to their queen? Yan can't believe that all of the old men around here are crazy, so he states that he does not have many interactions with her, nor is he close. This was just a misunderstanding. Kion is glad that this is so, but why does he not interact with her? Does he think that she's not good enough? Did he make her cry? Yan is getting really tired of this, but Kion is just testing him, and now understands why William praised him so. While he may look like a normal rank 5 from the outside, there is amazing potential hidden within. He wants to test it out, so he hands Yan a sword and asks him for a duel, as his youngest knight is also pretty skilled. This is Knight Mir of the Frost Knights, which makes Yan smile, as this is the perfect opportunity for him. Yan accepts the duel, but if he wants to use a real sword, he can do so. The others believe that he's looking down on the knights, and Kion likes to see such a young man brimming with confidence, but this is also an insult to their name. He tells Min to use his full strength, who immediately does so, and tells Yan that he will soon wish he used a real sword instead. As Min rushes in, Yan easily takes away his blade with a single strike, surprising everyone. This boy has subdued a Frost Knight with only an attack. Yan asks if he's alright, as he put a little more power in that attack than he would have liked. In the northern Rockthorn Forest, Vilai asks an elder if that man is still in the northern seas. The elder confirms he has yet to show signs of leaving, so Vilai tells him to gather the chieftains under his name. Dwight eventually admits that he lost, but William tells him to not be discouraged, as he did great and has some really fearsome talent. Dwight feels that he's teasing him, as he didn't leave a scratch on him, but William confirms that it was close, about 600 pieces of paper close. Naturally, William is kidding. With him, his household has a bright future to look forward to. He then notices the gathering of Frost Knights behind them. What happened? Everyone is shocked to see Jan's victory, but they are more concerned about their pride, as he has embarrassed them, or that's what Jan thought, as they are all amazed by how incredible he is. Min thanks him for the great fight, but Jan should be the one who thanks him. Min recognizes his loss. He really has some incredible skills for his age. The others begin laughing at him because he's older and doesn't have those skills. Jan is quite surprised that they are this unbothered, as knights are usually all about honor and pride. Whenever they lose, they either be in complete despair or acknowledge their loss. For them, risking their lives in each battle is normal. Does losing so badly really not hurt their pride at all? This attitude is probably that which made them strong. They are not called the Northern Wall for nothing after all. Someone pushes forwards and wants to be next. He is Laurent, the 99th Frost Knight. Jan accepts this duel, as this is a great chance for him to figure out how they use their mana. Laurent immediately goes on the offensive and uses all of his power as a sign of respect. But Yan can finally see his mana, which makes the trajectory of his sword be seen. Laurent suddenly uses the first form of the Frost Knights, the Ice Sword Dance, which is a fast move. If that is the case, Yan uses his abilities to go even faster and get behind Laurent. He notices him, however, and strikes, only to discover that this was an afterimage. Yan was actually close and won the battle with a simple strike. Laurent knows what happened. He used his clothes as bait, which was an ingenious move on his part. He admits that he has lost and that he is an incredible fighter, making everyone start to try and have a fight with him. William asks Keon what he thinks of Yan, who now understands the praise he has been receiving. William says that Cruel is not that bad as well, but Yan is next level. That snake instructor commander created him, who he thought at first was only about political games in the capital. Perhaps Yan is wasted under him, which Keon agrees with. He would grow much more if he joined their household, but at the same time, he cannot let him stay around Lorena, since he might have ulterior motives. William agrees with that too, but since everyone is tired, they should stop here and continue tomorrow morning. Outside, someone gives out the charge command, and a large horn can be heard. William recognizes it as their emergency horn. But what is happening? Suddenly someone comes inside and tells everyone to ready up their armors and swords swiftly. This is actually Han, who explains that they are in a state of emergency. Their territory is being attacked. They all ask who is attacking them, just as their main gate is punctured, allowing their enemies to enter. Han tells them that their strongest enemy is here, the commander chieftain, Vilai. Yan is shocked to hear this, as this was not supposed to happen until much later. History has changed once again. The soldiers gather up at the walls, and they can all see that the third castle walls have already been decimated, meaning that the barbarians are advancing at an alarming rate. William asks a soldier to report, who says that the third knights are currently defending the second castle walls. They have judged that it is possible to defend at the third castle walls. Those walls have been broken and the residents evacuated, so the knights move to the second walls. But their enemies have great numbers, so this is not looking good. If he wants a number, he estimates that there are around 30,000 barbarians right now. William wonders how they did not see this gigantic army come when they had rangers, but the knight also reports that they are all dead. They were targeted right before the attack. With that, William orders Keon and the Frost Knights to head towards the first castle walls in order to help with evacuation, while he and the armored knights help the second castle wall defense. At the same time, Yan damns it all, as history has changed once again. And to make things even worse, it's going in the direction he least wanted it to. He can only wonder what happened for this to happen. Perhaps it's because he came to this place. In the past, as long as the suppression force known as the Beowulf was around, Vilai chose not to invade. So did he come up with some ways to deal with them? With his decision to come here, the things that have changed are only Lorena and the others, right? That's when Yan finally gets it. A barbarian reports to Vilai that they are advancing towards the second castle walls as they speak, with Vilai telling him to stand by for now. They only need to let those who are fast on their feet advance, as they must take them all down slowly and get their target. Yan knows what he is after. He wants to take Lorena hostage. At the second wall, the third White Knights are desperately trying to stop the barbarians from entering the castle. But try as they might, the barbarians have come here with a clear goal. Through their brotherhood, they all feel their shared anger. They have come here to avenge those who have fallen at the hands of these monsters. They will win this battle, and they will become the true masters of the North. Somewhere else, Cheryl and Lorena are sticking together, but both of them are shocked about this sudden attack, which they were completely unprepared for. Since some barbarians are getting quite close to the children's hideout, Lorena tells Cheryl to relocate them somewhere else, while she maintains this position. Cheryl is not happy about leaving her alone, but it is true that it's easier to run if they are solo, so she leaves while promising to return quickly. Just as she is left alone, a barbarian sneaks up behind her, but he can't even speak, as he feels a sharp pain from behind. Lorena wonders why he's not speaking, but Yan has actually cut him in half. Glad that he found her, he suddenly grabs her arm, which she's quite flustered about, and asks where they are going. Yan tells her that they are going to the castle, as she is the target of the enemy. Vilai is after her specifically, because she is the Duke's weakness. He intended to capture him by using her, and he barely stopped that from happening now. But this is not the end just yet. If they get caught out here, their situation will be hopeless. Even if he has to give his life, she must escape. Suddenly, the castle begins to crack, and the steeple from above comes right down on Yan and Lorena. Yan does not have time to save them both, so he lets go of Lorena and pushes her, before the steeple crashes down on him. Lorena has survived, but her foot has been pretty damaged, so she can no longer walk. She can't believe that a human could actually do such a thing and calls out for Yan, but there is no answer. Vilai apologizes for the sudden introduction, but he really does not know any other greetings. Lorena instantly recognizes him, which he did not expect, but this only means that they have nothing to talk about. Lorena can feel the pressure he's exuding. It's the first time in her life she's feeling so intimidated by another human, other than her father. With her leg injured, there's no chance for her to win, so she must put an end to this within an instant. Vilai notices that she's charging up her mana. Perhaps she intends to end this fight instantly, right? Lorena couldn't even see when he closed the distance between them, or not even feel it. As they say, he is far too powerful. Vilai promises to not hurt her if she comes quietly, as she is an important card in his deck. Lorena looks besides him, which tips off Vilai that Jan is attacking him, so he punches right through his chest and turns him into dust. They both think that this is the end, but Vilai notices that this was just magic, and the real Jan notes that he only relies on his eyes, so he cannot differentiate between real and magic, as that was a really simple skill. Lorena wonders how he knows how to even use magic, but Vilai is not at all impressed. Jan explains that even if this is their first time meeting, he wouldn't like to meet him now. All the while Lorena tells him to let her down. After he doesn't listen, she decides to punch him, but even that does not work. Vilai suggests that he doesn't get all arrogant only because he has succeeded in his deception. It will take him less than half a minute to shred him into pieces. Jan wonders if he even has that much time, as his real target will disappear while he fights him. Vilai doesn't understand. His target is in his hands, but Jan has realized what his real target is. Truthfully, isn't he after Astalon? The dragon sword Astalon is said to have the power of a ruler who has won every battle in their lives. With that sword, subjugating the empire would no longer be a dream for him, and if he wanted, he could tell him the location of it. However, he will take her somewhere safe, as he has business with her. Vilai understands that if he lets them go, he will tell him the sword's location, right? Lorena whispers, asking if that really exists, which Jan confirms, but he's not really going to give him the sword, as that thing is quite special. Jan thought about how Vilai lived in the Beowulf kingdom when he was younger. He suspected that he would know about the dragon sword, and with those eyes of his, would easily be able to find it. Even if he did not know about it, he wouldn't just ignore its existence, and that's what Jan has used as bait. Vilai knows about that sword, but that's not what his people call it. That is the Sword of the Rule, the legendary blade that is passed down their tribe. Jan knows that this guy just bit, so he hurries him along. He does not have time, as the knights are going to get the sword and move it to a safe place soon. Not to mention the Duke will be here soon too, so he has to make a choice. Either he takes Lorena, or the sword. Vilai does not like those options, so he will choose option 3. He will kill him, take her, and the sword. Within a second he approaches them, and with only his battle aura, pushes them away. Jan is concerned for Lorena, but Vilai approaches him, as he's mad that he tried to negotiate with him. He will make him beg for his life through his punctured lungs, and then he will tell the location of the blade obediently. Even as Vilai strikes, Jan just smiles, which confuses him. Still, the gravity pressure strike is dealt all around the area, making the ground crack and fly away. Jan has managed to survive, barely dodging that attack, but he knows that he held back. Perhaps he has grown soft. Vilai tells him to shut up. He simply stopped because he had a question. He recognizes the bracelet on his waist. It is Kabur's, so why does he have it? Jan explains that he got it from him. After their battle, he entrusted this bracelet to him, and asked him to carry on his will. Vilai asks if that was his last moment, so Jan tells him of them. Even while dying, he only thought of his tribe. That man was a simple and strong warrior who fought for his people. Vilai still wants the location of the sword. If he gives it to him, he will let him go in order to honor Kabur's will. Jan doesn't know what to feel about abandoning his teammate and running away, but Vilai tells him that he does not need to die here. He knows that he cannot hope to defeat him, and he's not even of Beowulf either. Why does he fight in a land that he has no stocks in? Jan hadn't thought of that, and after a while of negotiating, things calmed down. Lorena is still unconscious, and Vilai approaches her. He has been itching to get his hands on her, as the Duke's reaction will be priceless. He wonders what kind of face he will make when he sees his daughter, but that's when the clone begins to speak. Jan tells him that he trusts those eyes of his way too much. That is why he keeps being deceived. He shouldn't worry though. The location of the sword is real, so he should hurry up. Vilai is enraged beyond his wits, but he cannot follow now. That is what Jan is hoping too, as he will probably for the sword and not them. Momon asks if he saw how her exquisite magic fooled that gorilla again. She deserves Paris, right? Jan does congratulate her, but she wonders if he took that bracelet on purpose. Jan says that he knew it would be good against Vilai, and it certainly did help. The only thing he has to do now is wake up Lorena, as he needs her to awaken the sword. Momon asks if he hasn't given up the sword, but Jan really hasn't. He wouldn't just give it to someone after all the things he went through for it. Even if Vilai finds it, he will not be able to get past the sword's defense magic so easily. The Beowulf weapon vault is blasted open by Vilai, who hopes that Jan has not lied about this too. Sure enough, he finds the sword among the other blades. With his blade, he will be able to combat even the Duke. He tries to grab it, but he is not qualified, so he gets punished. Vilai is impressed by the fact that a mere sword dares to not obey. He will make sure to train it well. He tries again, but the sword continues to deny him, so he begins putting a lot more force. This makes the sword calm down too, meaning that he will have control of it soon. But that's when Han attacks from above, sword at the ready. Vilai did not expect to be interrupted, but he blocked his blade with only his hard fist. Jan remembers Lorena mentioning something about a shelter underneath the tower where Mana is hidden, and suggests she go there and wait until this is all over. She refuses as she wants to fight with them, but Jan asks, what will she do when her leg is injured? Lorena feels the pain but says that this is nothing. She cannot hide and watch while everyone is fighting and her territory becomes filled with blood. Jan tells her that she's always cold-hearted, but when it comes to family matters, she can't seem to control herself. Does she think that her role as princess is to go and fight? She should not worry, as she is still needed to defeat Vilai. Lorena asks what she needs to do, so Jan inches closer and asks her for the most precious thing inside of her right now. With that, they can defeat Vilai. She doesn't get it at first, but then her mind comes up with something. Momon asks if he got dropped as a kid. How can he say it like that and expect her to understand? Jan gets it, so he explains that what he wanted to say is that he needs her to teach him the steps of the Snow Soul. He does not have time to go into details, but that is the only way to get rid of Vilai. Lorena asks if he's gone insane. The steps to the Snow Soul are a secret technique passed down only to those within the family. He cannot tell it to anyone, even him, as that's the rule of their household. It has been for centuries. The fighting at the weapon vault continues in earnest, Han belittling Vilai for trying to steal while his subordinates are dying. Vilai asks if he understands the gravity of his actions, but Han doesn't get him. He is just here to kill the rat that is sneaking around their house. He uses the 12th form of Snow Soul, the white flower, which creates a bunch of petals that all have sword aura, making them deadly. Vilai didn't expect him to be so strong, however. He will not be able to stop him with just that. He uses his battle aura to cut through the petals, and so they begin close-quarter combat again. The sword is left alone at the top of the vault, but Jan soon arrives, hoping that he has enough time. He's glad that Han came as he asked, although he would probably not last long. Momon tells him that once the sword reacts, Vilai will notice, which Jan knows. But by the time he notices, this whole thing will be over. The sword reacts negatively again, but Jan now has the power to confront it. When Lorena spoke of her rules, he asked what's more important to her, the people of this kingdom or their rules. She had to decide now, either lose the people or her petty rules. She must go against their rules if she wants to protect everyone. Lorena remembers people telling her to not mention that person, because he is someone who broke the rules. But he is right. It would be right for her to do her best, so she will entrust everything she has to him. He grabbed his hand and pressed it on her chest, allowing him to feel her mana, and also letting her teach him. Ice is the perfection of silence, and once he has achieved that stillness, even within a snowstorm, he will be able to let his soul bloom. Jan is practicing that even now, but this time he is seeing the steps of the Snow Soul just like back then. With this power entering his body, he is able to achieve his goal and grab Astalon for himself. While Jan is admiring the sword, Han is being pushed back, as he has realized that Vilai is slowly starting to understand his sword techniques and counter them. But how much mana and stamina does he have anyway? Is this the true strength of the Commander Chieftain? Vilai is also impressed that he lasted so long, especially since he used some life force. However, this is as far as an old knight like him goes. Before he can say anything else, a light emanates behind him. Vilai knowing that it comes from the Sword of Rulers, meaning that bastard got it. He only spared his life because of Kabur, but not anymore. Han sees his turn back as an opportunity and attempts to strike him down. He should not have gotten distracted during their fight. Vilai simply grabs his sword, as there is no fight here. It ended a long time ago. He breaks his sword and goes in for the kill, as it's because of him that he was not able to get the sword. However, he is suddenly bound down by a bunch of ice magic. Vilai knowing that there should be nobody here with that skill. So who did this? Jan comes around, guessing that the situation would come to this. Vilai has now confirmed that he was the one who did all of this. How dare he lay his hands on his sword? Jan can't believe how much power Astalon has. He was wise to think that the Snow Soul would enhance ice magic too. After adding on to that the power of this blade, his ice magic has amplified quite a lot. Vilai does not get why he is able to wield that special blade, and why his body has 3 mana holes. Just what has he done in all this time? Jan is quite surprised that he saw through it so quickly. But he does have God's eye, so it's not like it's impossible. Vilai decides to smile. If that is the true power of the Sword of Rulers, then it is great, as it's a sword that truly fits a king like him. If the sword has dared to select him, then he has no other choice but to take that sword from his decaying corpse. Using Battle Aura, he charges in with his Black Sun, but Jan only uses the Frost Knight basic sword technique, a slow oblique slash. This simple attack is enough to cut the area around and cause Vilai a pretty deep injury. But even with this, he does not give up. and still charges in with his attack. The earth cracks as it goes to Yan. Vilai examines his injury, as it's been a while since he received one. Perhaps it was because of the Sword of Rulers, as it was able to tear through his hard muscles and his strongest aura. Yan barely blocks this attack, and Vilai finally understands that the blade has the ability to cut through mana. That sword is something truly befitting of him then. Yan says that he's wrong, as the sword isn't that black and white. Astalon is a blade that can stop the flow of mana completely, but he won't know the difference, therefore. He cannot control it. Vilai doesn't care. He will learn it as he uses it, so he should hand it over right now, and he promises he will crush every single bone of his slowly. He suddenly feels something at his feet, and that's when he notices that they are frozen. He also feels a cold breeze of air that he has felt for the very first time, despite being born in the harshest parts of the north. Along with that, the shadow of death whispered his name slowly. The Duke has arrived, demanding to know what a barbarian dog is doing in his home and why he dares to rummage about while he was gone. The Duke slowly descends by creating his own ice stairs out of thin air and asks Vilai once again, what does he think he is doing in his home? He better choose his words wisely, as they could be his last. Vilai is glad that they are finally meeting. He probably already heard of him, but he is the chieftain of the United 20 Tribes. The Duke demands he be silent, as he does not know of an insignificant barbarian like him. Vilai hates his arrogance, but he has the strength to back it up, as he has never seen someone with so much mana which he didn't even notice. Perhaps this was the plan of that brat, for him not to notice the Duke approaching. Vilai decides to swiftly break out of his ice binds and charge in, as they would have to fight one day anyway, and it seems that the time is now. The Duke feels appalled. Someone as tiny as him should not be mentioning his mighty name. Vilai thinks that he has him, and charges in even faster. But that's when the Duke expands his domain, using the final form of the Snow Soul, Eternal Frost. The barbarians that have been terrorizing his realm are all frozen in an instant, right in front of the soldiers, who know that their Duke is back. The Duke asks Han if he's fine, which he is. He's only amazed by his power, as it's incredible. This is the true might of Eternal Frost. Han is not impressed by his display. He has grown old to struggle against such a barbarian. The domain expansion of the Duke, Eternal Frost, makes all of the enemies in its range freeze while harming no one the Duke considers an ally. This is the leader of the Beowulf household, who protects the north and holds the line. Bacchus Beowulf. He asks Han if all of this happened while he was gone, which makes Han feel ashamed. But Bacchus doesn't care, as Larina and their people are safe. Han tells him that there was someone who helped greatly. He calls out Yan to present himself, but he is already gone, making Bacchus think that he's quite sneaky. Despite all that he has faced, Vilai is not done. He breaks free with his aura, and summons another ball attack. Bacchus asks what he can do if he can just freeze him, but Vilai is not aiming for him anymore, as he plans to take his entire kingdom away. He hurls the ball at the tower in which the people have retreated in. He will use this as a distraction to get away. But that's when Yan appears and cuts the aura ball into two, annoyed by the fact that he's still kicking. The ball still explodes, leaving Yan with some damage, but he is mostly tired at this point. On top of using this new magic combined with the new sword, he had to fight that beast while protecting Larina too. He used up everything in his body. This time, he gave it his all, and he deserves a little rest. He knows that there are capable people out there, and he will leave the rest to them. Suddenly, Larina appears, holding out his hand for him to grab. Yan is kind of annoyed that he does not have a chance to rest. But this feeling is not bad either. After this, the news of the barbarian invasion spreads quickly throughout the empire. Everyone hears of Yan's spoils too, and the era, even though quite slowly, is starting to move. The next day, Larina goes to the Beowulf graves and visits her mother. It's been a while since they talked. She just hopes that she's not mad because she has not been here for a while. She hopes that she's well, wherever she is. She was actually really busy. She's been training way too much, but even so, she hopes that she will still look after her. She's realized that the world is a really huge place. There was someone as strong as her brother. He was really incredible on that day. She has decided to keep trying. She will keep looking for her brother, and also for the bastards who dared to take her life. After all this talk, she decides to go, because a disturbance has appeared next to her. Bacchus tells her to stop, but she insists that she must go, as she's late as it is for training. Bacchus suddenly hands her something, an ice crystal, which will help her with the snow soul once she absorbs it. Larina refuses this gift, but then Bacchus asks if she does not have something she wanted to ask of him. She wanted him to protect that barbarian child, right? If she wants to trade, then she has to give something in return. Larina knows what he's hinting at, and grabs the ice crystal, hoping that he will keep his promise. He suggests that instead of wasting her time playing around as the Special Forces, she should make sure that her snow soul is trained, as her cold energy has gotten duller and duller. Additionally, she should come and visit more often. Han would certainly love it. Larina stops, and says that he's as strong as expected. Considering how mighty he is, nothing will be able to threaten this place, not even the barbarians. He truly is the savior of the people. So then, why could he not protect his wife? Even with all his power, He could not protect the ones important to him, so she does not want to return to a place where her mom and brother are missing from. Bacchus lets out a deep sigh as she leaves, and asks Helena what he must do. She was much wiser than him, and Larina still hates him for what happened with her brother. On the day that the Revolutionary Army rat sneaked into the castle, he saw something truly shocking. The one leading them, the one who dared to cut his own blood, was her brother, who did not look remorseful at all. Would Larina be able to handle it if she knew this truth? Think of her last words. And for Larina, he culled his rage and exiled him, but he still wonders if that was the correct decision. He does not know what will happen if Larina does find him, but he only hopes she will be safe. Bacchus detects someone behind him and notes that he's quite late. Jan tells him that he looked deep in thought and did not want to bother him, but it seems that he has been looking for him. Bacchus confirms as such. He heard of his spoils from Han, and since they reward people according to their efforts and achievements, but instead of giving him something useless like a coin, he decided to give him what he wants. He has handed everyone else their rewards, but as for him, would it be enough to give him the sword that he has stolen, and currently has hidden in his robe? He appears to like it after all. Jan says that it's actually not good enough. He lost count of how many times he saved Larina's life. Bacchus can't believe how arrogant he is. Does he not know how precious that blade is? Jan tells him to be honest. Was this not just rotting in the back of a storage room all this time? He certainly wasn't going to use it, and nobody besides him can anyway. He's helping him by taking this thing that's hard to get rid of, and he's not accepting any handling fees either. Bacchus notes that Han told him he was an interesting person, but to this extent is quite amusing. It's good, if he was going to be insane. He hopes it would be to the extent that he does not seem like he will be taken over by the blade, so this is fine. He can ask for anything, money or treasure, even land, but he has a single condition. He has control over the north. Nobody can deny that, but that cannot be said about the central area. He wants him to look after Larina from this moment forward. Can he swear upon his soul that he will take responsibility for her? Jan says that he has no plans of marrying her, making Bacchus ask what the hell gave him that idea. Jan got it from him telling him his vows already, but Bacchus meant that he would take responsibility for her life while he's not around. Also, how dare he reject that marriage? He does not even deserve her. He will marry her right now. Actually, no, he is unworthy. Jan can't believe that he's in the same spot as the other old goats around here, and decides to leave it as it is. After this, he goes to the central district to catch the train. He apologizes to his friends, as an old man with a nasty temperament stopped him. Larina tells him that the train has yet to depart, but Dwight demands he report earlier next time. They should go quickly, as they will be returning to glory after all. They rescued an Imperial advisor and defeated the Commander Chieftain. Surely their reward will be big. Larina congratulates all of them for working so hard. It's quite impressive that they had no casualties on their very first mission. Might be a first in the history of the Special Forces, actually. Jan says that her leaving is quieter than expected, but Larina already had a fight with them at the castle, and left it at that. The train is about to come in, allowing Jan to think about what happened. This trip was a successful one. He was able to get the advisor's invitation, and even Astalon as a bonus. Besides that, the Duke gave him a hefty sum of gold, and some items worth much more than that gold. Suddenly a crow lands on his shoulder as he thinks, which he recognizes. After a bit, he tells Larina to wait. They will probably need to go without him first, as there's something he forgot. The instructor commander asked him to visit some to buy their special strawberry cookies, making Dwight believe that he's acting like his dog. After the train leaves, Jan can sigh with relief, as he must go to the real errand now. He didn't expect to see the instructor's commander, Black Shadow, but just what kind of order has he given him to go through this much trouble? After reading the paper, Jan crushes it into dust, as this will be quite a tall order. After a while, Momon eventually wakes up, glad to finally be resurrected. Jan thinks that he did everything on his own, but if she had not been there, he would have died over a dozen times. She used all of her mana to save him, and thus went to sleep, but she was able to regain much more than usual, meaning that she can finally take care of that muscle barbarian. Jan can't believe that she's still talking about that. The fight with Vilai is already over. They already left the territory too, although she slept the whole day, so she wouldn't be able to know. Momon can't believe how ungrateful he is. He should at least thank her for saving him so much. Jan does just that, and explains that they are now in Soma, which is a side right next to Beowulf with much warmer weather. Momon asks what he's doing here all alone, but Jan doesn't have time to chat, so he tells her that they are just going to work. On the way, he explains what happened with Vilai, who ran away after the Duke came. Now he's here under the orders of the commander-instructor. Well, it was only one order. That was to wait for his childhood friend in Soma. Momon is surprised that someone like him has a friend, and although Jan would like to say something, she's right. Jan knows that this childhood friend is the lie that he told the commander-instructor on the day he escaped. It's the daughter of the Special Forces captain. This order would be to kidnap her, but her appearance right now does not feel right. He wonders how the instructor commander would even react if he realized this was a lie. Either he would destroy him, or let it go like it was nothing. What is certain would be that he has the upper hand since he gets to contact her earlier than the instructor commander, but he must confirm her identity in the first place. Momon sees that he's being catcalled by a bunch of women who want to have drinks with him at the bar where they probably work. Momon didn't expect him to come to such a place, but he is a young man after all, and has his needs. Yan has no clue what she's talking about, but Momon decides to teach him about a technique to get all the girls. First he hunts 1 wolf and 3 rabbits, and then he stuffs it in the woman's bag. If he does so, he will become the best ladies' man. Yan asks if she's gone insane. They are no longer at the founding of the empire, and that's not why they are here anyway. If he remembers correctly, this is the place they must go to. Momon can see that it's called the Hobbiton Tavern, but the name is way too simple. And when they get inside, the bartender tells him that they don't sell a thing if he wants to eat. He should go someplace else. Momon can't believe how rude he is to a customer and tells Yan to go as there's nothing to see here. He tells the bartender that it's fine, as he would still like to order 2 glasses of whiskey mixed with wine and an added olive on top. The bartender apologized. He did not know he was a VIP. He goes out back and opens a secret passage, inviting Yan inside. As they go down the hidden stairs, Momon asks what this is and what he's trying to do. Perhaps it's an underground club. Yan tells her to stop thinking about weird stuff. This is a place that only sells information. They disguise themselves as a tavern, but they actually sell info about Soma's back alley. Right now they only have info on Soma, but soon their network will speak throughout the continent, and they will be known as the Beggar's Den. Who he is about to meet right now is none other than the future leader of that Beggar's Den, Bella. She has never seen him before, so why has he come here? Yan explains that he has someone he must find, but he only knows her name. Can they find her? Bella confirms they can and asks what her name is, so Yan says that it's Bella. She gets flustered as she hears this and asks how he knows her name. Just who is he? Yan is surprised that she still gets flustered. She really can't hide her emotions. He notes that many would like to know her name, although he might be the first. Bella tells him that curiosity is not great, as there's a saying, it kills the cat. She presses a hidden button on her table, making the ceiling crack and letting a bunch of arrows go through, which seemingly hit Yan. Bella smiles, as she expected him to end like this. But Yan thinks that they have introduced themselves enough by now, so they should get to business. Bella is shocked that he managed to survive, making her wonder if he was hired by the nobles. If so, who sent him? Viscount Franken? Or perhaps Baron Vuigen? There are too many suspects to know, but Yan confirms that he just wants to buy something, since she deals in information and all. Bella asks what he wants, but Yan is not actually looking for information. He wants to buy her. He wants her to serve him, making Momon think that he's a little freaky, but he didn't mean it in that way. They go somewhere more private, and Yan tells Bella that he thinks highly of her information-gathering abilities. She even knows the location of where scandals occur and what kind of dinner was served. Bella guesses that he's the one who spread the rumors of the nobles in the vicinity, but Yan can't deny it. He has earned some money by selling what people like most. Bella is impressed by how bold he is. Is he not scared of getting charged for defamation? Yan has stayed within some boundaries for now, but is she really trying to threaten him? Bella was just praising him, and Yan was too, if she was listening. Bella thanks him, but if she does become his subordinate, then all of the Soma nobles will do whatever to kill her, because they are scared she will reveal their secrets. However, there is a way around this. The situation might be different if he pays her enough to take on those risks, but she's not sure if he's capable of that. Yan asks how much she will cost while reaching into his pocket, but she doesn't think it's an amount that can be stored in there. Yan pulls out a satchel filled with gold coins and guesses that it's around this mark. She is surprised to see gold coins of the highest purity, and Yan says that those are issued by the Central, meaning they are worth a lot more than normal gold coins. Bella still thinks that it's not enough, so Yan suggests they play a game, with his and her futures on the line. He's going to propose how much he will offer to buy her, and her price will keep ascending until she says stop. If he can guess how much she thinks she's worth, then all that money will be hers, however. If she goes beyond what he thinks she's worth, then she gets nothing. She loses all the money, and she will be handed to the nobles too. Bella doesn't know what to say about this, but Yan begins putting satchel after satchel of gold coins on her table until he reaches 400 gold coins. Bella is conflicted. With that much, she can feed 400 people for over a year. She wonders if she should stop now, but seeing Yan pull out more, she's forced to make a choice. Bella immediately tells him to stop, but Yan didn't expect her to fold so fast. He was going to go for 1,000, but now they just need solid proof to show who owns her. Bella hopes he doesn't want something weird, but Yan just wants her to sign this contract. With it signed, he's looking forward to working with her. After he leaves, Bella wonders what just happened. Money fell into her hands like it was nothing. Yan made her sign and noted that he will contact her again once he needs her, so she should read the contract, as it's pretty important. Bella refuses to do such a thing. Why would she work for someone she knows nothing about? That bastard is the epitome of danger, and with these many gold coins, she can live like a noble in the other kingdoms. She can say goodbye to this pathetic life and leave that moron in the dust. Suddenly, her head begins hurting harder and harder, almost like it's splitting apart. That's when the contract raises itself in the air and shows her what she signed. All parties agree that if Bella breaks the conditions of said contract or acts in a way that would harm Jan, her head will explode. Now Bella gets it. This is no normal contract, but a slave contract. Jan feels that it activated, meaning that it works, and Momon calls him wicked to think he would place a restriction on her like this. He didn't force her to sign, although she had no choice. He also hopes she placed that restriction properly, so that her head doesn't pop. But Momon doesn't like to be doubted, especially since she's proud of her self-destruction magic. Also, she noticed that he took the money out of a dimensional pouch. Where did he acquire it? Jan tells her that Duke Beowulf gave it to him as a present, or, at least to leave him alone. Momon asks if they're going back now, but Jan notes that there's still much work to do. Somewhere else, in a secluded place, the Empire soldiers are in a lonely house, where a lonely girl sits, biding her time. In the Verdine forest, Jan is tracking some wagon tracks, and judging by their condition, he estimates them to be 3 days old. This means that they have tracked them properly, and they are close now. Momon comes out and asks how much longer. Does he intend to just walk around like this for years? Have they not arrived at the train station? It seems that she has forgotten. So Jan tells her that they are carrying out a mission assigned by the instructor commander, which she remembers, to find some girl, right? Jan notes that it's not just some girl, but the daughter of the Special Forces commander. He didn't expect the instructor commander to assign such a mission so suddenly, though. Momon finds it funny that he, a Special Forces member, is kidnapping the commander's daughter. Jan guesses that the instructor commander is trying to use her to pressure the commander in the faction conflict, a political move, so to speak. However, the wagon is too big to move her discreetly, and they have way too many escorts too. Is the person he's tracking right now really the commander's daughter? Suddenly, a bunch of lights were approaching, with a girl asking if he is lost. Jan confirms as such. He must have taken the wrong path from the forest entrance. She finds him quite unfortunate, but it's good they crossed paths, as they were just going back to their village. Since this forest is deep, lots of travelers get lost here, so why not come with them and rest at the village? It's just a little further out. There are not many houses, but it's fine if he stays for one night. The elders enjoy seeing her so enthusiastic, but it's only natural, since there aren't many young people around here. She tells them to stop it, but Jan refuses. He just wants to be pointed toward the right direction. The elders think she got rejected, but if he doesn't want to come, at least he should take this lantern, as it's dangerous to walk at night. Jan smiles and immediately pulls out Astalon, cutting the woman directly. The lantern splits into two as the woman follows, and the elders scream out, demanding to know why he did it. Even Momon is confused. Why kill her? He tells her to look at what came out of the lantern. That thing is a self-detonating flamestone used by the Special Force Assassination Unit, meaning that this was all an amusing little play, but it was not enough to cover up their stench, even if they are seasoned seniors. The assassins finally let their masks fall and rush Jan, who summons Black Wolf and charges in as well. Eventually, one of them arrives back at the village and explains that they were annihilated by just one enemy. The guy he's telling it to asks how an entire assassination unit could be killed by one person, so the assassin notes that he knew too much about them, as if he was trained like them too. This is the Special Forces Secretary, Shark, who guesses that it's the instructor commander's dog, but where is he now? Since he's still in Sector 4, they will send Unit 2 after him, and Unit 1 will stay to guard the location. The man understands. He will go protect the daughter, but Shark tells him that he can rest. For eternity, that is. He saw right through his disguise, but so did Jan through his attack, allowing him to take his arm out easily. That was poison on his blade, befitting an assassin. He will take it since he will no longer need it, but he wants to ask him something too. Where is the commander's daughter? Shark screams at someone, anyone, to come and help him, but Jan notes that he's wasting his breath. They are all dead. Shark can't believe that he took all of them alone. How is that possible? He begs to be spared. He will tell him everything he wishes to know. Jan appreciates that he's so loose, so he wants an answer. Where is the commander's daughter? He tells him she's not here, and vows that this is the truth. They only hold experimental subjects. Before he can say anything more, his head explodes, Jan guessing that this was the taboo, but he didn't expect to find it on a high-ranking official. This only proves to him that there's a critical secret hidden here. But if what this guy said is true, about experimental subjects, then it wasn't just about guarding his daughter. What is going on here? He goes throughout the rooms, not finding much of interest, until he goes to the main room and sees someone chained up. A girl, fashioned in a way that she cannot move. Jan frees her and asks if she is okay. As she's slowly regaining consciousness, Jan feels that she's familiar, so he opens her blindfold, only for him to be sent back because of her energy. He knows of this power, and that face. He saw it in his past life. This is one of the great calamities of the continent. But why is the Witch of Oppression here? Since its founding, the Kavalan Empire has been home to countless superhumans and powerful beings. However, even the superhumans are within the bounds of humanity, so disasters that surpass human limits are common. The first calamity is the everlasting flame, burning even the toughest diamonds forevermore. The second calamity is the despair that passes only among those who have witnessed it, an unspoken calamity. The third calamity, which even the Emperor ordered to ignore. As to her, even mountains or seas do not matter. Everything just gets smashed flat around her. The same applies to even other superhumans. People called her this out of fear and awe, but why is she here of all places? He was tracking the commander's daughter but found the Witch of Oppression. Now everything makes sense. All that secrecy and talk about experimental subjects. What the commander was hiding was not his daughter, but that they were creating this calamity. Perhaps it was to keep the Dragon Warrior project in check, but judging by the fact that she became the Witch of Oppression, it seems they failed at controlling her. He knows that everything is over if she opens her eyes, so he must strike first to win. However, the girl just apologizes. Did she do something bad again? Jan is confused by this, and she asks if anyone was injured, as she loses control when she's startled. Jan notes that he was flung, but it was fine, although she's still sad about it. Jan can't believe that she's the same girl who shook the continent. She's just a normal person now. But if he can get his hands on her power, he will have the strongest card of all. However, how can he control that which not even the Emperor could hope to? This is a poisoned chalice. The risk is too great. If he wants to eliminate her, his only chance is now. Momon asks why he's acting like a coward. He should just take her in already. Jan notes that it's easy for her to say, but this is not a power easily controlled. Even she cannot control it. Momon asks if it would be fine if she could, but Jan says it's impossible. Momon doesn't believe so. She's the apex of all mages after all, and mages are creatures that seek out and overturn the laws of nature, and she's at the top. Controlling that girl is easy, as he triggers pain, and since they know that, the rest is easy. With a bunch of ancient magic, she creates a necklace and bracelet that protect her mind, and should help her. Jan wonders if such a small thing is enough, but an almost passed out Momon tells him that with her abilities, bulky things are not needed. Jan didn't expect her to help other people, but this is more like an occupational hazard. Some call magic a miracle, but it is no such thing. It's more like a phenomenon introduced by playing with the natural laws that govern the world. But her power is not mana. It's not natural. It's a force that surpasses that. If she can control that power, someone like him will no longer be necessary. Jan knew it was something like this, and the girl asks what's next. Does she go back to the lab? Jan asks about it, so she explains that she had lots of friends there. But once they got those scary shots, they fell one after another, until she was alone. Those shots really hurt, so can they not go back to the lab? Jan knows she suffered experiments that are so painful, one would wish for death. She must have endured them every day, just like he did in his past life, a slave rather than a living creature. With this in mind, he asks if she would like to come with him, as they are not much different. He promises to never hurt or abandon her. With no other choice, the girl agrees and takes his hand. He asks for her name, but she is only called number 1, so Jan gives her the name Leah, which comes from Ophelia, the goddess of beauty. After she dresses up with the necklace, Jan asks if it's comfortable, but Leah likes it. Her name too. Jan notes they must go now. They have to make some preparations to fool the beast. In the Special Forces underground facility, a man apologizes profusely, begging to be killed as the instructor commander drills knives into his open brain. A subordinate interrupts his torture session by telling him that they are coming soon, which he's happy about. He wants to see the gift Jan has brought him. Jan walks into the basement with Leah, who is pretty scared because of the screams, and she wonders if this place is a lab too, where she will be locked up. Jan denies such a claim. There's no need to be scared. Unfortunately, the pleas the prisoners make don't help her calm down, so Jan just grabs her and tells her to stay close, as he will protect her. She notes that it's just as he promised, to never abandon her, but Jan is curious if she memorized everything he taught her. She confirms as much, about being childhood friends and about her father. Jan is glad she has a good memory. They have already aligned her background story with the restraints Momon made. This should not be a problem, but still, they're up against the biggest snake in history, and he can't know this will work. Jan spots something and tells Leah to get behind him, and sure enough, an escaped prisoner is attempting to run away, but he soon gets cut up by the instructor commander, who is glad to see Jan. He exclaims that he has returned from his mission, and the instructor commander greets Leah. He hopes they will enjoy the welcoming party he has prepared for them. Leah is taken somewhere clean, but she is confused and rather conflicted, as she cannot believe that there's so much delicious food in one place. She asks if it's really okay for her to have this, and the maids confirm that the instructor commander has prepared all of this for her. She now believes that he's a kind person, and is surprised by how sweet one particular thing is, and asks what it is. The maid says that it's a regular cupcake, but Leah believes it's anything but regular. As the instructor commander cuts some flowers in the garden, he notes that they are hard to deal with. If it were a person, he could just cut them away without thought. Jan finds it surprising that he likes it, but the instructor commander only does so because the more he cuts into them, the more beautiful they become. Honestly, did he really think he would torture that young girl in his private garden? He's a psychopath, but not that much. Additionally, physical torture is not effective on people like her, as fear degrades information. Jan still believes that he's a psycho, but the instructor commander congratulates him, as he has exceeded expectations. He prevented the Imperial advisor's kidnapping and terror attack, and even captured the tribal chief alone in the Beowulf territory. Now, even the nobles who opposed the project can't talk. As a reward, he may use the royal armory. Does he want anything else? Ayan wants to ask about the treatment of Leah. The instructor commander says that she's too clean to be the commander's secret and empty. Surveillance shows she holds no valuable intel, but one thing bothered him. She appears to be rather uneducated at her age, but the commander is no idiot. He probably knows they took her. He cannot act just on that, but he will be searching for proof. He has to make him believe that she's in his hands while also hiding her. The most efficient way to do that is to erase her entire existence. Jan proposes something else, to entrust her to him. The instructor commander knows there must be reasons, so he wants to hear them. Jan explains that there are precisely 3 reasons. First, killing her is worthless. Even if her information is no longer needed, she will gain value with time, especially as a hostage. The instructor commander asks why he wants to keep her with him. So Jan talks about how he tortured another instructor today, the one tailing the commander. His power is immense. He has spies in every nook and cranny. Keeping her with him would make it easy to avoid their eyes. That's his second reason. His third reason is that he made a promise to protect her. The instructor commander did not expect him to be so sentimental. Is this girl his first love, perhaps? He thought he was as emotionless as a stone, but he's still a man, and wants a princess to protect, right? Jan uses this misunderstanding to confirm that as fact. So the instructor commander allows it just this once, but he can't let her out of sight. Even though he's his apprentice, he can't trust him fully now. He will disguise her as a maid, so he should manage her well. Now that he has fulfilled his request, he wants to ask a favor in return. He probably remembers the Eastern squad he left with. They went to those undead sightings, with Kasha leading them. It was supposed to be a simple scouting task, but somehow, all 80 Special Force members have gone missing, and normally they wouldn't go to rescue them, but he got an order from the damn prince himself, by the commander of the Crown Prince, Leon Kavalan. Jan is ordered to rescue the trainee soldiers who are now isolated in the east. The Eastern Plateau of the Dead is a region located on the border between the Kavalan Empire and the holy nation of Lute. Even if filled with undead, both nations, ever mindful of their diplomatic ties, refrain from launching a purge. Kasha and his squad were tasked to investigate the Plateau of the Dead. They believed it would be an easy mission, where they could handle the undead with ease. But after a sudden outbreak of fresh zombies, the incident came to be known as the Night of the Dead. Even if trained, the Empire soldiers could not hold out against the hungering undead, who knew no rest. After this incident, everyone who was in the region got wiped, and only one person survived, Kasha Everain, the sole survivor of the Night of the Dead. It is said that he completely changed after this, becoming cynical and cold. The moment he sets foot in this region, Jan is met with a bunch of undead, as his current mission is to rescue all the personnel isolated in the Plateau of the Dead, and there are only 4 days left until the Night of the Dead repeats. Jan certainly didn't expect this. Zombies are out even in broad daylight here. It's weird though. He doesn't remember any rescue orders in his previous life. Things are quite different once again. Why would the Crown Prince make an entirely different decision than before? Momon finds this place great, the perfect spot to reclaim her strength. Jan asks why she's so tiny now, which makes her angry, as she used up all her mana creating that restraining device. However, undead energy flows through this land, and if he refines it, it can be turned into pure mana. If she uses that, she can regain the magic she had in her prime, and once that happens, she will immediately kill him. She also wonders why he didn't take Leah with him. With her strength, taking out the zombies could be easier than taking a bunch of ants. Jan notes that it's not time yet for her. She did beg him to take her, as she didn't want to be left behind, especially since the headmaid is terrifying too. Jan apologized, but he couldn't. He would be back soon though. With that not possible, Leah forced him to pinky swear that he will be back within 10 nights. Jan indulged her innocence and told her to use his room if the headmaid is that scary, but Leah was confused. Wouldn't that be them sharing a room? She doesn't know what to do yet. Momon swears that she's infatuated with him, but Jan tells her to stop suggesting it. Her destructive abilities aren't what's needed for the mission. These two are more than enough. He has brought Roman and Dwight, who both wonder why they have to team up with each other. When Roman talks back, Dwight calls him a commoner, and in turn, Roman wants to twist his head off. Momen believes this is quite a mismatched team. Is he sure these two are enough? Jan knows how they look, but they are both necessary here, as Dwight's family has quite the influence in this place. That's why he brought him, and when it comes to rescues, Roman's defensive capabilities are amazing. They are both in a place where they are both desperate for power. They know being out here means growing stronger, so they could not resist it. Surprisingly, Lorena and Cheryl arrive too, with Lorena noting that they should move quickly, and Cheryl agrees. Lorena is glad she followed Jan. Those two bickering fools certainly wouldn't be enough, but did he think that she's more useless than them? Even if the instructor commander told him that he could bring anyone, he has Roman's enhanced aura, Dwight's death aura, Lorena with her advancement in all places, and Cheryl, who is a complement to everyone. It's all he needs. The four gathered here are the elite of the Dragon Warrior Project. It just so happens that this is the strongest team, but even if that's the case, they really like to bicker. Jan tells them to stop yapping and follow quietly, and they soon arrive near the Plateau of the Dead, the Geba Ridge, inside of an Eastern Front unified camp. The soldiers don't seem to be in much of a worry, like they don't even care, which Jan recognizes as problematic, as these guys are the first line of defense for the territory. Jan expected something akin to the Beowulf territory, but Dwight had already told him not to expect much. A soldier approaches Lorena and asks what a lady like her is doing here. Is she looking for someone? She explains that they are the reinforcements sent by the Special Forces. Is there anyone in charge here whom they can talk to? The soldier can't believe that someone like her would be of help, but he needs some personal things done, if she wants to help with that. Before Lorena can lash out, Jan kicks him in the jewels, cracking them like eggs. She asks why he stepped in like that, but Jan only did so because if he hadn't, that guy would have been sliced into pieces. Lauren didn't believe it necessary, but Cheryl soon points out that her face is red. Jan explains that now they just have to find the commander of the noble coalition forces stationed here. According to the records from this previous life, there was one person who decided to abandon the rescue of Kasha. The person directly responsible for the destruction of the Western Front Special Forces is the chief commander, Viscount Jaren. Even with their drinks and such, the soldiers still feel unrewarded. While they are here drinking cheap wine, the so-called commander is living it up in that mansion, calling in women every single day. Truly, he is living like a noble, with drinks and women all around him, and not focusing on the encroaching threat at all. Unfortunately, a soldier is here to ruin his fun, as the people from that place have arrived. Jan immediately comes inside with Lorena and introduces himself promptly. Jaren doesn't care if they are from the Special Forces or not. Last time they sent him a group of brats and told him that they were reinforcements. So why are they here this time? Jan knows of this bastard. He's a typical corrupt noble, born into a wealthy family but completely incompetent in all things. It would be surprising to think such trash became the chief commander, but he probably bought the position with money. Jan explains that they are here to investigate the issue with the Special Forces dispatch, but Jaren doesn't know about any such incident. Jan goes on to explain that there was an incident where a large number of zombies appeared, but there was no report about it. The Special Forces believe a proper investigation is necessary, and they will fulfill that investigation. Jaren just laughs. The name of the Special Forces doesn't seem to carry weight anymore, and these clowns in front of him claim to be a part of them? They are not running a shelter in this place. It's impossible to find someone once they go missing in this vast region. Those fools probably got eaten by zombies, or at best are hiding. Instead of pretending to be with the Special Forces, they should have a drink on the house and get lost, unless they want to get lost here too. Jan guesses he's not willing to cooperate then, but Jaren makes sure he understands. He will not send any soldiers, he will not provide them with anything, and he will not feed their needless arrogance. Suddenly, his cigar gets cut in half, and some of his hair is shaved off too. This was done by Lorena, who notes that smoking indoors is prohibited by the Emperor's decree. She hopes he can cooperate. Almost immediately, Jaren calls the guards, and Jan damns Lorena's hot temper. So he advises Jaren to not mess with her. Has he not heard of the noble lady from the first Duke's house who's in the Special Forces? Surely he knows that person right there is Lorena Beowulf, the only daughter of the Frost Duke. Jaren is immediately humbled, as the Duke of Beowulf commands the strongest army among the four major houses. He is also known for his temperament. Even barbarians fear him. If he gets on his bad side, he knows what will happen. Jaren, however, does not get why he's threatening him with the Beowulf name. Even if scared, he has backing too. Marquis Xian himself is his ally. He is not the only one with great house support. Jan knows about Xian. He governs a lot of territory in the east, more than most counts. And there's a saying that one cannot cross the east without stepping on Xian's land. He has immense political power, not to mention his connections. However, him being connected to Jaren is an unexpected outcome. This was all strange from the beginning. He had a sense that someone was hiding something malicious, that there was a hidden perpetrator behind all of this. He tells Lorena that they should go back now, prompting Jaren to think that they are running scared. Truly, the name of Shion is 10 times more scarier than of Beowulf. After Lorena gives him a look, he plays it off, and she asks Jan if they are just going to go like this. She didn't even get to hit him. Jan explains that there is no reason to get involved like that. By now, the others should be done with their part. In Jaren's office, the guards lie defeated, and Roman tells Dwight that Jan should have handled things here. It would have been quieter, but Dwight notes that since the guards are down, nobody noticed, right? He also asks if he grabbed the item they needed, but Roman thought he was supposed to grab it. Fortunately, Cheryl took care of it, knowing that they would bicker like this. Roman doesn't get why Dwight dares to order him around, but Dwight feels it's only natural for nobles to order commoners like that. Should he ask nicely next time? As they are about to fight, Cheryl comes to the realization that both commoners and nobles are equally dumb. She explains that they don't have time for this and will tell Jan if they don't stop, which prompts them to actually stop. At an abandoned fortress in the Plateau of the Dead are trying to get in, and some Special Forces soldiers are pretty in the dumps about it as they only have food for one more day. They also know that nobody will come to rescue them, but before they can get more depressed, Kasha tells them to stop whining. Not a single one of them has fallen yet. She calls over James and notes that he was going to join the Transport Corps. Sebas too. His goal was to get married. Rescue will come soon, but they need to be expecting it too. Kasha would like to believe it too, but their weapons and rations are almost out. At this rate, they cannot do much. Suddenly, a large thud cracks the castle walls, as unbeknownst to anyone, an abomination has arrived. A hungry hulk of mass destruction. The abomination continues its assault, and Kasha, along with the others, prepare to meet it. But the abomination sends shivers down their spines as it walks in. These undead beings are formed from countless corpses merging into one, but there is someone controlling the abomination. Zombies and skeletons are naturally occurring beings, born from death aura. Even if they do appear in large numbers, it's natural. Abominations are different, however. They are not natural occurrences. They must be created by someone. Without warning, the stomach of the abomination opens, letting out a flurry of undead beings, an amalgam of hands and heads, their only purpose to feast. The memory of that day, to Kasha, remains vivid. His father stood trial for treason. All of his lands would be confiscated, and as punishment, the family head would suffer decapitation. Everyone knew that this was a false accusation. The Everain family would never betray the Empire, but they couldn't do anything, only hope that their son was safe. With a slash of his scythe, the executioner took the betrayer's head off, and Cash watched all of it. His father's head even rolled to him. However, his father was not ready to die yet. With pure hatred in his eyes, he demanded Kasha restore the Everain name and avenge his death. Suddenly, Kasha snaps back to reality. Fortunately, they managed to stop the undead that came out with no casualties, but the wall is gone, and the abomination is just standing there. They know it's just charging its energy for the next attack, and they think of attacking it, but they are too busy. Even if it does attack, Kasha knows there is a way to survive. He will use his comrades as bait and escape. In every moment of danger, he always ran away. He told himself that he had to survive, just like his father commanded of him. Even if people he built relationships with should die, he had to live. The abomination hurls itself at the defenseless men, but Kasha surprisingly jumps in as that was all an excuse for him. The real reason he fled was that he is weak. He uses primordial bloom on the abomination, taking its head off in an instant. The men are naturally surprised, and Kasha tells them not to let their guard down and forget the wall. They will retreat to the tower. If they make it inside, they can hold out. Before he can give out more orders, though, a spike comes out of the abomination and hurls itself right into Kasha, with the abomination slowly regenerating itself. The men don't know what to do now, but Kasha tells them to do as he ordered them. Everyone will retreat to the tower now. The abomination charges up a powerful blast towards him, and he apologizes, as he is not strong enough to defend them. Suddenly, Jan arrives and tells him that he is strong. Anyone who stands and fights a strong enemy cannot be called weak. After taking the abomination down, he gives Kasha a potion and notes that it should deal with his injury. Honestly, he did some good work here, but it's time for him to rest, as they will take care of it from here. Kasha thanks Jan for saving him, as that thing had incredible regenerative powers. They wouldn't have lasted long at this rate. Jan tells him not to worry, as it's not going to regenerate anymore probably. Kasha thought he was on a mission up north, but he came here as soon as that mission ended. He could not sit still after hearing that he was in danger. One of the guards is impressed that he came here willingly, and they all begin praising him for being a shining example of the Special Forces. Jan knew this would happen, as he has used his political prowess from his past life, but soon the soldiers ask how many people he has in the team, but Jan sheepishly reveals that they only have 5 people. The morale immediately falls. the soldiers thinking that they've been left destitute, but Kasha quiets them up by noting that the number doesn't matter, only the quality of the troops. He only said this to stop the unrest from growing, but it's clear now that the instructor commander never intended to save them in the first place. Jan probably fell out of favor with him too, and ended up here, truly pitiful. Before they can make a plan, the abomination lets out a surprise attack on Jan, but the creature seems to miss entirely. Jan guessed it didn't die just by losing its head, as this is made from a bunch of gathered zombies. Will 100 slices suffice if that's the case? The monster attacks again and again, but seemingly misses Jan every time, although Kasha knows what's happening. Jan is just dodging every attack by an inch of his hair. The abomination, seeing that it cannot hit him this way, rises to its feet and lets out a bunch of corpses, only for Jan to unleash the swift thousand flash, eliminating the zombies immediately. The soldiers are amazed. They didn't think something like that was possible. Since it's collapsing, Jan tells them it won't regenerate anymore. This is because Astalon cuts off magic energy, including death energy. The soldiers cheer for him and regain their confidence. And at the eastern gate, reinforcements have arrived, with 2 rather brutish men taking most of the zombies out. The same thing is happening at the southern gate, where Lorena and Cheryl have dealt with the undead horde. Kasha did not expect to see them so strong, especially Jan. His growth is absurd. Compared to him, he's a nobody. He buries those feelings for now and tells everyone not to miss this opportunity. He orders Squad 1 to protect the Easter Gate, while Squad 2 heads for the southern one. Jan finds his control amazing, even though he must be shocked too. He calmed the soldiers down and guided them. He will make a fine pawn in the future. With that, he approaches him and says that they should gather the wounded as they are escaping now, using this thing. Kasha knows what that is. A portable warp gate, something designed by Isaac, a renowned magic scientist. Cheryl thought that the instructor commander gave it to him, but Jan actually snatched it from Jaren, because he knew he would have something like this. Cheryl notes that this is only for one person though. To move this many people, a lot of energy is required. Jan already has a plan for that, but he will need time to charge it, so they should move the injured and prepare the wounded. Momo notes that what he's doing is not a plan, he's just sucking her out of all the energy in her body. Does he think of her as some kind of mana reserve he can just use? Does he think he will let it slide? Jan promises to return the favor later, but suddenly, a dark aura catches everyone's attention, and a bellowing rumble appears, with a bunch of abominations making their way out of the ground. Jan recognized that energy, and Momon does too. The one who planned all of this has appeared, the King of Corpses. As the abominations advance, the Special Forces group charges in, adamant to keep the castle safe. 30 minutes ago, Jan told them that the warp gate was ready, and that they would evacuate the others before they escaped. Lorena wondered if they would even have time, and Jan noted that this is the only issue. They probably felt that death aura coming from the air. With that, the abominations and undead reinforcements are heading right this way. If they can't stop the abominations up front, they will be overrun by the undead army behind them. He orders Roman, Lorena, and Dwight to hold off the abominations. He has set it up as such that when they kill an undead, the death aura released will be converted into warp gate magic, and to activate the gate, they will have to kill the abominations for the death aura to be absorbed. Cheryl will stay at the gate and evacuate the team members. Kasha refuses to leave just like this. He wishes to go fight too, as if he goes back empty-handed, his evacuation will plummet. He needs to earn merit if he wants to fulfill his dream. So can he not fight? Jan did not refuse, but considered this a favor, so he shouldn't forget it. He handed them some holy water he stole from Jaren. There isn't much, so it's best to just coat their weapons. They don't have to kill every abomination. They just need to hold them off, as he will finish this himself. They wondered what he was planning, so he explains that the one controlling the undead army from behind, the one radiating that death aura, as long as that guy lives, they will keep regenerating. He's going after him. Even if they warned him not to go, Jan jumped in anyway, as he did not want to stretch this for longer than he had to. Roman is the first to rush in with a powerful flame fist, allowing Lorena to jump up and unleash a lesser blizzard, eliminating the abominations in the front. With them working so well together, Dwight feels like he can't fall behind either, so he rushes in, only for Kasha to jump in first, and combine Sylphid's Step and Spectral Blade to create the blade dance, taking off the head of the abomination, but it spews out a bunch of blood in his direction last second, blinding him for a few moments, and allowing the abomination to rush in with a deadly attack. Before that hits him, however, Dwight kicks him away and tells him not to get in the way as he's swallowed whole. Kasha does not understand. He has always been selfish since the academy, so why did he help him? Suddenly the abomination is cut up from inside, and Dwight comes out with a spinning fang. He apparently tried to imbue his word with mana like Jan, but that nearly killed him. How does that bastard do it? Kasha looks at him and apologizes. He throws himself to save him, and yet he was only thinking about his family and his achievements. Dwight just tells him to tie the abomination's legs down while he goes for the torso. He gets how he feels, because he used to be the exact same. But if he keeps this up, Jan will certainly beat the daylights out of him. Kasha is surprised that Jan managed to change him so much. If that's the case, perhaps he's not a lost cause either. The Corpse King makes a path for him to land on, and thinks it to be sad. Human life is too short to walk the path of the arcane, but they need not worry, as they will become undead and walk the path of arcane magics for an eternity. They will reclaim the glory of those days, when they gathered at the Mage Tower and advanced together. Jan refuses that offer and dashes behind him, with the king having no worries, as his attacks won't harm him. But it seems that he was wrong, as Jan splits him in two. He recognizes this guy. He's Lich Amon, one of the 5 calamities of the Empire in the future, but he didn't expect him to be behind this. Suddenly, Amon explodes in rage as he feels Bahamut and lets out a powerful light toward Jan. Finally, he has found the one who destroyed the tower, the one who destroyed his juniors. He has vowed to kill Bahamut, and anything related to him will suffer the same fate. There is a legend widely known across the continent, and that is the Tower of Mages, also known as the Magic Tower. It is also widely known as the Ivory Tower of Knowledge, the Tower of Babel, or the Paradise of Mages. It is a story more commonly found in fables, and no one has ever seen it. It possessed the power equal to that of a major nation, and yet the Magers of the tower focused entirely on the principles and truths of arcana magic. They were said to never interfere with their fears of the outside world. However, during their pursuit of magical truth, they incurred the wrath of a dragon, and as a result of this, the tower was destroyed in a single fight. That was how the story ended. Jan thought this was just all myth, but he did not expect this bastard to really be from the Magic Tower. It appears that the story about them being secluded was a damn lie. Aemon screams at him to shut up and that he will kill him, but he's like he's talking to Bahamut, vowing to eliminate him for what he did to their magic towers. He had no mercy on their juniors, let alone their master. He will settle the score right now. He unleashes a lightning and fire arrow, with Jan trying to tell him that he is in fact not Bahamut, but this falls on deaf ears. He looks at Aemon and finds him quite similar to Momon. Perhaps they are related. Suddenly, a magic black hole begins to pull him in, but Momon shatters the spell with a single word and asks Jan if he's going blind, as that guy is nowhere near her. In terms of both functionality and looks, not all liches are made equal. That one has long been corrupted by the death aura. His sense of self is basically already gone. Even if one becomes a lich, as long as they maintain purified mana, they can preserve their spirit and soul. But if one fully accepts the death aura, that poison contaminates the life vessel, sending both body and mind into a frenzy, just like this one. Soon, he will lose his sense of self and go on a warpath that will end only in his death. She did not expect to see a Magic Tower student like this, especially one of her beloved pupils. She asks Jan to buy her some time alone. She does not have the mana to fully manifest just yet, so while she gathers some, he just needs to survive. Before Jan can complain, she disappears and leaves him with an attack from Aemon, which forces him to jump from rock to rock. Since this bastard thinks he's Bahamut, he will use all his might, and he has no choice but to do the same. Kasha and Dwight are completely exhausted. The abominations are no longer regenerating, meaning that Jan probably did something. Still, they wonder what exactly he did to finish it. They don't have to wonder for long, as a mighty light appears from Jan's direction. But it's not just a light, it's the power of a dragon. Amon knew it. He finally shows himself as who he really is. Jan slices through almost all of his body with this strike, and Amon sees in him the founding emperor. Jan is touched to hear that his sword technique looked like Bahamut's, so this really must be his style. He never thought that he would have to use this here, but he's amazed at the power. Every time he opens his mana engine, a voice bellows from within and becomes clearer and clearer. With a single strike, cleave through 1,000 enemies. This is a sword technique that whispers to him. If he can truly grasp it, he will be invincible. He can't focus on that right now though. As he begins coughing blood, he uses too much mana, and his mana engine is going into overdrive. This gives Amon enough evidence to fully believe that he is Bahamut. He will make sure his death is as slow and as cruel as possible. On behalf of everyone from the tower, he will receive judgment. He begins multicasting, letting out a bunch of spells one after another with no sign of stopping. After reaching a satisfying number, he screams at Jan to die, but Momon quiets his spell down with a single whisper. Her transformation is not complete, but she does not have a choice since he's struggling. She is Momon, the true master of the Magic Tower, and she's here to take responsibility for this rabid student of hers. Jan is surprised. Did she materialize her body from when she was alive? She confirms as such, but due to the lack of mana, she will not be able to maintain this form for a long time, so he should look closely, as this is what the Magic Tower Master looked like. Jan knew she was related somehow. but he didn't expect her to be a significant figure. It seems that she's much more of a resource than he previously thought. Momon doesn't like that he's still thinking that, even after seeing her like this. Amon recognizes her as a mage and tells her to come forth, as they will pursue the epitome of magic together. Momon is sad that he doesn't really recognize her even after this, and Amon unleashes an amplified infernal blaze, creating a gamma-ray storm of nuclear proportions. Amon tells her to abandon the flesh and live in undeath, but she just eats his mana up. Sad to see that his attacks are so cruel. Is he really the apprentice he remembers? Amon is not done and throws a rock at her, but she simply deletes it from existence, expecting something like this. Did he forget that hasty and careless magic circles can be easily perforated? His thinking is too simplistic, and above all, he relies solely on evil energy. Does he think his body, corrupted by that stuff, could reach the pinnacle of magic? Amon refuses to believe this is evil energy, but even if it is, if he can just restore the tower, then he's happy. He just wants to revive the apprentices, to bring the master back, to continue exploring together like in old times. Momon feels guilty for the tower that even she turned away from. He sacrificed much. She had many chances to return to the magic tower, but she was blinded by revenge, and she turned away from that responsibility, forcing Amon to take it. This is her fault, but Amon reveals that someone came to him and gave him a mark, promising everything he desired, as long as he had the heart to wield it. Momon asks who it was, but his power suddenly goes out of control, and he's encapsulated in a beaming light of pain. Momon breaks through, as she could not protect anyone else, but she will save him. She decides to inscribe a magic formula into his mana core to purify the evil energy. If the evil is cleansed, he will be able to return to who he was. Amon begins to show his true self slowly, giving her the feeling that it's possible, but suddenly, his entire body breaks. It seems that his body, already taken by the evil energy, cannot withstand the purification, but she refuses to let him go like this. In this form, Amon is able to recognize his master. He thought he would never get to meet her, so he apologizes for this disgusting sight. Momon still refuses to let go, as the purification will succeed, and they can walk the path of magic again. Amon tells her that it's too late. The moment he abandoned his path and chose evil, his fate was sealed. The moment he made that choice, he lost the right to even practice magic. He made many mistakes in this life, but he's grateful that he was able to see her one last time. She must let go now, for the peace of them both. Momon knows, so instead, she makes it so his death is not in vain. This may be the last magic he will see, and he should etch it into his soul as the pinnacle. Amon recognizes this, her domain expansion, the 100 lotus bloom. Momon tells him to follow the path of mana stretching to the sky. If he does that, his soul will remain with her magic for eternity. Amon can only thank her for giving him such a blessing, and slowly fades away, his body evaporating into petals. Momon hopes his life, which was filled with pain, has finally found a moment of peace. Jan comes around and asks if the funeral went well, and she confirms as such. This was a long journey, but it's thanks to him that she was able to send him off like this. It seems that the warp gate has also been activated, and with Amon gone, it's over. But they have yet to uncover the mastermind who corrupted him in the first place. Jan notes that he has a suspect, and that they should pay him a visit, but by the time they get there, he might not be alive. Sure enough, at the command headquarters, Viscount Jaren is reported dead, falling into a noose of his own making. To everyone's surprise, all 80 members of the Special Forces deployed to the Plateau of the Dead have safely returned. Lorena thought of this mission as impossible, but that's wraps for this mission. Everyone did good work. Roman also thought they would never return. He sure has to thank her for a lot of it. Kasha thanks them for everything, and Roman notes how excited everyone seems. But after a day like today, they should let them enjoy themselves a little, even if Dwight is trying to hog all the glory by praising himself constantly. Lorena is still worried. Everyone returns, but Jan is still missing. Cheryl knows what she's thinking about, how she's so worried for Jan, but Lorena tells her to shut it. Suddenly, a warp gate appears behind her, and Jan comes out of it, glad to see that everyone made it back in one piece. They all ask what took him so long, but he explains that the main enemy was quite a headache to deal with. The soldiers thank him for saving them, but he feels it's only natural to save a comrade in need. Ironically, Dwight is mad at him for hogging all the glory. Jan asks Lorena if she's seen Jaren since they got back, and she confirms that she hasn't. Perhaps he's hiding, or drinking, or both out of embarrassment. They all go to check and find him resigned to his hanging fate, with most believing that he took the coward's way out. He even left a note, claiming that he was behind everything that happened here. Lorena noticed that the handwriting differs between pages, so she goes to ask Jan something, but he's gone, as he found a secret chamber under the office, where he finds a communication device. Momon comes out rather strangely and notes that the one behind it all is dead. How are they supposed to avenge Amon now? Jan asks why she looks like a jellyfish. Is she passing or something? Momon loudly explains that she became like this while trying to save him, But now that Jaren's gone, what are they going to do? Yan knows that even if the tail is cut, the scar remains. This personal communicator of his was probably used to contact Marquis Cheyenne, and if he shows up now, it would really prove he's behind all of it. Sure enough, Cheyenne answers as he's seemingly punishing a subordinate, although he does not like the lack of manners Yan is exuding. He simply greets Cheyenne and explains who he is, apologizing for contacting him while he was busy. Cheyenne explains that it was nothing of the sort, just teaching someone some manners, although she'll leave now. What business does a Special Forces operative have with him anyway? Yan explains that it's about Jaren. He confessed to everything. He said he was his superior and backer. Cheyenne understands. Jaren finally caved in, so he will be honest too. He did actually get a lot of bribes for Jaren. Embarrassing as it may seem, he kept persisting. He was quite generous too, but in the end, he was the one with a loose tongue. However, how is that any problem for him? All funds of the East pass through him before going anywhere, and eventually still come back around. Does he really think he can be punished just for this? Yan expected a person like him to have ears everywhere. He never told him Jaren was dead, but he knew. Now he gets why he's so confident. He assumed he would have destroyed anything that could be evidence, and he did, including Jaren. Cheyenne likes that young people are so creative these days. But what authority does a mere operative have to interrogate a noble? The nobles have rights granted by the goddess herself, and he dares to interrogate a marquis? Suddenly someone says that he has the authority. The Inspectorate and the Special Forces Special Investigation Division are both organizations that have the authority to sanction all noble families. Yan's position is Chief Investigator, so he has the authority to do as he damn well pleases to further his investigation. Cheyenne did not expect to see Damien here, but he had to move in secret, thanks to him. Cheyenne would like to know since when this brat became a division chief, but Damien notes that he came up with it just now. Interesting, right? They both stare at each other, and Cheyenne excuses himself. Another engagement is calling for him, but if they have more questions, they should come and see him. He will make sure that their stay here is amicable indeed. Yan thanks the instructor commander for promoting him, and he subsequently fires him from that position, but he sure caused a lot of trouble. Yan asks if he's not going after Cheyenne, but the instructor commander tells him that Man is not someone they can take on easily. His reach spans the entire empire. He's like a coiled snake. One wrong move, and you're dead. He will send his members back by train now and follow him. They are not going on a mission or something, but it's probably even more dangerous, as the Crown Prince, Leon, has summoned him to the capital. In the Dead Valley, the one behind all this did not expect the Lich to die so easily. Domain expansions are that thing, but that brat dared to use the founding emperor's swordsmanship? He will remember his name, that's for certain. The imperial capital of Avalon. Yan has been here before, but the scenery he remembers was drenched in fire and blood, a place where his mind only thought of revenge. He snaps out of it, and Lorena asks why he's staring away so blankly. Dwight believes that Yan lost his senses at the sight of the imperial capital, and Lorena tells him to try and relax. Yan never thought he would return to this place. This is the city he once set ablaze on his own after all. Cheryl is impressed by the amount of people around here. She still can't believe they were invited to the imperial palace. Roman thinks a banquet sounds ridiculous, but Dwight confirms it's not the place for commoners like him. Kasha likes how excited they are as they walk together. Lorena inquires about the tall castle in front of them. Does the king live there? Yan explains that it belongs to another imperial family member. Avalon is divided into 8 sectors, centered around the castle. 3 are for commoners, and the other 3 are for nobles and imperials. The remaining 2 sectors are for administrative and military facilities. The remaining sectors are for administrative and military purposes. If one passes through the residential sectors and reach the castle, you can get to that big structure. Lorena is surprised he knows so much, but they all get distracted by the road paved with gold, which apparently leads to the imperial palace. They need to follow it. It symbolizes loyalty and obedience to the emperor. Roman tries to say that the emperor is a rich bastard, but Kasha stops him. If he says anything bad here, he will surely die. There are ears everywhere around this, and restless eyes that forever watch their every move. The instructor commander gave them strict warnings too. If they caused problems in Avalon, he would personally see to their deaths. Roman says something muffled, before chomping down on Kasha's hand and telling him to let go. Cheryl wonders if there will be a ball too, as she read about them in books as a child. Seeing a real ball is one of her dreams. Lorena tells her that balls are not as romantic as the stories make them out to be. Most nobles just put on polite faces, but deep down, they have an obsessive need for territory and power. They are the kind of people who will pounce on someone, even if they show the smallest sign of weakness. This time, the Crown Prince is hosting this banquet personally, so nobles will have even sharper claws than before. Lorena asks Yan why the instructor commander wanted them so much, but he doesn't know either, although they should be careful. Yan knows it's never this easy. Leon did not call them here just for a bit of praise, and he could revert to his old self at any moment now. The problem is, what is his true nature? the good-mannered prince of today, or the tyrant of the future. They eventually get to the banquet hall, but the guards stop them, as they must have an invitation. Only guests are allowed after all. Roman and Jan feel an amazing pressure from the guard, but if a mere guard is so strong, they can't even imagine what the Golden Knights are like. Suddenly, the guard recognizes her as a Beowulf and apologizes for the trouble, letting her, Cheryl, and Cash in instantly. The others are impressed and try to follow, but the guard demands invitations, causing Roman to scream at them. Lorena notices this, but Kasha pushes her away as revenge for what he did. Dwight tells the commoners to step aside, as they won't get recognized as nobility, but he doesn't either, causing both Jan and Roman to burst out laughing. As they bicker, someone comes around and wonders what was all that barking, but he still seems to be dragging the family name in the mud. Like usual, Jan did not expect to see them here, the very people who threw Dwight in the Special Forces, his brothers, Bruce and Rock. They put Dwight into the Special Force to deter his path to succession, but they never expected that growing him there would get them killed. On the first day of his return, the second son died by falling down the stairs, and the second died in a fire. That was during his previous life, where Dwight could not control himself. So what will he do now? As they talk, Roman notes that they are a disgraceful sight, but Jan tells him to leave it, as it's family business they cannot intervene in. Bruce notes that hanging around commoner trash suits him, living like a worm in a garbage heap. Dwight seemingly calms himself and tells them not to look down on them just because of their birthplace. They are his comrades, but he also knows what he's trying to do, make him get riled up so he can cause a scene at the banquet and ruin the succession race. It seems that he's still afraid of him after all this time. Bruce laughs and then realizes he can actually make him mad, as he forgot to tell him something. His nanny, he was going to sell her off since she's a useless thing now. Even hitting her hurts his arm now, so it's better to sell her off to a tavern before she gets too old. Dwight jumps in, and blood splashes on the ground, but it's not Dwight who did it, but Jan, who jumped in with a kick. The instructor commander is a bit bothered that he left those kids behind. Surely they will not cause him any trouble instantly, right? Everyone is shocked at what happened, and Bruce asks what he's doing, but Jan is just beating some manners into him. Suddenly, someone summons a bunch of blades at his neck, not believing that someone has the gall of doing such a thing in front of the palace gates. That's when the soldier notices who he is, Jan, who also notices Kyle. As they greet each other, Roman asks how he knows a royal knight, so Dwight explains that they met on their way north. They are as strong as in the legends. Not even a battalion of people like them would be enough for that guy. Bruce calls him to action. As this lowlife assaulted a noble in the palace grounds, he must be arrested at once. Kyle agrees that this insult to a noble is problematic, but Jan says that he didn't. Bruce asks how he can even make up excuses, but Jan suddenly throws his glove at him. He was just formally challenging him to a duel, as he could not forgive someone who insulted a dear comrade. The others ask what he means by dear and comrade, but he tells them to shut up. Kyle confirms that this was a duel, placing both parties on equal footing, meaning it was no insult. It is written in the founding law by the founding emperor that a knight has the right to challenge someone regardless of status, if it is to defend their honor. Bruce asks why he should duel a lowlife, and while he can refuse, Kyle advises him to look around him, as people have heard of what happened. If he refuses in front of so many nobles, his reputation will definitely take a hit. Bruce knows he's backed into a corner he cannot get out of, so he reluctantly accepts, with the ladies loving every second of it, surprising Roman. They go to the garden, where Kyle acts as a witness, authorizing the duel. With that, he begins the duel and asks Jan if he wants a blade, but Jan says it's fine. His fists alone are enough. At that moment, Bruce attacks viciously, with Jan noting that he's a shining example of a noble to attack like this. Bruce notes that the fool who lets his guard down is the one at fault. He continues attacking, grazing Jan a little bit, with everyone praising Bruce, noting that he's the eldest of a famous noble house. The others just smile, with Dwight specifically noting that he acknowledges that man, so he will not lose. As Bruce lets out a raging attack, his brother applies a blinding spell on Jan, taking away his vision. Bruce charges in recklessly, causing what everyone skilled in combat expected to happen. Jan successfully caught Bruce with his fist, with both him and his brother wondering why the spell did not work. It seems that Momon dispelled it, but Jan did not need to see to deal with him. Jan charges a punch and unleashes it on Bruce as he begs for mercy, winning the duel in a brutal way. Everyone celebrates Jan's victory, with the nobles impressed by him turning the tide with one strike. A commoner challenging a noble to defend his friend's honor. Now that's a true knight. Meanwhile, Bruce not only lost, but he also cheated. With a successor like that, their house is finished. Suddenly someone younger also celebrates the duel. He grew much stronger since he last saw him. Everyone bows down as the prince comes in, with him telling Damien that he has very youthful subordinates. Jan did not expect the young prince to arrive so soon, but alas, he is here. The instructor commander asked Kyle why he did not stop the duel. Even with the royal knights at his side, he let a disgraceful scene unfold. Kyle apologizes, but the duel system was created by the founder of this nation. He cannot intervene in such a thing. With that, the instructor commander tears into Jan. He wanted him to not cause a ruckus, and that's exactly what he did. Jan believes it's better since it wasn't inside the banquet hall, but before the instructor commander can have at him, the prince calms him down. After all, isn't Jan the main character of today's banquet? It appears that this is a celebration of the birth of a new enforcer, and that enforcer is none other than Jan. They go to the banquet room, where the prince lets out a speech in the face of the nobles and royals of the empire gathered here, as the great emperor's mouthpiece and benevolent proxy of the goddess. He, Leon Cavalon, commends him for the task he has performed for the empire. He prevented the train terror that threatened the imperial capital, saved imperial advisor Hugor and countless citizens from certain death. At the northern front, he helped repel an invasion by a gigantic army of barbarians, even defeating their leader. He also headed east to rescue his comrades, and not only did he succeed in the extraction, but also purified the area to prevent more undead from appearing. He hereby grants him the title of Baron and appoints him to the position of enforcer. Jan humbly accepts all of this, and with that, the celebrations begin, with tons of nobles immediately beginning to talk to him. The same people who wouldn't look at him before. They are all thinking the same thing. What kind of benefit can they extract from him? What can they gain from a relationship? The position of enforcer is a role with the authority to oversee all aspects of the empire. For 900 years, it remained vacant, but now a commoner has filled the seat. The enforcer holds power even beyond the nobles and royals. They can pass immediate judgment without trial. Some even say it's a position with more authority than the emperor. Seeing the instructor commander arrive with the crown prince, the nobles assume the prince joined hands with him, and many also believe the prince had begun his ascension to the throne. But what was certain is that the power structure of this place began to shift heavily. After talking with a lot of nobles, Jan is exhausted, but he never imagined that obtaining such a position, the crown prince probably plans to use him somehow. Lorena asks if he's enjoying the banquet. How does it feel to truly become a noble? He seems to be enjoying himself more than expected, in her eyes at least. Jan notes that she's enjoying it more than him, with that dress and all. She confirms it was her father's idea to wear it, but a commoner becoming baron is one thing, but to think he would be appointed as an enforcer too. Will that cause him to leave the special forces? Jan is not sure yet, but knowing her, he thinks she will challenge him to a duel. Instead, Lorena just congratulates him. She means it too. He tells her that he expected something else, like how she would catch up soon, and while Lorena wanted to say that, she has seen how hard he has worked up until now. So naturally she must congratulate him, as he's more than deserving of this. Jan is glad. Being acknowledged by her feels much more rewarding than getting a title. Lorena stares fondly at him, but before saying anything, her father and Hans both jump Jan, noting that they must educate him in proper noble etiquette. As everyone enjoys the banquet in their own way, the prince retreats to his chambers with the instructor commander, who seems displeased. Is he jealous that his apprentice became an enforcer? The instructor commander asks if the plan is to keep Rodrigo in check, as his movements have become suspicious. As the Special Forces captain, he's been conducting rather strange experiments, but they keep failing to track him. They do not know when they started, or what his goal is. Now it seems that he's even moving behind the scenes, and they cannot stand idly by and watch it. That is why the prince appointed Jan as enforcer. It's also a message to Rodrigo that his blade is pointed at him. The instructor commander doesn't know. He may not be able to keep all this under control, but he sure hopes he does. As he leaves the room, the prince is left to ponder the future, but a dark figure resembling him emerges, telling the prince that he cannot be controlled. Can he trust that child bastard that's full of an inferiority complex? He hates him and his royal bloodline more than anything in this world. He will definitely draw his blood and ascend the throne himself. The prince throws his cup at the visage, breaking the window. A headache suddenly overtakes him. He shakes a bit as he wonders what that even was. As he walks the halls, the instructor commander thinks that appointing Jan as enforcer is a smart move, a wise one, but the arrogant bastard will get to act even more conceited now. It seems that the Special Forces captain is getting rather desperate. Keeping his daughter close to him must have an effect, but just to be safe, he must confirm something. At night, in the privileged district of the imperial capital, Jan goes to an establishment that operates on a membership basis. If he joins, he will be able to mingle with the public officials and other societal figures. Jan asks if social elites visit often, and the waiter confirms as such. They also have luxury entertainment facilities, tailored for noble taste. Jan is glad the coffee is good at least, but he wonders what happened, as he did not fund Bella for this. She's surprised that he saw through her disguise, but Jan completely sidesteps that and asks what she was meaning to do, get his money while fooling him. Bella would do no such thing, but but to survive as an informant, disguises are essential. Sometimes she dresses as a noble lady, or a maid, or perhaps even the daughter of a noble family. If one's an informant, this much is basic work. Ignoring the buff man, she explains that this is part of the investment. It's not like he will keep proving money forever. At first, she thought he was a noble scion from a dead family, but he's actually from the Dragon Warrior Project, the Special Forces. Jan is impressed that she figured out his identity, but she's more impressed by him. From a lowborn trainee with no chances of survival, he rose to the title of Baron. Jan doesn't particularly care if she's snooping around him, but she would be much better off focusing on something else. Bella apologizes, but Jan just hands her some money. She said she was working side jobs because of funding, but as his informant, she needn't worry about money and just gather intel, starting with the assignment he gave her last time. Bella is glad to have the money, but it seems that he underestimated her, as the info he required is already gathered. Jan is once again impressed, but she only moves when money is involved, right? Bella notes that this is her personality, and Jan picks up the papers. In the first report of the Special Forces captain, he recently began attending private social gatherings with other nobles. All attendees were from families dissatisfied with the instructor commander. As suspected, the key figure of all these gatherings, alongside Rodrigo, was Marquis Xion. She then moved on to monitoring Xion, confirming the existence of several confidential facilities in his territory. They are likely used for biological experiments. Numerous unidentified mages have been mobilized too. Jan is shocked. Are they conducting experiments beyond the Witch of Oppression? Jan congratulates Bella for doing such good work, which she gladly accepts. He also notes that she's in charge of managing the intel network for now, but the work she's done is good. She asks if he's leaving, but the instructor commander would have his head if he was late, so he'd rather go now. Before leaving, Bella has one other thing to report. He showed her a symbol the first time they met, and she's been investigating it because it's unique, but did not find anything until recently. Someone claimed to have seen that emblem. Jan is quite surprised, as finally, he has found something about this symbol. In the Special Forces private quarters, he thinks on the third report, the search results of the emblem. This concerns a remote mine town that's been abandoned 31 kilometers or 19 miles southwest of the Empire near Ersi. It does appear abandoned at first glance, but high-quality magic crystals are actively being mined inside. The crystals are also monopolized by an unknown organization. The number of members or purpose are unknown. Only one thing is certain. A high-ranked member of this group was confirmed to have an emblem on his head, similar to the flame-shaped one. The identity of the organization is under investigation, but they have confirmed the symbol. As he keeps wondering what it could be, Jan sees blood in the ground, and immediately thinks of Leah. He rushes into the room, only to find the instructor commander, who appears to have been in a battle, and is quite mad that he's been staying out so late. Jan asks what happened, but he also knows that this symbol is passed down to the commanders of the organization. With this in mind, Jan wants to ask Damien something, but he has something to ask too. They both stare each other down, and Damien charges in, wishing to go first. Jan doesn't seem to move from his place, which doesn't surprise Damien, as he's rather dull-witted. His own apprentice was about to get caught from behind. He really slacked off in training. He shouldn't become complacent just because he became a noble, so he should reflect on his actions. Jan already knew that. He didn't move to not embarrass him, that's all. However, he didn't expect him to act so brazenly. There's only one person in the Special Forces who can pull something like this. Damien would not like to admit it, but it's true that they let their guard down too much. Rodrigo has noticed that Leah is here. One of the soldiers reports in. The pursuit unit is tracking the ones who attempted the infiltration, but it seems they have already escaped beyond the training grounds. Damien understands. They will cancel that pursuit as they won't catch anyone, and take the one who's lying here, as his breath is still within him. They will drag him off and prepare for interrogation, as he will question him personally. He moves on to Jan, as he still did not ask his question. Who, or what exactly, is Leah? Rodrigo tried to kidnap Leah while they were away. He sent more assassins than expected. Naturally, they were no threat to him, but one of them managed to catch Leah and warned him to not come closer, or the girl's as good as dead. Damien thought it was a bluff, but the assassin spoke honestly and said that he's been ordered to take her life if extraction wasn't possible. Unbeknownst to them both, the real threat was Leah, as she suddenly charged up and made a beam of light shine out of the room with a blinding force. She lost consciousness after that, and the hidden assassination team escaped with her. So who is she really? Jan confirms that she's not actually Rodrigo's daughter, making Damien wonder if he really lied about her being a trump card. But Jan tells him not to worry. Leah will become an even stronger card than the captain's daughter ever could. She is the sole survivor of the Destroyer Project, a human experimentation program. Damien understands. If what he says is true, then it makes sense why Rodrigo went to such extremes. Jan confirms that they will have to risk their lives to hide her now, because the captain has violated the Founding Emperor's Act. Just like the Duel Code, this act was created by Bahamut, and in Clause 1, Article 2, it says that any individual who performs human experiments that violate human dignity will be expelled from the empire post-haste. Damien thinks that this is easier now. The founding emperor's pact takes precedent above all law. If they can secure evidence of the experimentation, removing Rodrigo is simple. They will have to recover Leah, but Jan asks if he even knows where they took her. Damien tells him not to worry. They will find out soon enough. All he has to do is dig a little in the brain of the one they captured. Jan thought human experimentation was banned, but Damien sees this more as grilling a fish. Before he leaves, Jan hands him his brooch, as he has a question he's been dying to ask. It's about the pendant, and he wants an honest answer. The pattern engraved inside the pendant. He wants to know the origin of it. Damien asks where he got this, so Jan tells him that it's the only thing left behind by his family. He held on to that photo and symbol to endure his time in the training center. He believed that if he found the origin of the symbol, he would be able to meet his family. Damien understands, and so he begins telling him. Long ago, there was a man, someone who could not bear the tyranny of the empire. He rose up with the citizens and stood alone, holding a banner of flame. He stood against armies of hundreds, the first supreme commander of the Revolutionary Army. That is what the symbol represents. Damien continues. It was on his 7th birthday that this happened. He thought of his mother, who had told him to run away and go somewhere where nobody could hurt him, as far too many people were after him. The guards soon busted down the door and charged her with treason, and her punishment would be dethronement, followed by execution. Damien's mother simply said that she loved him before getting taken away, and that's why he swore that he would get revenge with his own 2 hands. That's when someone who noticed his killing intent came around, only to find a little kid. The man asked what he's so angry about. Was it the world that he hated, or his own helplessness against it? That was his first meeting with the commander, and his first impression on him, which wasn't that great. He told him now, as a senior, revenge won't fix anything. It may be satisfying, but is that really enough for him? He really did talk a lot, and he immediately knew that he was the prince who escaped from the coup, although it didn't seem to matter to him, as he immediately asked for food from a kid. Damien obliged, and let him have his piece of bread, as his mother taught him that it's a great shame for royalty to let the people starve. The commander, like that saying, she was a noble woman indeed. With the rain stopping, the commander felt like he owed Damien one for feeding him, so he would show him something fun. And by fun he means turning the empire on its head. Honestly, he did not trust the words of a guy who ate the bread of a child, but he had nothing else to do, so he followed him. What he did, in order, was help an old man cross the street and build an orphanage. He even asked how he was going to overthrow the empire with such small acts, which stung the old commander. But can they really just ignore people in need? He sure talked big, but was someone who genuinely liked meddling in the problems of others. Even people who disliked him eventually held fondness for him. One by one, the people started to gather around him, and one day, in the Zerva County, it happened. The peasants finally started rebelling, as they were tired of the count stealing their land and crops. The knights were ready to take heads, but the commander declared war on the count, as he wrongfully seized people's land and taxes, because he drove their lives into suffering. They did not take him seriously at first. Perhaps he was just a crazy person, but the army behind him said differently. This man, who talked too much and meddled in everyone's business, actually founded the Revolutionary Army and became its first commander, igniting the fire of revolution. This emblem came to represent him, and every founding member of the revolution had it tattooed on their bodies. He still remembers the look on his face when he said that he was picking out a gift for his son. So that pendant that he's holding belongs to the commander of the Revolutionary Army, his father. Jan had his suspicions after learning that this emblem was of the Revolutionary Armies, but to think that his father was the commander. Damien wonders if he doesn't hold any resentment. His father led the revolution, but here he is, in the special forces. Jan notes that it just feels strange, as he knows more about his father than he does. In a way, he was his son. Damien tells him that he could never be his real son because to him, family meant everything, as he was willing to throw his life away for it. Jan notes that he should show some respect, now that he's the commander's son, but Damien already gave him a lot of respect by not killing him yet. Damien is surprised he didn't ask more about his father, like where he was or what happened to him. Jan only kept going because he wanted to find the whereabouts of his family, and he might be able to find them now, but right now, the task in hand takes priority. Damien likes that he made the right call, but since they have their location already, does he have a plan to go with it? Jan does, but he really needs his help, although he might not be able to do it. Later, at the entrance of the Special Forces HQ, the soldiers refuse Damien entry, as he cannot allow him entry. Damien is shaking with fury, but still says his line, that he just came to apologize to the Special Forces captain. At the central office of the inspectorate, the director is informed that the instructor commander has arrived in the imperial capital, but they have yet to identify the purpose of his visit. She asks for the status of the new enforcer, but but they are still looking into it. The director of the inspectorate, Diana Paulson, tells them to focus on Jan, as he's a high-risk individual. She wonders what he's plotting this time, as he's always doing something. Major incidents are happening one after another, like the advisor abduction case, or the barbarian raid. At the center of all these incidents is Jan, but his intentions, as well as the person who is backing him, are unknown. Just what is his identity? Suddenly, she's distracted by a red letter standing on her desk, and when she opens it, she finds one question. Will she hunt the Black Dragon? That is apparently the nickname of the Special Forces captain. Is this a declaration to go after him? She stands still for a moment and tells the person who sent this letter that they should talk face to face instead of sneaking around, especially since he's an enforcer. Jan expected this from the director of the inspectorate. He's surprised he managed to hide for so long. Jan apologizes for the sudden visit, but what he had to say needed to be said discreetly, so he had to come personally. He's sure that Damien arrived at the Special Forces HQ by now, meaning that he will keep Rodrigo busy. Diana asks why he's going after the captain, so Jan reveals his objective: to dismantle the Special Forces from the ground up. To do that, he needs her help. As he learned, the evidence needed to bring down Rodrigo is located somewhere in the downtown imperial capital, but he cannot pinpoint the location. If someone like her, with great influence in the capital, can lend her strength, they could use this opportunity to capture the captain and reform the Special Forces. Diana wonders, is this request from the enforcer, or is it coming from the Special Forces? Whichever it is, she refuses, as she feels no need to get involved in such a factional dispute, especially since she stands to gain nothing from it. Jan agrees that the inspectorate may gain nothing, but she might have something to gain, as she might be curious about the culprit behind her fiancé's death. Jan knows Diana holds a real hatred towards the Special Forces, and it's no surprise, as her fiancé was assassinated by them because he was investigating Rodrigo's corruption. There was no physical evidence of the assassination, but the circumstantial evidence was plenty. It's as Diana thought. The bastards from the Special Forces were involved. Jan tells her to calm down and hear him out, but he forgot her most defining trait, the thing that makes her the inspectorate director. Later, in the outer perimeter of the capital, Leah sits in a dark place, hoping for Jan to come and save her. One of her captors tries to strike her, but his attack gets blocked, and eventually his blade rips apart from the pressure. The other two note that he doesn't stand a chance. They don't understand that power at all. This is the Iller Demons Trio, an assassination unit directly under Rodrigo. These guys are unofficial, even among the covert ops of the Special Forces. They handle the dirty work that cannot be seen by others, and are actually a part of the Special Forces. Their actual objective is to kill Leah, no matter how they do it, but they can't seem to at all. One of them notices something and goes next, as this power certainly isn't infinite, and if they keep attacking, it will eventually break. He summons the Blood Typhoon on his blade and throws it in a random part of the sewer as he detects an intruder. They wonder how someone got in, as this area of the canal is under heavy Special Force surveillance. The demon's blade is thrown back as Diana reveals herself, noting that there was once an inspector who was investigating Rodrigo. During his investigation, he was murdered in his own home, and the investigation revealed 3 intruders. They used their swords and brutally slashed him apart. But finally, she has found them. She charges in, putting them under arrest for conspiracy and the murder of an inspectorate agent. The demons charge in, as they were already bored with Leah, and for the inspectorate director to come personally, what a treat. They use a combined attack, but Diana uses her beastman powers to cut it down, as this is below her. They are naturally shocked at her brute strength, but they still charge in while she retreats. This allows Jan to approach Leia and apologize for being too late. Before this, Diana agreed to make an opening for him, but it seems it was for naught. He promised that she would never get hurt, but he failed, although they can try again. Leah can't discern enemy from foe at this point, so she rejects him, encasing herself in a gravity field once again. Momon wonders how she ended up like this. She even made a restraining device. Thankfully, it seems that she recovered some of her strength before going unconscious. Jan believes that this happened because her restraining device was lousy. She said it was safe. Momon confirms that it was, but that tool only helps prevent her power from going berserk due to emotional fluctuation. It cannot handle situations where her life is in danger. It was too much stress. Besides, he's the one who put her in danger, so he should take responsibility. Jan agrees. He was too careless. Before he can say anything more, 3 shuriken fly towards him, but suddenly change direction upon missing him, which gives them enough time to graze him. This was the Dark Heaven art throwing technique, which means something bad. The poison begins taking over his system, and the person who threw the shuriken is surprised he's even standing. That's Hydra poison after all. It seems that he's not Damien's apprentice for nothing though. Jan knows this guy. He's ranked 3rd in the Special Forces, Black Shadow. He's Rodrigo's aide and a troublesome opponent for him. Shadow did not expect him to lure in the director of the inspectorate and find this place. The captain was right to send him. Yan knows this guy is a master of assassination, who possesses superhuman strength, but still chooses a silent approach. He's a bad match for him, especially in his current state. Yan guesses he knows about Leah's powers. If they do not stop her now, she will go berserk, and if she does, the underground they are in will collapse easily, and soon, the Imperial capital will go into flames too. Shadow doesn't care. The captain probably had his reasons for locking her up, and besides, wouldn't the Imperial capital fall beautifully? Now Yan understands. Their goal was to make Leah go berserk and attack the Imperial capital. Yan feels forced to kill him and save Leah, but the Shadow finds it amusing that a person who is on the brink of death is saying such things. How will he even do it? Yan uses the 6th for a dark shadow and dashes behind Shadow, who barely has enough time to dodge. He doesn't get it. How can he move like that when he has poison in his veins? Is he immune? It's not that, but Momon, who is constantly healing him. Since it's come to this, he has to use his forbidden technique. He tears the things that were keeping his eyes closed, as he wishes to show Yan what true assassination is like. Inside Grandolph Castle, which holds a maze-like interior, stand the trained guards. Even though 3 infiltration attempts were made by the Special Forces' top elite members to kill the Count, all failed, and the assassination was classified as top-level difficulty. In the end, the 4th mission was assigned to Black Shadow, who, in a single day, succeeded in his mission. But the strange part came after the assassination. Even though he had completed his objective, Shadow went on to kill everyone in the castle. Though he has the strength to kill many head-on, he chooses assassination, and once the assassination succeeds, he kills anyone near his target. This is Black Shadow. Momon finds Yan pathetic. Should she take care of him? With her magic, it's more than easy. Yan refuses, as magic is his trump card. They will use it only at a decisive moment. To break Leah's gravity field, they will need magic too, so they can't waste it. Momon is glad he finally sees her importance. Yan never fought Shadow in his past life, and tries what worked best for him until now, to strike first and win. He seemingly cuts him in half, but Shadow disappears and then appears behind Yan, finding his performance rather disappointing. He honestly expected a lot more from an apprentice of Damien, but he seems like a regular guy. From the shadows he appears, striking with his blade, but he doesn't stop there, as he lets out slash after slash at Yan. That's when he notices, though, that he was using the same technique he used to escape, allowing Yan the opportunity to activate the 1-inch punch. Yan also finds him disappointing, as he relies way too much on his shadows. The Dark Heaven art techniques wrap the body in mana just like a shadow, completely evading attacks. That doesn't mean that it's impossible to break through, though, as straight attacks can be slipped past easily, but impact spread over a surface is the key. Yan uses body strengthening and begins pummeling Shadow, who has become annoyed with his games. He activates his black domain, covering the entire area in shadows. He explains that they are no ordinary shadows, but a unique expansion. He lets out a bunch of shuriken toward Yan, which seemingly hit him. At the Special Forces HQ, Damien did not expect Rodrigo to appear so easily, but he felt sorry for him. He guesses this was the Enforcer's idea, right? While he's here keeping his attention, the Enforcer would get evidence. Was that not their plan? Unfortunately, not all things go according to plan in life, and he has a gift for him too, so he should take it and go back. This is exactly what they were after, the project report from the Destroyer Project. It should serve as some level of evidence, but to think he expected this to be enough to take him down, he really is cute. The soldier sends him on his way, but Damien takes his hand and flips him away. He didn't come just for this. He wants to be introduced to that person as well. Suddenly, that person appears, hearing what Damien wanted, but he is still shocked, as there's no way that he should be here. Diana easily kills the 3rd demon of the killer demons, and the others try to catch her, knowing that if they do not do something, they will be picked off one by one. She's using every passage in the underground waterway to maximize her damage, but beastmen lose their tempers when they get excited, so they will use it to their advantage. With this in mind, they start mocking her, noting that the guy they killed pissed himself in fear. Groen was his name, right? He begged for his pathetic life until the very end, and cried while licking their shoes. He even tried to give his woman away if it meant his life. What a pathetic worm he was. Good riddance. Diana is sufficiently enraged and charges in, telling them to stop spouting nonsense. Unfortunately, this was a trap, as they had caught her with some silver threads. The 2nd demon charges in from behind, but Diana easily breaks through the silver threads like it's a simple string, and the 2nd demon suddenly starts seeing 2 of them. That is because he has been cut in half, killing him instantly. This gives the final demon the chance to pierce Diana, and he's very glad for it, as her blood is as beautiful as her husband's. Suddenly, though, his throat is cut, as Diana can control her hair too, and so she ends him for good. She has finally avenged Groen. He was a kind man, not mean for this savage world, not meant for such a savage death. Yan is in a bad place, but Momon notes that this is primitive, a crude tactic of turning a single point into sheer number. Even with his mana detection, their position can't be locked down properly. Does he have a plan? If not, her mana will burn out soon. Shadow tells him that nothing can be done in this darkness. Damien certainly taught him a few tricks, but a learning dog is still a dog at the end of the day. In this never-ending darkness, nobody can escape or hide, because this entire space is his hidden art. He throws a bunch of shurikens at Yan, but he does not care. Even if he is hit, even if darkness itself laughs at him, he will show them true darkness. This is a darkness so deep that shadows do not have a chance. He uses the second form of the black shadow sword art, Severance. The entire domain unravels, and with it Shadow falls too, not being able to see anything as he slowly fades. Yan is sad for him. All his life he thought the darkness was his ally, but it was the thing that killed him in the end. Suddenly the earth shakes. Yan knows that Leah is finally going berserk. A red-eyed Leah floats amid crimson magic, encasing herself in a gravity field that is now fully active. Momon curses, calling the protagonist a fool for stepping into the field with his mere corpse, asking if he has a death wish. Yan immediately asks Momon if she used magic to cancel out the gravity field, stating that with this magic, he can reach Leah. Momon instantly denies this, proclaiming it impossible as she already drained too much mana fighting Black Shadow. She dismisses the plan as hopeless, insisting they retreat now, warning him that if he gets caught by it, he will get crushed like an ant in a child's fist. Yan determines he has no choice but to act. Momon screams, asking if the enforcer is insane, demanding to know if he would risk his life over that brat. Looking resolute, the protagonist states that he made a promise he wouldn't let her suffer. Momon calls him a stubborn fool, but immediately begins to materialize a magical energy, stating then, at least he should take this with him. She conjures a golden armband, calling it a new restraining device. The protagonist continues his advance, walking towards the raging light, calling out to Leah to see if she could hear him, and with an intense expression, Yan urges her to not surrender to her power. Continuing his walk toward the ominous light, the former knight calls out to the girl, urging them to go back home. Yan says she deserves to live a normal, happy life. As he takes another step, the floor shatters beneath his foot. As Yan closes in, he observes that her power is growing stronger, noticing the intensified red light and shattering energy. He realizes that at this rate, even Leah won't be able to endure it. Facing the escalating danger, the enforcer realizes he has to act quickly, though he groans as he feels his mana draining rapidly. With an expression of pain, Yan curses the situation, acknowledging that at this rate of mana drain, he will fail, forcing another anguished curse as the energy field pushes down on him. A flashback begins as Yan is addressed by the prince, who questions if he cannot accept what he has become. The prince then refers to him directly, calling him Special Forces Captain Yan. The prince continues his inquiry, asking if having his freedom stolen, to be used as a tool, makes the former commander resentful. The prince tells the captain to let him ask something in return, suggesting that his so-called free life would have been insignificant anyway. A malicious grin spreads across the prince's face as he asks if it is not an honor for his strength to be used by him. The protagonist shoves the painful memory away, his eyes glowing fiercely red with the command to rage on. The sheer force of his concentrated mana releases a blinding white light, causing Momon to stare in surprise at that power. Fueled by rage, the empty mana heart begins to move again, glowing intensely. As the protagonist stands against the crimson field, his inner voice commands rage on, concentrating all powers within him. The command resounding from the mana heart guides the trajectory of the sword. Yan recognizes that before a dragon, it is but a feeble wind, yet the dragon's wrath slowly crushes the world. He prepares the powerful blow, holding his glowing sword straight down. Wielding the dragon's wrath, the hero strikes the ground, slamming his blade downward as the single word dominate flashes across the intense white light. The powerful surge of mana engulfs Leah's gravity field. As the magical energy dissipates, the hero is shown cradling Leah in his arms, observing that that was close. He successfully suppressed the berserk gravity field. Leah expresses relief upon seeing the protagonist, whispering his name as she confesses she knew he would come. Yan suggests they return home, and Leah agrees. Emerging near the entrance to the underground waterway, the enforcer carries Leah, noting that Diana is nowhere to be seen. He recalls that she said they would regroup here after it was done. Approaching the entrance, Yan addresses Diana, noting that they have been waiting for the her as planned. Diana appears from the mist, responding with a simple, "Forgive me." The hero looks surprised, but Diana confesses she wasn't good enough before stumbling on the ground. As the hero looks down at Diana, Kyle, a royal knight, approaches, expressing surprise to meet him like this. Addressing him formally as Enforcer Yan, Kyle declares that by order, he places him under arrest for treason. Confronted by the royal knight, Yan asks Kyle on whose command he acts, acknowledging he can't believe the royal knights are involved. Kyle replies solemnly, noting that there is only one person who can mobilize the Royal Knights right now. The setting shifts to the Special Forces Headquarters underground prison, where Damien is detained. He looks at his wrists, noting the presence of magic shackles. The instructor commander comments on such respectful treatment, saying he hardly knows what to say. The prince, who ordered the detention, notes that even a half-blood of a great lineage cannot be treated like common trash. Damien, looking furious but composed, asks the prince directly, what are his charges? Perhaps he is guilty of trusting his brother like a fool. Within the depths of the Special Forces Headquarters underground prison, a prisoner erupts in savage laughter, shocked to see that bastard there. The prisoner then raises a prayer, thanking the gods for the chance to kill him with their own hands. Within the dark prison corridor, the prisoner yells that that bastard is mine and warns the approaching figures to not interfere. Another prisoner, cackling wildly, addresses Jan as Rookie, promising to have them acquainted soon enough. Jan and Damien walk through the prison corridor, both secured with magic shackles. Observing the hostile prisoners, Jan says Damien must have worked hard and notes that he's really popular, isn't he? Damien dismisses the hostility, stating he doesn't even remember trash like that. Jan notes that Damien has skillfully concealed the pattern on his neck. Damien dismisses the thought, stating that Leon probably knows everything by now. A guard intervenes in the conversation, addressing the former enforcer as inmate number 1543, commanding him to move along and stating there should be no chatting during transfer. Jan, unbothered, comments simply, how strict. The prisoner confronts Damien, noting sarcastically, well, look who it is, acting all clear before, and now look at him. The prisoner then yells from his cell, claiming Damien is no different from him, and asks if Damien remembers what he told him that next time they meet, swearing he will definitely kill him. As the enraged prisoner screams for release, Damien grabs him by the tongue, questioning, who's this clown, and why is he squealing like a starving pig? The instructor commander then asks the prisoner if he rips out his tongue. He won't have to listen to his nonsense anymore, right? Guards immediately rush toward the commotion, yelling for inmate 1542 to stop and release him now. Damien clicks his tongue in annoyance, while one of the guards barks at the instructor commander to just shut his mouth and act dead quiet in here before the heavy prison door slams shut. Inside the Baron's cell, the former enforcer watches his hands, noting that once inside the cell, the shackles disappear. Damien lets out a sigh, lamenting that to think they have to be around this pile of trash, referring to the other prisoners. Jan states that it is better than the Special Forces barracks at least, with the instructor commander noticing that he can still joke in their current situation. The protagonist then notes that they cannot use their mana here, asking if it is because of the shackles around their necks. Damien confirms this, saying they are shackles that suppress mana, and they not only block its use but also his ability to sense it. Damien further explains the shackles, warning that if Jan forces it, his head will fly off instantly. He clicks his tongue, observing that this only happened because his plan failed, but Jan claims that even the instructor commander couldn't have predicted this. The captured commander explains his actions, clarifying to the hero that he expected him to point a sword at Leon then and there, but performing that act would have branded him a traitor instantly. Damien observes that Jan was captured just as easily. Jan clarifies the circumstance to the instructor commander, explaining he had no choice, with the others traveling with him. Damien attributes their predicament to a third party, stating that this is all the fault of the one who deceived them completely. Looking up with furious eyes, the instructor commander refers to the prince, asking if Leon, that viper of a man, has been doing it for long. Jan shifts the topic, asking Damien if he has noticed anything strange about the crown prince. Damien questions, strange? Before confirming that the prince said things he normally wouldn't while they were being captured. Damien recalls the prince's cruel words, as the prince asks the newly captured Damien if he cannot accept what he has become. The prince tells the former commander not to resent it, then asks with a cruel wide smile, if that pathetic life of his is used for his sake, isn't that an honor for him as well? With an intense gaze, Jan realizes that the crown prince has changed. He corrects the thought, confirming that he has returned to the ruthless, monstrous person he knew in his previous life. Jan thinks about the sudden shift in the crown prince, noting that at first he was curious why he was so different from before. He quickly dismisses the thought, deciding that that doesn't matter now. The protagonist determines that what matters is Leon Cavalon's purpose. Jan links several major political and magical incidents, musing on the Emperor retreating into seclusion, Marquis Xion's experiments, and the Crown Prince's transformation. Jan then considers the ominous possibility. What if all of these events are happening for a single purpose? Damien breaks the silence, stating that it must be related to what the commander warned about. Jan looks up, questioning Damien if he refers to his father. Damien confirms this, stating that his father once told him this. Jan's father, the commander, begins to explain the mission of the revolutionaries, asking Damien about the goal of the Revolutionary Army. He then answers his own question, stating that the goal is, of course, to overthrow the Empire. The commander concludes by saying that if the Empire and the Emperor are not stopped, this land has no future. Damien speaks to the commander, noting that Leon is different. The instructor commander asserts that the Leon he knows is righteous and warm-hearted above all others. He concludes that if Leon becomes Emperor, the Empire will surely change. The commander acknowledges Damien's beliefs, stating that he knows that too. However, his expression darkens as he looks at the raging sky, asserting that no matter what, he cannot defy the fate of blood. Damien reveals that at the time, he didn't understand, but believes the commander foresaw what is happening now. He concludes that his father realized the seed of the Emperor would corrupt a man into monstrosity. With the dark prophecy lingering, Jan asks the instructor commander if there is no way for him to hear more details about his father. He then hesitates, asking if his father is still with them. Damien looks at Jan, giving him the shocking news that the commander is alive. He clarifies that the former leader has only sealed himself away in the sacred grounds of Armenia. As the reality of his father's fate sinks in, Jan reflects on the commander's fight, observing that the commander's martial skill had already reached superhuman levels, but concludes that his enemies were too many. He reveals that out of overexertion, his blood and energy twisted, and his mana went berserk. Jan realizes that if that rampage doesn't end, his flame will never go out, warning that even if it burns down the entire empire, it will never die. Jan concludes that to prevent the worst, the commander sealed himself to recover. He realizes, however, that if the empire discovers him, it will be catastrophic, and grimly acknowledges that in the past, the empire did find him. Jan recognizes that his father's rampage was the true cause of the Armenian revolt. He then questions the instructor commander's sacrifice, wondering if Damien risked his life in order to save his father. The protagonist observes the revelation about Damien's sacrifice, thinking that is surprisingly human of him. Damien notices the thoughtful stare, asking what is with that look. Before Jan can reply, a guard interrupts, calling out inmate 1543 and informing him he has a visitor. As the guard begins escorting the protagonist, Jan notes that the visiting room is far from here, though. The guard pauses, but Jan quickly intervenes, commanding him to stop. They will do it here instead. Facing two hooded figures that appear in the dungeon corridor, the protagonist notes that it looks like his visitors have arrived. One of the hooded figures mutters a warning, calling the enforcer an arrogant fool. The cloaked figures rush him, one shouting that the protagonist cannot even use his energy core. Jan stands firm, responding that even without his energy core, he can use his physical skills. Jan attempts to move but stumbles, exclaiming in disbelief that his legs won't move. The accompanying guard laughs wildly, mocking the hero. The guard explains that these shackles have many functions before commanding the hero to die, as the magical cuffs on Jan's wrists and ankles lock down his movement. Jan, facing imminent attack, looks on as the attacking figures are suddenly encased in a massive pillar of ice and crystal right in front of him. The shock of the unexpected magic forces him to exclaim in surprise. Jan addresses her, thanking her for visiting, revealing that the rescue was orchestrated by Lorena. But she demands an immediate explanation from him, responding sarcastically and asking if he is seriously joking right now. She then questions if the hero even knows how worried she has been for him. The rescuer concludes by stating that anyway, he will explain everything properly later. Lorena aggressively confronts the hero, demanding to know what the hell he did to be suddenly accused of treason. She continues her outrage, questioning why he let himself get caught by the Night Order, and finally proclaims his actions are a disgrace to their entire graduating class. Lorena looks intently at the protagonist, acknowledging that Jan is a legendary figure who climbed from rank 974 all the way to first place. Jan softly speaks her name, but Lorena cuts him off, stating that now he's ranked 1543rd, asking if he really thinks that makes sense. Jan points out the inaccuracy in her statement, explaining that his number is not a rank but his prisoner number. Changing the topic, he asks how she even found him, warning her not to say she came here alone. Lorena dismisses the notion of being alone and clarifying that she came under the command of the instructor commander. As he was being captured, Damien sent out a shadow of himself, all the way to the Special Forces quarters. Meanwhile, in her private quarters, Lorena stretches while thinking about the protagonist, wondering if Jan still hasn't returned from the capital. She thinks about sparring with him since it has been a while, before questioning where the hell he is wandering around. Lorena makes a sound of curiosity as she turns toward the window, noticing a strange movement, before recognizing the dark-winged messenger, exclaiming that that is the instructor commander's raven, and wondering what's going on. The raven delivers its cryptic message, stating the mission orders for Lorena Beowulf are agent rescue. In the present, Jan asks Lorena if Master sent it just before he was arrested. Lorena confirms this, saying it seems the instructor commander prepared for an emergency. The restraints binding Jan suddenly come undone, causing him to note the fact. Lorena, now fully prepared for the escape, states that it looks like the others succeeded, and commands the hero to this way, urging him to leave this place quickly. A sudden powerful force shatters the Special Forces' prison mana suppression chamber, causing the blue suppression crystal to explode and break the stone altar. Roman looks intently at the shattered altar, remembering the instructions for the prison break. He wonders what Lorena said again, before recalling the specific steps in order to remove the shackles. He hears the precise command in his memory. He must listen carefully and start with the magic circle at 12 o'clock, then smash the mana stones installed counterclockwise. Roman raises a clenched, bandaged fist, yelling for Lorena to trust him. He assures her that if they destroy them all, it will be resolved. An eerie sound fills the prison halls, causing the imprisoned men to identify the sound as the prison alarm. One of the prisoners then asks if someone has escaped from this prison. Another concludes that if someone did, they must be pretty skilled. Chaos erupts in the prison as the door bars are suddenly open. The liberated inmates exclaim in confusion, asking what is happening. Another inmate encourages the rest to flee, yelling "Who cares?" and telling them to just run now that the shackles are gone too. Kasha, observing the commotion, notes that will keep the guards distracted. He comments that it has been smooth sailing up to this point, but things will be difficult from here on out. Dwight tells Kasha that he doesn't have to join this mission, warning him that it could tie them into treason charges. Kasha, calm and resolute, tells Dwight not to worry about him, admitting that honestly, the backlash for abandoning this mission would be scarier. Dwight agrees, thinking of Jan. The scene shifts to the outer garbage collection yard, where Cheryl waits next to a carriage. She watches the facility, worrying that they are late, asking why they haven't come out yet. Cheryl continues worrying at the carriage, stating she is worried about Lady Lorena and asking if she will be alright. She notes that Lorena only took this dangerous mission because of Jan. Cheryl recalls Lorena saying that if they didn't come out in 10 minutes, they should escape, but ultimately decides she should at least bring Lady Lorena out safely. A sudden attack from a stranger interrupts Cheryl's vigil. The attacker dismisses her waiting, telling her not to bother waiting, because she won't be coming back. Nobody will. A wave of pure white mana explodes through the prison, engulfing two fleeing inmates who scream warnings to each other to run for their life before they are consumed by the light. Kasha and Dwight shield their eyes as the mysterious light engulfs them. Kasha questioning the nature of the energy. Falling backward from the force of the energy, Lorena asks what is with this vibration. As cracks appear in the ceiling of the prison, Lorena looks up in disbelief as debris rains down, exclaiming that the ceiling has collapsed. She then looks ahead, eyes widening at something unseen in the dungeon. Surveying the damage, Lorena sees two figures lying motionless amidst the rubble, the figures being Dwight and Kasha. Looking down at the defeated trainees, Rodrigo Meyer, the Special Forces captain, emerges. He muses that he knew they should have crushed those insects earlier. Unfazed, comments that the flies he spared out of laziness ended up breeding maggots. Lorena immediately charges toward the captain, unleashing the Snow Soul first form. To meet her challenge, the captain unleashes the Dark Dragon art, Dragon Roar, manifesting a massive white and gold dragon head that lunges directly at Lorena. Damien meets the monstrous aura head-on, slicing through the massive attack with the sharp red energy of Severance. Damien faces Rodrigo, telling him to not talk about levels while bullying those beneath him. The instructor commander then advises the captain to speak to someone who's in his league instead. The captain calls it impressive, noting it must have been difficult, hiding his claws all this time. Damien replies with equal disdain, referring to Rodrigo as the one hiding his sinister intentions behind that facade. Damien dismisses the captain's comment, stating that acting arrogant just because of his rank must have been the hardest part of his facade. Rodrigo retorts, attacking Damien's lineage and commanding the instructor commander, flaunting his half-blood heritage, not to talk to him about arrogance. Damien breaks off the argument, warning Jan that there isn't much time. The hero questions the sudden urgency, but the instructor commander explains that soon, the suppression chamber will reactivate, and the shackles will be reapplied. Damien commands Jan to, before that happens, escape with his comrades. Damien confirms he will hold off the captain, but Jan is already running toward the exit. Damien screams at the fleeing hero to at least go after he finishes his sentence. Damien sighs in exasperation, before thinking that his foolish apprentice is hopeless. Despite his harsh thoughts, the instructor commander offers a final warning to the fleeing hero, telling him to be careful and protect everyone. The guards are on the move all night. It seems that someone broke out of the prison from what they heard, which is pretty far away, but the bounty on all of them is no joke, so they keep searching, hoping to find the culprits and get some sweet gold while doing it. Jan guesses that they can relax now while looking through a window. He thanks everyone because of them. He actually managed to escape. Lorena notes it was just a mission. Roman says it's unlike him to thank anyone, and Kasha guesses that his debt is paid with this. Cheryl is mad that she wasn't of any help, and Dwight never thought he would see him actually thank someone. Still though, Jan has complaints, as the operation lacked detail, making the others wonder if they should just kill him. As they rest in what seems to be a manor, Roman objects are going to rescue the instructor commander, not because of a personal grudge, but because it's pretty impossible. If he hadn't stepped in when he did, they would have been captured. They barely got out as is. Lorena wonders if they should just head north and hide there for a while. They wouldn't be able to reach them easily, but Jan refuses, as it's too predictable. That's what they will expect them to do. Jan notes that their wounds are too severe. They should wait it out here. But Lorena wonders who owns this estate. Is it even safe to stay here? Suddenly he gets called out before he can answer and Leah jumps on him. She was extremely worried and scared for him. Diana also comes into the room, introducing herself as she does. As long as they are in this mansion, they needn't fear for their safety, as Jan already knows the owner. Before getting caught, Jan pleaded with Kyle to protect the girl he was carrying, and Diana, as they were only dragged into this conspiracy, and not part of it. Kyle said that he was a criminal, so how could he accept such a criminal? Jan looked him sternly in the eye, and asked if he truly believed he was guilty. Kyle relented for a moment, and agreed to help him. After Jan leaves with Diana, she notes that he's a good man, and Kyle seems to be troubled by Leon's orders too. She asks if the uniform fits, and Jan confirms as such, almost too well. This white uniform, designed specifically for officers, makes him feel like he's returned to that point in time, where he fought against the entire empire. Diana asks what his next plan is, so Jan explains that since they captured their commander, they should do the same, and go after Marquis Cheyenne. On the surface, Rodrigo acts as the leader, but behind all of it, Xion is pulling the strings. And if they are lucky, with this whole puzzle piece, they will be able to see what they were hiding all this time. Diana wonders if they shouldn't have brought the others, but Jan notes that too many people would get in the way, and besides, before he can finish, someone from behind notes that his words are quite interesting. They risked their lives for him, and this is how he repays them. Jan tells her it's a misunderstanding. What he meant was that everyone is recovering, which should come first. Lorena notes that Roman and she weren't injured at all, so why not ask at least? Jan did, but Roman dozed off, so he came here alone. As they bicker, Diana takes a hint of something entertaining and intervenes. It is true that for a covert operation, it is best to go with the comrades one has fought beside the longest. Lorena agrees, but Diana hasn't said everything. The fact that Jan chose her, someone he's only fought alongside once, does that mean that perhaps he doesn't mesh well with her? Lorena immediately gets angry and says that she's misunderstanding something. Jan and she have crossed the line between life and death multiple times. This is what Diana wanted to find out. This girl actually likes him. Seeing that they won't stop bickering, Jan decides to go ahead of them and activates what seems to be a portable warp gate. He explains that it's linked directly to Cheyenne's estate, so they should hurry before it's too late. Lorena doesn't even know when he prepared this, and they all go in. The gate dissipated into the night sky. After they arrive at the mansion, they see that it's eerily quiet, so they decide to split up and search. Jan tells them to remember that if they spot the target, they should confirm and regroup in 5. He sends Lorena and Diana towards the annex building while he explores the main one. As he does that, he peeps open a door, and someone notes that they have been waiting for him, and that someone is Cheyenne. He is rather late, but he should come in. Jan greets him, noting that this is their second meeting, but as he approaches, he sees that Cheyenne is not actually Cheyenne, but a flesh puppet made to repeat the same things, and what's more, it has a nuke strapped to its chest. After activating, it blows the entire estate apart, a red hue emanating from all the windows. Suddenly, though, the explosion starts clearing up, and naturally, it's because of Momin. Honestly, even he should be able to stop something so tiny. Where did the defensive spells she taught him go? Jan just didn't bother casting when he had the strongest magician standing next to him, right? Momin calls him a sweet talker, but fine. Even then, this was clearly a trap. How did he not notice at all? Was he worried about the instructor commander being captured? Jan doesn't admit it, and at that moment Lorena rushes through asking Jan if he's injured and if something went wrong. Jan notes that things went awry a little. Marquis Cheyenne seems to have detonated. Lorena is shocked, but more interested in his well-being rather than the situation, making Jan a little confused. After they all regroup, Lorena wonders why Cheyenne did what he did, just to wipe them out. Jan doesn't think it's that. He was probably forced to do it. They have to withdraw quickly now, as the enemy predicting their movements is a fatal issue. This place has become a death trap. Lorena never expected someone as reputable as the Marquis to be reduced to a mere pawn. Just what is going on in this empire? Jan guesses that they rushed to dispose of him before their secrets could be exposed. Before they leave, Diana notes that they have something they should see, something she found while she was exploring. They go deep in the estate, and eventually find themselves in a very open dungeon, where they see what seems to be a magic circle, or an altar. Diana thinks they sacrificed the people of the household to create it, which is disgusting, but Lorena is more focused on what exactly requires so many lives. Jan can't tell her, but they can at least speculate. Either it was an offering to someone, or he was using these people for a summoning. He asks Momon if she recognizes this, and she immediately recoils, wondering why this is here. Of course, she recognizes the damn thing. It was something she created before she died, after all. Back then, she had finally realized the limit of human life and was researching countermeasures. Or better put, reincarnation. It's not becoming an undead or lich, but a perfect resurrection, where both soul and body are inherited. However, she was betrayed, leaving her with no choice but to become a lich. Yan asks if someone inherited her magic, but she thinks of it as impossible. Nobody knew of it, except one person, the bastard who researched divine dragon breathing alongside her, that trash of a human being. Suddenly they all get the feeling of their heads being cut off. It was only a murderous aura, but it was strong enough to make them almost faint. They all get overwhelmed by it, and suddenly the circle begins to activate, summoning a portal of light, and out of it pops out a person they all know too well. It's Prince Leon, who slowly falls down, and Yan tells the two girls to fall back now. Leon tells them to show some proper respect in the face of their kindness, and the two immediately get struck with something that makes them fall. Now Yan finally understands that arrogant gaze that disregards all life, to think he would see them again. Leon guesses he must be Yan. He heard he's been wielding the founding emperor's techniques. Yan is confused that he's acting like this is their first meeting. This all but confirms what he was thinking. The reincarnation magic circle right in front of him, the transformation of the crown prince, and finally, the puzzle is complete. He smiles, confirming that he has been using the founding emperor's Cavalon's techniques. But he also knows that he's no longer the Prince Leon, but Bahamut Cavalon. Bahamut, now discovered, smiles, finding him quite an interesting specimen. Yan asks him, why has he appeared again after his time passed? Why has he stolen the rightful body of one of his descendants? Bahamut notes that he forged this bloodline and country with his own two hands. It is natural that now he enjoys the spoils of his work. Momon immediately goes into a rage after hearing this. How dare he kill her, then brazenly use her magic to reincarnate. Bahamut feels her familiar mana, and Momon unleashes a gigantic strike of magic, making the once peaceful estate burst into energy. Bahamut gets out of the way, landing on the roof, but he has seen this caliber of magic before. He knows he has. Before he can guess who it is, another burst of straight hellfire appears from below him, which seems to hit. Momon laughs, daring him to escape, as this spell was crafted especially for him. The mana heart burns until every single drop of mana is consumed. It will never go out. All the suffering she went through, the humiliation, it's all worth it if she sees him die. So he will die today. Suddenly though, Bahamut becomes certain about his opponent, and pierces Momon with a simple word. It's been such a long time since they last met, and her condition is rather tragic to behold. To think that the great master of the magic tower, Momon, is not nothing but a mere thought form, pity. Was she subjugated by this Yan fellow? Momon asks if he can see her, and of course he can. His undying eyes see through everything. He will give her this one chance to strike at him again. It's only right since they are old friends. Momon tells him to stop spouting crap, and Bahamut notes that she seems to be having quite a bit of fun with that Yan fellow, making him wonder what would happen if he were to kill him. Suddenly, one of Yan's wolves descends on Bahamut, who asks how he dared to think this would work. But after he cuts the wolf in two, Yan unleashes the black shadow art, second form, slashing the entire estate in two. He calls Momon an idiot and asks if she's alright. Without her mana, she can't leave this palace. She should rest with the other two and get out after she recovers enough mana. Momon tells him not to interfere, as she will kill him herself. But she's getting weaker because of the mana she has used, and relents. Bahamut laughs at his technique, not because it's bad, but because it's entertaining. Did he really adopt a mana heart technique? Yan doesn't answer, and activates the 23rd form of Dark Soul, which Bahamut recognizes as an assassin technique. Yan is confused. How did his sword not even reach the bastard? If that's the case, he attempts to use all the techniques in the book. The Fang Slash, the Triangle Slash, a Barrage, the Water Slice. Bahamut recognizes that he's rather skilled with the divine dragon breathing technique. Did Momon help him learn it? Yan is growing increasingly frustrated. Why aren't his attacks reaching this bastard? Bahamut notes that in his state, it won't matter, and he disappears. It's like putting a diamond necklace on a pig. It holds no real worth. Yan didn't even realize he just teleported out. Just how did he do it? Bahamut appears from behind and asks what's wrong. Is there something more that he has to show him, or was that it? Yan knows that at this point, he has no choice but to use everything. So he activates the Black Shadow Sword Art secret technique, the human wolf form. Bahamut sticks his tongue out, noting that he's tired of playing, and immediately takes Yan out of his technique. He admits that this was a pretty fun presentation, like a monkey showing off its tricks. Praises are in order. Nobody can just easily create a mana heart as he did, but he will take that for himself now, as he is of the kingdom, and the kingdom is entirely his. Before he can strike Yan though, he stabs himself in the arm. Or rather, it's the last vestige of the crown prince, who tells Yan to listen well. He cannot keep this bastard away for much longer. He should run while he can. The founding emperor has already taken full root inside of him. He has established his place. His life is over. He knows that much, but Damien's life can still be safe. He knows it can. Jan doesn't really want to abandon the prince, as he is still conscious, and hopes he can be saved. And suddenly, his hand reaches for Jan. Bahamut tells him to kneel, and he will make his death painless as he takes that mana heart. He promises. The crown prince stops him again, and Jan asks where Damien is, but Leon can't answer. Momon comes back, explaining that everything is ready. The other two have awoken, and the warp gate is ready to be activated. Bahamut asks if they really think they can run from him in his own empire, frustrating Jan even more. He tells Leon to wait just a little bit longer, as he will return and maim that demon himself. With that, he jumps away. Just as Bahamut regains control, he lets them run away, as they will certainly meet again. Their mana hearts are drawn to each other after all. With that, they escape, the gate dissipating into the night sky once again. After arriving at their location, Jan immediately asks Diana and Lorena if they are all right, which they seem to be. At least they don't have any major injuries. Lorena can't believe that a human could give off such pressure. She apologizes. It seems she was of no help once again. She excuses herself, as she's not feeling too well. Diana tells her not to lose heart because of this. For her to withstand it is an incredible feat in itself. Lorena notes that she's still a burden. She's still holding them back. Jan knows that her pride was hurt deeply, but since the appearance of Bahamut, everything that happened is way beyond what she expected. Suddenly, Kyle appears. He expected them to return safely, but they did so faster than expected. Jan thanks him for protecting Leah and Diana, but he doesn't need any thanks. He still intends to arrest him after all. Jan tells him to wait and decide if he will do so after hearing what he has to say. Kyle agrees, and so Jan explains everything, but Kyle is too shocked, refusing to believe such nonsense. Is he really telling him with a straight face that the founding emperor has reincarnated in the crown prince's body? Jan knows how it sounds, but the truth is undeniable. They even found traces of reincarnation magic in Xian's estate. He also discovered through his own investigations that Xian had been behind the massive zombie outbreak down east. He suspected previously that it was a sacrificial ritual to resurrect something, but he also did not expect that something to be the founding emperor himself. He asks Kyle what he intends to do now. The soul belongs to the founding emperor. True, but his body is that of the crown prince. Besides, Bahamut is still the emperor of the empire by right. Will he continue to serve that man? Kyle thinks on it. The founding emperor was an idol to all knights. The first knight, the legend who built an entire nation with just his blade. Even he dreamed of knighthood after reading his books when he was but a young man. However, those were just that, stories. The founding emperor belongs to the past, to history. He is a hero of legend that should have remained one. The one he serves now is the one who lives and breathes in the same age as he, His Highness, Leon Cavalon. His sword exists solely to protect the royal family and the crown prince. He is Kyle, one of the 7 royal knights, and from this moment forth, he will assist him. Jan thanks him for making a swift decision. And also informs him about the founding emperor's true nature. He is nothing like the hero from the legends. He is a demon who would soon devour everything, the empire and its people. He considers it all to be his. The two of them alone will not be able to face the founding emperor, let alone the imperial family. So does he know what happened to Damien? From what Kyle heard of him, he was taken to the imperial palace. Jan was expecting for him to be taken to the tribunal, not the palace. Kyle explains that they plan to carry out his execution by burning him in the gardens of the palace. Jan knows that this can only mean one thing. Damien's execution will be carried out very soon. He asks about the trial. Surely the council objected to this. Kyle explains that the current members of the council have already been purged, but he shouldn't worry, as the exact date has not been given yet, so he will use this time to gather information on it. Jan pleads with him to be careful, and so does Kyle. As Jan walks alone, he thinks about it. Why the execution? Why so rushed? Just what are they trying to hide here? And can they really win against that demon of a man? Momon appears and asks if he's running scared now. If he wishes, he can just flee the country and live a relatively peaceful life somewhere else. Jan tells her that they don't have time for nonsense, and he wants to know honestly, since she's seen both him and Bahamut, what his odds are of winning. Momon first admits that she was impressed by him. To have developed an Ana heart to this point is remarkable. It has grown to be as bright as the moon, all thanks to him. However, Bahamut's Mana heart is like the sun. Odds are not in his favor, and he can't win. Naturally, since she helped him become like that, it's only natural he doesn't have a chance. Jan notes though that if she made him, surely she knows how to destroy him. She does, but her attacks don't seem to be doing anything. But that's likely because his physical body was gone. She knows of one method, though there is one thing he absolutely must do so it can work. And that thing he has to do is to die. Before humanity, the ancient dragons, the elemental kings, and the primordial giants were the true rulers of the world. But when a certain man with the power to easily defeat them appeared, the whole world destabilized. All of those mythical creatures that are ancient legend now were devoured by one man, Bahamut. He became his own creature, beyond any classification. Jan notes that this is no different than the books. If that's the case, what's his weakness? Momon tells him to stop being impatient. His unrestrained strength is his weakness. The Crown Prince holds a body close to that of a superhuman. He fought with him, so he should know. However, even that superhuman body is nowhere near capable of withstanding Bahamut. On top of all that, the magic circle anchoring Bahamut's soul is rather defective. He's been using an unfinished circle, abandoned halfway through its making. Bahamut's soul is barely clinging onto the prince's mana heart. So if he collides his mana heart against the prince's and severs the connection, he can annihilate his soul for good. Jan asks about them colliding their hearts, and Momon explains further that he has to expend his entire mana heart to do it. The mana heart connects to the body and the soul, so expending it means that his body will collapse. Jan understands that either he gets killed by Bahamut, or he throws his very soul at him to end him. Jan is surprised he actually attached his mana heart to Leon. He never expected him to go this far. Momon agrees. He wasn't always like this. When she first met him, it was in a village that was annihilated by monsters, and Bahamut was there, fighting alone. There was nobody left to protect. The villagers were all killed, and he could have easily fled, but still, he fought. Unfortunately, his sword could not keep up with his techniques, and he was smashed into a rock formation by the minotaur he was fighting. Even with that though, even with his blade rendered null, he still kept on fighting. The minotaur charged in, ready to eliminate this puny human, and that's when she intervened, completely annihilating him. She berated Bahamut. He can't even take down a single monster. Is he foolish or brave to still be here? She introduced herself as Momon, from the Magic Tower, as she was curious to know what kind of person this foolish man was. She guessed that he wasn't from this village, but why risk his life to avenge people that he didn't even know? Bahamut explained that he didn't do it for revenge or something similar. He just thought that, at least these people deserved a grave. Momon found that even stranger. Why risk his own life just for something like that? Bahamut just felt sorry he couldn't prevent their deaths. The least he could do was risk his own life to mourn them properly, as they deserved it. Just as she thought when she first saw him, he was an interesting character. She wondered if he wasn't just grieving because he's weakling, and picked him up, as she would make sure that he would never have to mourn anyone ever again. She brought him to the Magic Tower, and taught him all sorts of things. And just as she promised on their first meeting, he had become strong, and no longer needed to grieve. She checked up on him regularly, asking if his mana heart worked well, and he was very happy to see her. It was working much better than he would ever expect. If everyone can use mana hearts, then the age of humanity will finally truly begin. Momon found it strange that he was giving out something he created with so much effort for free, but Bahamut saw no reason not to. Wasn't it better for everyone to be strong? At the time, she truly believed he would become the ideal king, one who would lead humanity into a new golden age. But that's when that happened. One day, the sky itself cracked, and wings burst forth out of that opening, forcing everyone to look up. A face appeared out of that opening. It had many wings accompanying it, and as it slowly opened its eyes to look at Bahamut, it had only one word to say to him: repent. As Bahamut asked what it was, as he had never seen anything like it, the angel opened its mouth and unleashed a devastating strike on the town, raising most of it to ash. With this, it felt satisfied, as the repentance was complete, but that's when Bahamut jumped in front of it. It doesn't matter what kind of monster it is. Anything that is not human should just be cut down. Momon saw Bahamut, and that winged creature fought fiercely. Their clash was constant, for 3 entire days. On the 4th day, the victor was decided. The angel had come down in a broken state, wondering why they were opposing him. Bahamut came down with it, noting that the thing called itself an angel. Momon was curious about it. Was it an individual or a mechanism? She had a mountain of things to study, but at that moment, she saw something change in Bahamut. He decided to hasten his mana heart completion, and the pure light in his eyes that he had mere days ago had completely gone. Now he sits on his throne, apparently bored, as what he wanted to happen hasn't happened yet. Rodrigo arrives at his behest. As he has called for him, he takes it. Bahamut confirms as such. How is the preparation progressing? Rodrigo explains that the deployments are complete. The palace knights are posted at the gates, and 3 special assassination battalions under his command are waiting for orders. Additionally, the private guards they have gotten from nobles have been deployed too. Bahamut asks about Damien's condition, and Rodrigo confirms that he is still imprisoned in the palace dungeons. He also notes that Damien is the snake of snakes, sly and cunning. Who knows what he might do if left alone? So he suggests that they should just kill him at once. Bahamut refuses, as that boy will come. They must wait patiently, as he wants to savor this moment. Rodrigo apologizes for not understanding. But why does he, a great person, be fixated on such a lowly individual? If he is a threat, they should just be rid of him at once. Bahamut doesn't like his tone, but finds his words interesting. Is he suggesting that he's a threat to the great Bahamut? Rodrigo immediately falls on his knees and begs for mercy. Bahamut is old enough to remember his ancestor. He was a wise man and did not talk back a single time. Because of this wisdom, he entrusted his revival to his household, so he should emulate this wise ancestor of his. Rodrigo promises to remember that, and Bahamut relaxes, wondering when he will arrive, as this palace is getting rather dull. On a nearby roof, Jan looks out, and someone asks if this plan will really work. He told them all not to act weak now. They have come this far. Why fear? Roman tells him that nobody is scared here. He only came along so he can punch some obnoxious nobles. Dwight tells him that these aren't just any obnoxious nobles, but the imperial family. Kasha notes that his family has already been branded traitorous a long time ago. They are not going to make the situation worse anyway. Cheryl hopes the Inspectorate and Imperial Knights will be joining them, and Jan confirms, while also telling them to keep two things in mind. First, they will go in and take the Instructor Commander out, and second, when they leave, they will break Bahamut with them. In the process, they have to deal with the small matter of dealing with the Special Forces, Palace Knights, and Noble Guards. Dwight tells him it's no small matter. That's basically the entire empire. Dwight also wonders where the princess went. Did she skedaddle in her hour of need? Jan notes that she only left a note and disappeared, but she wouldn't just run away. She will definitely return. Honestly, she's probably preparing something grand, as she's not one to back down from a fight. They should begin now, as this will probably be their last mission, even if they want it to be or not. At the Imperial Third Fortress Gate, the guards are bored, as this emergency has been ongoing for a while. Just what is going on? Another guard explains that the emergency will only end when the Special Forces Instructor Commander dies. They say that the rebels will be attacking to rescue him. The first guard thinks that's preposterous. What kind of lunatic would dare to enter the Imperial capital with intentions of attack? Besides, the claim that the Instructor Commander is a traitor doesn't make a lick of sense either. Suddenly, Rodrigo appears, and notes that it's indeed quite hard to believe. So would they believe it more if their heads were hung around the city gates? The guards immediately disagree, and explain that there have been absolutely no abnormalities during their patrol. One Rodrigo tells them to stop the chatter and focus on their jobs. If they do have a breach, he will personally make sure to cut off their heads and impale them on spikes. Rodrigo knows that Damien's apprentice, Jan, is a cunning one. He should have already mapped out their movements by now. There are only 5 possible routes into the Imperial Palace. The least conspicuous of these is through the Fourth Fortress, where the grain warehouses and the commoners are. High logistics, along with the population, make it an easy place to sneak into. However, if he does come through that place, then his trap will finish him off without him even knowing. Suddenly, though, he feels a brush of air on his face, and as he looks up, he sees that Jan is coming at them head-on. He jumps from roof to roof, the guardsmen giving chase and demanding that he stop. If he surrenders peacefully and accepts judgment, his punishment will be swift. Jan looks behind and sees a white maw descending on him, crashing into him, and stopping only when they reach a wall. It was Rodrigo who found his display disappointing. He thought he was much smarter than to just waltz through like he owns the place. Jan smiles, and he begins to slowly transform into his original form, that of Cheryl, who notes that Jan is much smarter than he thinks. Suddenly, a guard comes to give out an urgent report. Jan, the top-ranked fugitive, has been sighted across multiple places in the Imperial capital. Rodrigo becomes annoyed now, but it doesn't matter which one is real. They will kill all of them until they get to the real one. At the Fourth Fortress, the real Jan looks around, completely hidden in the busy life of the city. Everything seems to be according to plan. If push comes to shove, he can just hide among everyone. Suddenly, though, some Imperial guards arrive and explain that they have good reason to think that traitors are hiding amongst the common people. By Imperial decree, this gate will now be sealed and everyone will be inspected. The people are naturally mad. This is pure madness. They can't just block them in a district like rats. Jan thinks that this is his cue to slip away, but suddenly he hears a familiar voice calling everyone a bunch of filthy peasants. How dare they even think of questioning his orders? They will obey without dispute. He is Bruce Dwight, the first son of Count Dwight, and by the Crown Prince's authority that has been entrusted on him, they shall kneel. The people argue that they are free citizens. They can't just detain them like this. Hearing this, Bruce gets mad. If he dares to defy an imperial decree, then he is a traitor as well. The man who spoke suddenly bursts into flame. As by imperial decree, he sentences every rebel to death. The people are shocked, but Bruce doesn't stop there. He orders his mages to slaughter these animals, as they are all traitors of the Empire. They begin taking down innocent people one after another, when it's clear that they have no intention of fighting back. Just as a girl with green hair is about to be struck down, Jan cuts the mage apart and tells the kid to go, as he will hold the bastards off. Bruce is glad to see that he managed to get him. He will take him down and rise in popularity. Yan apologizes, but he is not the Yan he was thinking of, but his own brother. How dare he slaughter innocent civilians like this? How far does he intend to drag down their family name until he is satisfied? Bruce asks how he dares to speak like this. Does he even know how they have been treated since they have sided with those damn traitors? They have lived a life of hell until the Crown Prince himself came to them. Dwight is shocked by the appearance of his brother, which keeps contorting as he screams out. He will rid them of the disgrace their family has incurred by killing him with his own hands, as he should have done long ago. The fight continues for a while. The entire 4th Citadel is ridden in flames, and Dwight asks his brother what the hell he has become. Bruce tells him to look closely. The Emperor himself, who has risen to rid them of filth, has granted him this power. The one acknowledged by the greater powers is him, not him or the special forces, but him, Bruce Dwight. This is his perfect body. The Emperor declared it himself on that day, that he is the person most suited for the world that he will craft. He is the one who deserves to carry on the family name, be a successor. Dwight laughs at this. He really is still hung up about something so petty. He can become the successor for all he cares. But how will he inherit anything in that ugly state of his? Can he even make an heir? Bruce attacks, telling him to shut his dog's mouth. But Dwight jumps in the air, and with his voice roaring, he announces that their ill-fated relationship will end here. Bruce, who can barely recognize himself at this point, screams out as a gigantic amount of energy appears where he is. At the 6th Citadel, another Yan is running away from the Knights, who know that they cannot lose him. Their Knight Order must be the one to capture him at all costs. Hearing this, Yan smiles and vanishes, the Knights knowing that this is concealment magic. He should be nearby though, so they will search every corner. Suddenly though, someone asks if they are looking for him. They shouldn't skulk around or flee like that fake before him. This Yan, who is clearly Roman, explains that he is the real one, the Yan of the Special Forces, so they should come at him, like the corrupt noble lackeys that they are. The Knights take one good look at him and decide to be on their merry way, as this one is clearly a dud. Roman demands they turn around and explain, so they do, noticing that he doesn't give off even the slightest hint at intelligence. And Yan is supposed to be cold and calculated, not shout at the top of his voice so that the entire city hears him. Hearing this, Roman disengages his transformation magic and suddenly unleashes a Titan meteor punch, shaking the entire area as the Knights barely get away from its range. Roman asks how they dare to run away from an enemy that is standing right in front of their mugs. Are they not ashamed to call themselves men? The Knights explain that they aren't really running, just busy. But then Roman insults them, noting that the young noble masters would not know anything about being real men after all. The famed 6th Citadel Knight Order appears to be full of greenhorns, raised like the pampered young masters that they are. They ask how he dares to insult them, and Roman tells them to prove that they aren't pansies. They should fight him man on man, one at a time. The Knights refuse, as why wouldn't they just assault him right now? They are not idiots. However, one of them starts to remove his armor, as he shan't let this insult to their pride slide. This is the vice captain of the 6th Citadel Knights, Meyer Hoffman. He will teach him today what a true man's fight is. Roman gets undressed too, the scene looking like they are about to wrestle in the locker room, and the Knights cheer for their vice captain, noting that they will go next, as there's no way they can lose. Meyer explains that they will fight barehanded with no weapons, and strikes to vital points are allowed. Is that clear? Roman notes that it doesn't matter to him either way. They fight until only one remains. Meyer strikes first, punching Roman right in the gut, but he just smiles, as now it's his turn. They continue trading blows like this, creating a spectacle of light that even the Knights can't figure out. Their exchange continues, Roman noting that he's not moving badly at all for a brute, and Meyer agrees that for a muscle brain, he's not half bad either. They both raise their fists high in the air and then smash them into one another, both deciding to end the battle right now. Cheryl, who was knocked unconscious, finds herself in a torture room, where the torturer is glad to see that she has awoken. Torturing somebody who is already conscious really is no fun. She is located at the torture chamber beneath the palace. A classic, isn't it? Hearing her muffle, trying to speak, is also quite refreshing, as the one in the next room was quite silent, so he got bored with him rather quickly. But there's no need to speak really. He will be opening up her head to see how it ticks anyway. She should scream beautifully though, so he won't get bored with his work and accidentally lobotomize her. Roman's fight lingers on, appearing to have broken down into a simple slugfest. Suddenly though, they both use their techniques and strike each other's faces. A full cross counter. Roman notes that he's not bad. To think a noble could be a real man like him. Meyer recounts his name. It was Roman, right? He will remember his name, as he is the man he lost to. The Knights are shocked. Some think that their vice captain is dead, but most realize that he is alive, and they want to go next in his stead and prove themselves. Roman tells them to come all at once. This bald one was a decent fighter, but the rest of them are nothing but pampered noble brats. That is why they should just get over here, as he doesn't have time to waste on them. The knights charge in, knowing that this guy is barely standing thanks to their vice captain, making Roman laugh. Somewhere else, at the 6th Citadel's monoline, 2 knights appear, noting that the conduit that maintains the magic barrier of the 6th Citadel is called the Monosphere. If this thing is disabled, the barrier naturally becomes useless too, so he planned to sneak in alone while the others were distracted, to notice. For someone as smart as he's supposed to be, this is rather reckless. This Jan is revealed to be Kasha, who expected nothing less from the Capital Defense Knights. They are incredibly strong. He knew that he had no chance to win in direct combat, but he had confidence in his concealment. The knights have only spared him because of the orders given by their captain, so he should surrender while he can, as they are authorized to end his life should he resist further and be branded as a traitor. Suddenly the captain arrives, asking if he's a conspirator of Jan, but that's when he recognizes him. He's the child of Lord Everane, isn't he? This is Crane Kentrock, captain of the Defense Knight Order. Kasha asks how he knows his father, and Crane notes that he could never forget. He fought through many battlefields in his youth with that man, and if it were not for him, he would have lost his head instead of his eye. His end was rather regrettable for everyone involved. A man of his talents to go out like that, it was just too cruel. Never mind that though, if he tells him where the real Jan is, he swears on his honor that his life will be protected. Kasha asks if he's really asking him to sell out his comrades, but Crane asks him to think rationally about this. Does he intend to vanish right now, consumed by the fire of treason, just like his father before him? He is the only one who can restore the honor of the house, Everane now. His family can get rid of the label that has been cast on them for so long and become the house of heroes who stopped an entire rebellion. Kasha sees the head of his father as he hears this. So he's saying that he can restore his family's honor? Crane confirms as much. He would be a hero. Kasha admits that all his life, reviving his family's honor was all that he thought about. Even now, he can still hear his father's voice ring out, to restore the honor of their family. However, he never told him how to do it, and only recently did he finally understand. Looking at the rebels, his comrades, he realized something, that the honor of his family can go to hell. He pulls out a salamander flame crystal, making Crane ask if he's just going to self-destruct. He should stop now, as he doesn't want to see the last vestige of his comrade go away like this. The salamander crystal activates in a fiery light. The monoline is destroyed, and Kasha has completed his last official mission. The real Jan gets closer and closer to the fortress. It seems that the infiltration has succeeded. He knows that Damien must be under the fortress, so it's about time he begins the final phase. Suddenly though, someone he can barely sense manages to take him by surprise. It's none other than Rodrigo, who grabs him by the neck and notes that in the end, they were fated to meet in this way. When he said he had a plan, he wondered what kind of impressive strategy he had cooked up for it. But it turns out that it was nothing but hide and seek, a childish prank compared to what he thought. For someone such as him, who is barely able to enter their city, the founding emperor regards him too highly, and he does not understand why. He is not inclined to find out either, so it's time for him to die. Jan asks if he really thinks that he won. He still has a cards up his sleeve. Rodrigo knows that he's thinking about those little things he hides away like a rat, and at that moment, a knight comes to report what they have found. As he expected, magic crystals were hidden in multiple areas. They recovered every single one of them. It was a considerable amount too. It would have been dangerous if they had blown up. Rodrigo wonders what he will do now, since he's fresh out of cards. Perhaps wait for his comrades, but unfortunately, even they are probably being cornered as they speak, because he has sent his knights to them, to make sure that none leave alive. It is truly pitiful that his comrades risked their lives over such a childish plan. Jan suddenly begins to transform, and notes that he himself fell for a childish trick. So who is he to judge? The person Rodrigo was actually holding is none other than Cheryl. This was a fake within a fake. Rodrigo doesn't understand. He captured her first, but does that mean that it was Jan? Sure enough, he gets out of his constraints easily, putting the creep torturer where he belongs. Momo notes that watching him act like that was a truly painful experience. He succeeded only because of her body transformation spell too. How lucky. Jan asks if she's really complaining about casting 2 transformation spells, but she asks if he thinks anyone can just cast dual transformation magic with such detail. Since she doesn't want to see him cosplay as a girl anymore, she releases the magic on him, allowing him to move in his original body. Momon suggests they look for the instructor commander, but Jan notes that this is already taken care of. Before he can explain how, the knights stand in his way, not allowing him to pass beyond this point. They keep repeating stuff though, as it seems that Bahamut has already shaped them. This basically means that Damien is behind that door. The knights raise their blades, demanding death, theirs for the Emperor. Jan knows that he has to do nothing at this point, and his words are true, as Damien casts reverence, eliminating all the knights with one swift blow. The moment that the psycho torturer told him that Damien was here, he used the Black Wolf to free him. Damien asks what took so long. If he were coming, he should have done so more quickly. He really is slow sometimes. Now that he thinks of it though, this means that he didn't kill the Special Forces captain yet, right? Almost immediately, Rodrigo gets informed that the underground prison has been attacked, and Cheryl smiles, noting that their mission is complete. Rodrigo demands she shut up, lest he break her petite neck. Suddenly though, a single piece of snow appears in front of him and explodes in a sharp attack, making him drop Cheryl. His hand got frozen by a mere graze. The only people who can craft a spell of this level are from the Northern Territory. Lorena has arrived, noting that she needn't bring her father to deal with the likes of him. She apologizes for being late to Cheryl, who is just glad to see her at this point. Rodrigo scoffs, noting that she will regret not bringing the Duke. Lorena doesn't think so, even if her father is not here. She brought her godfather. Rodrigo can't believe his eyes. The ancient dragon? This thing is said to have vanished 900 years ago. Why is this thing here? The dragon speaks, calling out to the defiled ones to sit still and return to the pure white. Kasha seems to wake up slowly. He's being carried by Diana, who is very glad that she got there on time. Kasha doesn't understand how he is alive. He definitely detonated that salamander crystal, which should have wiped everything out. Diana notes that they have this superhero right here to thank, Leah. She asks Diana to refrain from saying weird stuff. If she gets too distracted, she might drop them. Diana notes that it's the truth though. Leah compressed the explosion from the magic crystal he detonated, and proceeded to subdue the knights in an instant too. Jan is probably waiting for their goddess of victory too, so they should hurry. Her words make Leah even more embarrassed. The knights that were ordered to take Dwight out are now descending on him with their blades, but suddenly, they all get cut up with a few swift blows. The person who did it notes that it's been a while now. Has he really not improved at all? He only came here because he was worried about the unruly young lady, but he didn't expect to see knights conducting themselves like this. How pathetic. Dwight is surprised to see Hans here out of all people, who notes that this is a result of living too comfortably in the capital. He has grown too complacent, and probably hasn't trained much either. Roman is about to get struck down too, but suddenly, a white ethereal sword pierces the first knight, before making sure that the others don't rise either. It seems that even the knight orders have been corrupted, so the only way for him to preserve what little honor they have left is to send them off with his own hands. Roman is shocked. To defeat the knights without shedding a drop of sweat. Is this the power of the royal knights? Kyle asks if he's all right. Is his body well? Roman says he's perfect. He should go help the others, as he can fight alone. Kyle likes this answer, but he shouldn't overdo it either. Suddenly, snow begins to fall out of the sky, as the knights Lorena was facing are all frozen. The dragon calls for Lorena, the bloodline of Beowulf, as per their pact. He has annihilated their foes. Lorena thanks the Lord of the Snowfields, as she couldn't have done it without him. The dragon continues, noting that the frost he breathes freezes time itself. Her enemies will not dare to step into this sanctuary. She should remember his words, and may peace await her path of glory. Lorena tells Cheryl to come out, as it's safe now, and Cheryl wonders how in the hell she brought out such a massive dragon here. Lorena explains that it's like a guardian god of her family, and she went to the peak of the northern permafrost, Zernaga, to fetch him. She called his name, and requested an audience with him. The dragon, sensing the blood of a Beowulf within her, asked what she sought. Lorena asked for strength. She had always dragged her companions down, and because of her dumb pride, she couldn't help when they needed her most. In her current state of weakness, the only thing she can do for her comrades is to beg him and offer everything. She offered the ice crystal and asked for his breath, even for a moment. Cheryl is surprised that she gave that, since it was a gift from the Duke himself. But Lorena says it's fine, as she was able to save her. Certainly, she will have to thank her father later. Damien and Jan make their way through the fortress. Damien guessing that Bahamut is in the spire, which Jan confirms. He is probably waiting for them, watching their every move until they get to him. Suddenly, Jan detects a strike from above, and they both dodge at the same time. Jan asks if he should step aside, as it seems the person he has been waiting for all this time has arrived. Damien tells him to stop acting so smug in front of their guest, and Rodrigo knew that what he told Bahamut was true. They really should have killed these worms when they had them in their grasp. Damien wonders if he even has the skill to pull something like that off. He always thought that he would stop being human, but looking at his future now, he really gave up on it. Rodrigo allows Damien to squirm for a little bit more because it's not his turn yet. He charges Jan with his new fleshy arm, but Damien naturally blocks his strike. He was taught that people should mess only with others of the same level, so he would be his opponent. He cuts up his arm and tells Jan not to mind them, as he will keep this bastard here. He should use this opening to get to Leon. Jan decides to leave these two old men to fight as hard as they would like. Still, he will take care of that Bahamut bastard and be right back. He should try not to die before then. Damien notes that he's quite arrogant to think that he won't deal with a bastard in mere minutes. Their ensuing fight causes explosions all around the place as they move in the air, both using the same techniques, countering each other perfectly. Damien admits that he's disappointed. He thought that he was genuinely loyal to the Imperial family. Rodrigo notes that Bahamut is the Imperial family, the only person that matters. They continue clashing, but Damien soon realizes that they are using the same techniques. It seems that this can't be settled that easily. Rodrigo also admits that this is getting dull, so he will show him something he doesn't know yet. He uses his exclusive art, the Arc Dragon art, and by cutting the air, he opens a portal, allowing a bunch of snake-like creatures to descend on Damien. This Dark Dragon art is a secret art, only handed down by the captains. This shatters Damien's Black Shadow Sword art, and Rodrigo advances, trying to take him down right then. Damien dodges. He knows that to counter his Black Dragon art, he has no choice but to use that. But can his body even handle it in this state? Rodrigo remembers something. He never did relay his mother's last words to him, did he? Damien tells him to shut up, as she didn't say anything. But Rodrigo tells him that's not true, because he may not know, but a person can still speak even after their head is severed. Damien calls him a bastard, getting distracted just enough for him to get entangled. Rodrigo certainly did not expect him to fall for such a simple provocation. He is no different from that Yan child, it seems. Damien apologizes for underestimating him, but he doesn't care anymore. Since it's come to this, he will use everything. He activates the final form of the Black Shadow Sword art, the Black Wings. Rodrigo charges in, asking if he thinks that this cheap trick will work, but Damien pays him no mind and begins covering the entire area in a permeating darkness. As Bahamut sits on his throne, he tells Yan that he is rather late. He thought he was going to die from the boredom of waiting, but he's glad to see that the successor of the Mana Heart is here. He hopes he liked the presents he set up on the way. He stationed a whole battalion of knights for him. As the Mana Heart gets stronger, the more enemies it devours. He wants to see just how much that Mana Heart has grown. Yan jumps up in the air, telling him to open his eyes wide and look at it before striking the entire throne area. His strikes become harder. He uses a crossblade, combined with extermination magic from Momon, creating an explosion that can be seen from below. Momon sees no movement and thinks that they did it, but Yan confirms that's not true. Suddenly, a blade rushes toward Yan, who can barely hold it back. So Momon helps him by surging the blade forward, making it explode in the air. Yan wonders what kind of sword aura has so much power, and Bahamut is surprised once again. He did not expect him to be this weak, as by his calculations, he should have reached a certain level by now. If this is truly the extent of his abilities, there was really no point in all the waiting that he did. As the two encroach on his personal space, he pushes them away with his aura alone. Yan knows that at this rate, they have no chance of winning, so he has no choice but to use that. He tells Momon to go and get it ready, who understands, but he better not die while she's doing that. Bahamut gets up and asks how he dealt with the knights on his way here, but Yan notes that he wouldn't bother with fighting like an idiot. Bahamut understands now. It seems he has been neglecting his homework. A Mana Heart source is the life force produced only through struggle. It grows in proportion to what it consumes. He prepared a knight's order for him to grow, but he ignored it. Since he can't even get in the mood to fight, he decides to cut his side of the castle entirely and make it float in the air. Yan asks if he's really running away, but Bahamut tells him not to get discouraged. He would never be afraid of a little ant, but right now, he holds no value. He will have to wait here, so he should grow his Mana Heart. Suddenly, a bunch of magic circles appear, and the knights, asking for their deaths, appear again. Bahamut believes it is wise to fatten up a pig before you send it to the slaughter, so he's looking forward to what he will become. Yan calls him a bastard as he cuts the knights up with a shallow execution, but he knows that he cannot keep dragging this battle out. Unfortunately, the knights can easily regenerate, and they grab his legs, climbing onto one another to fulfill their duties. Suddenly, though, with a bunch of snow, they get frozen, and a bunch of strikes break that ice. Roman notes that he sure acts smug, even though he's a handful to deal with. Yan smiles. It's been a while since they've been together like this. Thank you for watching. See you next time.